also allows us to plant and reduce the environment impact. And this can also be achieved through simple actions such as using reusable bags and reusable water bottles, and not using of the plastic water bottles and plastic materials. And minimalism can inspire us to be more productive and appreciate us on the things that we own. And it leads us to take care for the environment. When we simplify our life, we can be more productive and focuses on the things that brings us the most fulfillment. Next, I'm going to speak about minimalism in finances and consumerism. Minimalism is not just reducing our finances and reducing the excessive shopping. It can be applied to consumerism also. But minimalism in consumerism also reduces the finances. Consumerism will always prompt to buy new gadgets, but minimalism allows them to buy a small quantity of product, and also they they be more productive and be mindful of their consumptional habit, and they will think that whether that product which they are going to bring into their life will bring them any practical purpose or not. Next, I am going to speak about living a meaningful life with minimalism. Minimalism is about living more intentional and purposeful life. By simplifying your possessions, you can be simplifying your possessions, and by decluttering your spaces, you can be more productive. And also, you can focus on the things that matters you the most, and it aligns us to work on the energy and aligning us to be more focused on the material and spaces used in the things that we use. Next, I am going to speak about finding inspiration for simplicity. Mm, Minimalism allows us to find inspiration to simplicity through environment, and nature is a great source of inspiration for simplicity. Not only we can say nature as a inspiration for simplicity, many things have there which have brings a inspiration for simplicity. Next, by observing nature, one can lead to appreciate a simplified and more, and they can more learn to declutter the things that they don't need. Next, understanding the power of simplicity. Simplicity is not just reducing the unwanted materials, it is also being conceptual and thoughtful about your usages. And the power of simplicity lies in its ability and to evoke the emotions and provoke through the minimal mindset. Next, I am going to speak about cultivating a mindset for simplicity. This means letting go of the desire for excesses and focusing instead on what brings us the most fulfillment. And by taking time to reflect on what we do and how we use it, we can appreciate the beauty of the simple things, and also be more mindful of our consumptional habit and be more productive. Next, I am going to speak about exploring simplicity in creativity. In every places, creativity can be applied. Like even when we reduce our economical uses, we can be more mindful and simplify the things and bring the things into our needs. Next, I am going to speak about applying simplicity to problem solving. Simplicity can be applied everywhere, like even for problem solving. Uh, if you have a problem, if you think more, then you would not get rid of that problem. But if you simplify the thinking, then it can lead a greater in the problem solving. Next, if you embrace minimalism today, you will reduce the ecological footprint. First step is fulfilling life by embarrassing minimalism. Like start with small changes with you and be more mindful and productive about the things, and you think it of whether you need to declutter a thing or not. Next, by simplifying your life and finds what truly matters, you can lead a beautiful life and also be more mindful. Uh, Way to embrace minimalism every day is less is more. If we say less is more, it can be more productive and also be more mindful of our conceptual habitat. Next, I am concluding that minimalism is not just avoiding the unwanted details or distractions, it is also about less is more in terms of embarrassing minimalism. And the most common misconception is that they are thinking that minimalism is getting rid of the unwanted details. But when we having less things and less interaction, it helps us more, it brings us more experiences and also allows us to be more mindful. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Ashwin of grade 12, studying in the Frontline Academy Matriculation High Secondary School. I am here before you to present my lecture on the topic Mother of Machine Tools, lathe. Introductions of machine. A machine is a physical system using power to apply force and control movement to perform an action. These type commonly applied in artificial device such as those employing engines and motors, but also includes a natural biological macromolecules such as molecular machines. Machines can be driven by animals and people by applying natural force such as wind and water, and by chemical, thermal or electrical power. It also includes a system of mechanism that shape an actuator input to achieve a specific application of output force and movement. They can also include computers and sensors that monitors the planned movement and performance of machine, often known as mechanical system. Renaissance natural philosopher identified 6 simple machines which were the elementary device that put a load into motion and calculate the ratio of output force into input force. This is known as mechanical advantage. Let us see the introductions of lathe. A lathe is considered as one of the oldest machine tools which is widely used in industries. It is known as mother of machine tools. The first screw cutting lathe was developed by an Englishman named Henry Manley in the year 1797. He is also known as a father of machine tools. The heavy duty lathe and high speed lathe are developed based on this mechanism. A lathe is a tool that is primarily used to shape metal or wood. It works by rotating the workpiece to around the stationary cutting tool. The main use is to remove unwanted parts of the material and leaving behind a nicely shaped workpiece. This is known as lathe. Let us see. This is the picture. It's shown the lathe. Now I am going to explain the process of lathe. A lathe is a tool that rotates the workpiece on its axis to perform various operations such as cutting, sanding, knurling or drilling by and deforming, facing and turning with tools that are applied to the workpiece to create an object with symmetry about an axis of rotation. This is known as process of lathe. Now let us see how the turning process is involved in lathe. The primary task of lathe is to generate cylindrical workpiece, and the process of machining the workpiece to move the cutting tool either parallel or perpendicular to the lathe axis. This is known as turning. In this process, excess unwanted materials can be removed. And the machine tool is useful in performing plane turning, taper turning, thread cutting and chamfering and knurling. By adapting the above method is known as lathe. Let us see the structure and main parts of lathe. It has a bed on which headstock is mounted on the left hand and tailstock at the right end. In between headstock and tailstock, the garage is placed and move on the bed guideway. Let us see the main parts of lathe. It has several parts that playing an important task in a lathe. Some of the main parts are listed below. They are bed, headstock, tailstock, spindle, garage. Garage contains 6 parts. They are saddle, cross slide, compound rest, tool post, and apron, feed rod, lead screw. These are the main parts of lathe. Now I am going to explain it briefly. At very first, we are going to discuss about, and you can see this picture, how the lathe is structured. At very first, we are going to discuss about bed. Bed is mounted on the leg of the lathe, which is bolted to the floor, and it is forms a base of machine. It is made up of cast iron to withstand vibration, and a top surface of bed is machined accurately and precisely. The headstock is mounted permanently on the left extreme of the lathe bed and the tailstock at the right extreme. In between headstock and tailstock, the garage is placed and move on the bed guideway. The top of the bed have guideways which are manufactured in two shapes. They are flat shape and V shape. The tailstock and garage slides on these guideways. The flat shape guideways are founded in olden machine, which is useful in handling heavy duty machine and handling large workpiece, though it is less accuracy when comparing to V-type bed. V-type bed are founded in modern machines which give accurate alignment to garage and cross slide. The metal ship can automatically fall through. Now we are going to discuss about headstock. Headstock is permanently mounted on the inner guideway at the left end of the lathe bed. At the left end of the lathe bed, the headstock houses a hollow spindle, and the driving mechanism for the spindle is multi-speed. Headstock follow any of the following arrangement for driving and altering the spindle speed by using these three mechanisms. The mechanisms are stepped cone pulley mechanism, back gear mechanism, and gearbox mechanism. Let us see what is tailstock. Tailstock is located on the inner guideway at right angle to the lathe bed, and the tailstock houses. And the tailstock body is bored and houses tailstock spindle. The spindle can be moved either towards or away from the inside the hole, and the spindle has a taper hole to receive dead center or shank of tool like drill or reamer. When the hand wheel of tailstock is moved, rotate in clockwise direction, the spindle advance. When the hand wheel of tailstock is rotate in anti-clockwise direction, the spindle reversed inside the hole. To remove the dead center or any other work holding device from the spindle, the hand wheel is rotated further in anti-clockwise direction. The movement of spindle may be locked by using spindle clamp, which is located on the top of the tailstock. To handle different types of work, the tailstock can be adjusted and mounted on the lathe axis. The casting of tailstock is divided into two. They are upper casting and lower casting. Lower casting can be clamped to the bed, and the upper casting can be moved side from the lathe axis. This is known as tailstock, and I am going to explain about the uses of tailstock. It is used for supporting the large workpiece when it is machined between centers. It is useful in handling work tools like drills, reams, and taps while performing drilling, reaming, and tapping. The upper casting of the body is set off by a small distance while performing tappers on the workpiece, and it is useful in setting the cutting tool at correct height, aligning edge with the lathe axis. This is known as the uses of tailstock. Now I am going to explain about spindle. The spindle rotates freely on the two large bearing which is housed to the headstock casting. It is made up of carbon or nickel chromium steel, and the hole is extended through the spindle so that a long workpiece can be passed through the hole. The front end of the spindle has threaded on which any one of the work holding device can be screwed, and the front end of the hole is tapered to receive live center which supports the work. And the other side of the spindle have gear which is known as spindle gear. Through this gear, the tumbler gear and main gear train, the power is transmitted to the gear on the lead screw. This is known as spindle mechanism. Spindle. Now I am going to explain about garage. Garage is mounted permanently on the inner guideway at right angle to the lathe bed and slides on the bed guideway along either towards or away from the headstock. It has several parts to control, move, and controlling the cutting tool. The parts of garages are listed below. They are saddle, cross slide, compound slide, compound rest, tool post, apron. Now I am going to give a brief note about these parts. At very first, we are going to see about saddle. Saddle connects the front and back end of the lathe bed like a bridge. It has headstep casting. The spindle can move along the bed between headstock and tailstock by using hand feed or automatic feed to the saddle. This is known as saddle. Now I am going to explain about cross slide. Cross slide is mounted on the top of the saddle. Cross slide is mounted on the top of the saddle and slides on the dovetail guideway at right angle to the lathe bed guideway. It carries compound rest, compound slide, and tool post. The compound slide can be moved on the right angle to the lathe axis by providing hand feed or automatic feed to the compound slide. This is known as cross slide. Now let us see what is compound rest. Compound rest is the part which connects the cross slide and compound slide. It is mounted on the top of the cross slide by tough or groove joint. It has a circular base which is useful for marking the angular graduation, and the compound rest can be swilled to required angle while turning tapers on the workpiece. The top slide is known as compound slide, which is attached to the compound rest by dovetail joint, and the compound slide and the tool post is fixed above the compound slide. Now let us see what is tool post. Tool post is mounted on the top of the compound slide. It is useful in holding the cutting tool tightly. According to the work operation have done in the workpiece, the tool may vary and fix it to the tool post. There are different kind of tool posts. They are single way tool post, 4-way cutting tool post, which are widely used in lathe. Now we are going to discuss about the mechanism which are widely used in lathe. There are totally 3 types of mechanism. They are step feed mechanism, apron mechanism, and spindle mechanism. At very first, I am going to discuss about feed mechanism. In feed mechanism, the various types of feed, the rotation of lead screw and feed rod direction can be changed. So the direction of garage and cross slide can also be changed. By using different types of feed mechanism, among them the important mechanisms are discussed below. They are tumbler gear mechanism. Now let us see how the tumbler gear mechanism are working in feed mechanism. A set of 2 small gears which are placed just below the spindle gear, and the spindle gear connected to the lathe. Spindle gear connected to the lathe, and the set of 2 small gear is known as tumbler gear, and the set of 2 tumbler gears are attached to the bracket, and the position of bracket can be changed in 3 positions. They are neutral, forward, and backward. By adjusting the position of the bracket, the direction of lead screw and feed rod can also be changed. Let us see how the positions are working in tumbler gear. At very first, I am going to explain about neutral position. In this position, the lever is kept in the middle, so the tumbler gear is not connected to the spindle gear or any other intermediate gear. So the automatic feed is not applied to the tumbler gear. And let us see what is forward position. In this position, the lever is kept shifted upwards. Here only one tumbler gear is connected to the spindle gear, and the rotation of spindle and lead screw direction are in the same position, so the garage move towards the headstock. Now let us see what is backward position. In this position, the lever is kept downwards. Here the 2 tumbler gears are connected to connected to the spindle gear. The rotation of spindle and lead screw can be in the opposite direction, so the gearage move away from the headstock. This mechanism is known as tumbler gear mechanism. Now let us see about apron mechanism. The apron is attached to the gearage and hang over the front end of the lathe bed. It is useful for providing hand feed and automatic feed to the garage, and it is also useful for giving automatic feed to the garage while performing thread cutting through two half nut lever. It has a gear which is attached to the spindle and which is known as spindle gear. Through this spindle gear, the rotation of lead screw and feed rod can be received, and the worm and worm gear mechanisms are connected to the worm gear rod, and the one more gear are connected to the worm gear shaft. Here gear 1 and 2 are connected as shown in the figure. Gear 4 is inserted in the feed rod and gear 3 is mounted on the gear 4 axis. Gear 5 is also connected on the gear 4 axis. It has a handle for giving longitudinal feed to the garage. It has a feed check lever, and the position of feed check lever are tilted in 3. They are neutral, upward and downward. By adjusting the position of the feed check lever, the following movement can be obtained. Let us see what is how the hand feed movement is involved in cross slide. Keep the feed check lever in neutral position. Here the cross feed wheel is rotated by hand. Through the rotation of the cross feed leaf, the cross slide moves towards the lathe axis. This is known as neutral position. And now we are going to see about upward position. Let us see how the automatic feed is involved in cross slide. Keep the feed check lever downwards. Here gear 2 and gear 6 are connected to each other, and gear 6 make a automatic move to the cross slide. This is known as upward position. Now we are going to discuss about downward position. In this position, the two half nut lever in the apron is connected to the lead screw by using lever, and the lead screw make a automatic movement to the garage and perform thread cutting for required pitch value. This mechanism is known as apron mechanism. Now let us see what is spindle mechanism. In this mechanism, we already discussed it before in the spindle topic. Now I am going to tell it short and sweetly. The spindle is located on the headstock, and it has a gear which is known as spindle gear. The rotation of spindle can be controlled by using these three mechanisms. They are stepped cone pulley mechanism, back gear mechanism, and gearbox mechanism. At very first, we are going to see about stepped cone pulley mechanism. Stepped cone pulley mechanism. In this mechanism, it is similar in construction, and it has two pulleys which are connected to each other by using the belt, and the mechanism gives 4 different kinds of spindle speed. This mechanism is known as stepped cone pulley mechanism. Next I am going to explain about, and you can see how the spindle cone pulley mechanisms are attached. Now I am going to explain about back gear mechanism. In this mechanism, it has totally 8 different spindle speed. It is mainly used to reduce the spindle speed while performing precise operations such as thread cutting on the workpiece. This is known as back gear mechanism. You can see how the back gear mechanisms are mounted on the lathe. Now I am going to explain about gearbox mechanism. In this mechanism, the gearbox is an advanced mechanism which are using nowadays in lathe and other machines. It has totally 9 different kinds of spindle speed. This is known as gearbox mechanism. Now let us see the types of lathe. The various types of lathe have been designed and manufactured of lathe have been suit different types of machining condition and usage. The following are the different types of lathe. There are six main types of lathe and 10 subtypes of lathe. Now I am going to tell the six main types of lathe. They are speed lathe, bench lathe, tool room lathe, semi-automatic lathe, automatic lathe, and special purpose lathe. These are the six main types of lathe. Now let us see what are the 10 subtypes of lathe. They are centering lathe, woodworking lathe, polishing lathe, metal spinning lathe, caption lathe and turret lathe, wheel lathe, gap bed lathe, T-belt, T-lathe and duplicating lathe. By using these types of lathe, we can work with the workpiece. Now let us see the specifications of lathe. By the lathe can be specified by using these following points. They are the width of the bed, the type of the bed, the pitch value of the bed, the pitch value of the lead screw, horsepower of the motor, spindle flow space required, height of the lathe, maximum distance between live center and dead center, the height of the center from the lathe axis. By using these kinds of specification, we can specify the lathe for our convenient. Let us see what are the work holding device are used in lathe. The work holding device are used to hold the workpiece and rotate it to the spindle axis. The different types of lathe work holding device are used according to the width and diameter height of the workpiece. There are totally eight different types of work holding device. They are chucks, flat plates, driving plate, catch plate, carriers, mandrels, centers, rest. By using these different kinds of work holding device, it can hold the workpiece. Now let us see what is cross slide. Now let us see what is lead screw. Lead screw is a long threaded shaft which is useful in giving automatic feed to the garage and calculate the distance when threads have to be cut. Mostly lead screw have Acme thread and it's hang over the front end of the lathe bed. It has a gear which is attached to the spindle. It is denoted as gear on the spindle, and it has a two half nut lever which is provided on the apron to engage with the lead screw. While the two half nut lever is engaged with the lead screw, the garage move automatically. When the lead screw is kept at stationary, and the garage are locked at desired position by using these lead screw. Now let us see what is feed rod. Feed rod is placed parallel to the lead screw, and it has a plain long shaft which have keyway for its length. The power is transmitted from the spindle gear to the feed rod by using tumbler gear and main gear train. It is also useful in providing feed movement to the garage and cross slide except thread cutting time. This is known as feed rod. Now let us see about CNC machines. CNC machines are widely used nowadays in modern machines and modern lathe. There are different types of CNC machine. Now they are lathe CNC machine, drilling CNC machine, grinding CNC machine, grinding CNC machine, shaping CNC machine, and welding CNC machine. Like this, there are lot of different kinds of CNC machine. What is CNC machine? The CNC machine is useful in increasing the production time and increase the production time by using automatic movement to the machine. By using computers, we can process the work which are done to the workpiece. which are done to the workpiece by using CNC machine. Now you can see the types of work holding device. And finally, I am conclude my lecture by saying the lathe tool for shaping metal and wood. The main parts of lathe are have 13 parts. They are discussed in the main parts of lathe, and the lathe have 6 main types and 10 subtypes, and the lathe can be feed by using these mechanism. They are feed mechanism, tumbler gear mechanism, apron mechanism, spindle mechanism, back gear mechanism, and gearbox mechanism, etc. Thank you for giving me a golden opportunity.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. Welcome to the Frontline World Record Festival. First, I introduce myself to you. I am Aditya of grade 11 of the Frontline Matriculation Higher Secondary School. I am glad to stand before you to present my review. As a sportsman, I am very happy to speak my topic on the topic of a joy of discovering the traditional games. What is meant by traditional games? India has a rich cultural heritage that spans thousands of years, and traditional games in taps and diversity. Traditional games in India are not only means of our entertainment, but it also serves as most important of social and cultural gatherings. These games have been passed down through reflections, generations, and reflects the history values. Here, we are going to see a few points about the traditional games. The top 7 traditional game today I am going to speak. Gilli Danda. Gilli Danda is an traditional outdoor sport most popularly played in South Asia. Gilli Danda requires 2 pieces of main equipments, the danda and the gilli. The danda is a long wooden stick. The gilli is a small pieces of equipment. The objective of the game is to hit the gilli as far as possible while the team tries to catch it and defends it. The main of the objective considered into 2 pieces of equipment, the danda and the gilli. The danda is a long pieces of wood. It contains about 2 to 3 feet in centimeter in diameter. The gilli. The gilli is a smaller pieces of equipment. It is a cylindrical shape. It was struck by danda. The objective is to hit the gilli as far as long while the opposing team tries to defend it. The team starts with the player or a team tossing the gilli in the air and striking it with danda as it falls. This game can be played by 2 teams or 2 members on an individual persons. The games can be played on a flat surface on an area which contains about sandy area. This game has been regarded the one of the most important traditional game in our India. This game has been played in most the districts of Erode, Thiruvananthapuram, and Tirupur. This game has been developed their skills and economies. It doesn't follow any specific scoring system or hand-eye coordinations. The game of the rule is to score more than points about it. The Gilli Danda requires skills and equipments. It doesn't follow any other hand-eye coordinations or skills. The game is to strike the gilli as far as long about to 10 to 12 centimeter, while the opposing team tries to defend it. It doesn't require the important thing that have been mentioned in it. This game has been regarded the one of the significant game in our it. People below above 6 to 12 years have been interested to play this game because it requires most importance of the game and it develops the intelligence skills and knowledges. It doesn't score any specific scoring system. The game consists the only means that he can be classified in it. The members can be played by more than 2 members in a team or a groups. This game considered as the significance game of it. The game considered of the main pieces of equipments. The stick contains about 2 to 3 feet centimeter. The gilli that contains about 1 to 2 centimeter in diameter. The game is to strike the gilli and send it flying while the team tries to defend it. It doesn't require any pieces of equipment. It only requires the skills and talents. It gives us the most important skills and it develops our brain and skull. It gives us the thing that can be learned from everything. The next topic we are going to see about Kanja. What is mean by Kanja? Kanja is also known as Goligundu. It's a traditional game most popularly played in India. The the objective of a game is to hit the small marbles or kanjas using the larger marbles or kanjas using the slower marbles in size. The kanjas are placed in a small depression place called a kanjabari or a goli pot. The kanja consists about 1 to 2 centimeter in diameter. This game has been empowered the most significant game in it. The shooter marble must be released from the handball by propelling with another marble being larger in size. This game, the objective of the game is to strike it and avoid it. This game has been become the most traditional game in various parts of India. The objective of a game is to hit the kanja and knock them out of the kanja bari, and they have to hit the most collected. Finally, the most hitted kanja will be declared as the winner. The game doesn't follow any specific scoring system or any skills. It considers the game that can be played. The game can be played in a sandy area or a rectangular field which usually contains about 12 meters long and 13 meters wide. This game can be played by more than 2 members in it. The aim of the person is to hit the gilli, hit the marbles in the pot, and they have to aim it. To shoot the marble, people use their thumb or flick of their index finger to propel the shooter marble being larger in size. It also requires in the target area. It contains about the 2 to 3 feet centimeter marbles in diameter. It requires the skills about it. A marble is considered of small pieces of equipments. It has been 2 types, a small marble size and a larger marble size. The aim is to propel the marble in the target area and plot the target area in about 2 to 3 feet in centimeter. The whole consists of 1 to 2 feet height and 1 to 3 feet length. We have to place the marbles in the plot and we have to exchange it. This game requires skills, hand-eye coordinations, and eligibility to grow stronger. This game has been become it. People nowadays are not playing the traditional games because they have been moved to the new games. Nowadays, the game has been become. But in old days, this game has been become the most important game that can the children played in most. This game can be played in various parts of India, especially in Tambaram and Chennai. The game is to score more it and above it. It can be played in a sandy area. It is also known to be the most talented game and about it. It develops the brain skills, knowledges, and all eligibility skills to grow stronger and about it. And it also helps to keep our hands strong. This game can be played by more than 2 members in a team or a groups. This game can be played in a flat surface or area or a sandy area. The game doesn't follow any rules and regulations. Some versions allow people to shoot multiple marbles in one turn. Some versions allow people to shoot multiple marbles in one turn. Each different versions has each rules and each regulations. For example, some versions allow the people to it, and some district people allow the peoples to shoot multiple marble in 1 or 2 turns. Each and every district has a specific scoring time limit. It doesn't follow any intelligence and any talents of it. This skills requires the person to improve more stronger and more longer. It requires the eligibility to move on more about it. The next topic, we are going to see about Kho. What is mean by Kho? Kho is typically played between 2 teams, each team consisting of 12 members. The game can be played on a rectangular field which contains about 27 meters long and 15 meters wide. The game starts with chasing team, sending 9 players to the field while the defending team tries to catch it. Each team considering of 12 members. It can be classified by 2 rectangular field in a circle drawn and above it. It can be classified by the skills that can be Each and every regions, it has a specific scoring time limit in Coco. This Coco has been become due to the schools like zonals, district, state, and national. Even today, the Coco is become the one of the most traditional game in our world because people are excited to play this Coco game. It doesn't need any specific scoring system. It also develops the leg power to endurance of our athletics. It also develops the hands and the strength to more and more. It also helps us the stamina power and eligibility power to more longer. It develops hand-eye coordinations, muscle improves, and technology fields. It gives us the thing that can be Coco is a basic thing that can be learned on each and everything of the games. Coco is not only playing for the children. Even nowadays, the people above 12 to 15 age are also excited to play this game. But this game has been played in only in the rural areas. The game can be played in only in the rural areas like Erode district, Salem district, because this game has been developed only in rural areas. But nowadays, even the cities have started to play this Coco team because it develops the skills and talents to eligible more stronger and still. The player in the Coco is eligible for any sports and any talents. The player in the Coco is recovered for it, and it also develops the skills that can be learned and learned by each. Coco is a basic game. It doesn't need any specific scoring system. And even today, the people love Coco for interesting in the Coco team about it. The team consisting of the main 12 players and 3 substitute players. The team that can be classified by the 2 teams in it. The team doesn't follow any specific scoring hand-eye coordination. The team that belongs to that Coco is required to some more skills and develop their knowledge. The team Coco has been become the most important one of the traditional game in our world. The next topic we are going to see about Nondi. Nondi is an evergreen traditional game in India. It was mostly played in Maharashtra. The objective of the game is to hope for a jump in a single leg and through the box about it. The box contains about 1 to 2 centimeters in diameter. The Nondi can be played by a small retrieve object, and it also requires the skills that can be learned by each and everything. It doesn't follow any specific scoring system. Nondi can be played on a flat surface area or a rectangular field which usually contains about 27 meters long and 15 meters wide. Players used to jump in a one leg or a substitute players. It increases the stamina power and eligibility to grow more heighter and longer. This game has been regarded the most significant futures of India. The children above 6 to 12 age are eligible to play this game because in rural areas, the people are excited to play this game, and the children are not only playing for our entertainment, but it also serves as the most important of our social, cultural, and gatherings. These games have been reflection through the reflections, generations, and reflects the history values. This game can be played by 2 members or more than 3 members. The game consisted of marble in it. It contains about 2 to 3 feet of box. The box contains about 1 to 8 numbers. The player must be thrown a stone marker about the box, and he have to jump with the hope with one leg. If he fails with the hope on one leg, he will failure as well as long. The game doesn't follow any specific scoring system. It develops the skills that can be learned from each and everything. It is a basic skill after when we learn this game. The benefits of the Coco Nondi is it encourages the physical activity and creates fitness. It improves the muscle tone and muscles. It helps us to keep fit of ourselves. It helps us to being the family together. It increases the adaptability of our certain things. It improves hand-eye coordinations and eligibility skills. It ability move more than large hop or jump. It is the game which improves us to enjoy to yourself or about it. It doesn't follow a specific scoring time limit or about it. It is the game that can be played by children for their entertainment. But people are playing just for their entertainment. But I am saying that not only playing for entertainment, we have to play the game for our nations, for our schools and management. playing benefits will be more longer to achieve and strong. This game helps us to keep more and more benefits of our age till the age. This game doesn't follow any specific scoring system. It develops the players to grow more stronger about it. It develops the leg power strongs and brain power to grow and more stronger about it. It develops the skills that can be retained and every day. This game has been played in mostly in the district of Tamaram district, Salem district, and Tirupur district. This game doesn't follow any zonals or district, but it also serves by the children who above 6 to 12 years are excited to play this game because this game develops the skills and the children are playing for the entertainment and the skills. The next topic we are going to see about Silambam. Silambam is an Indian material art of originating in Tamil Nadu. The style is mentioned in the Sangam Tamil literature. The word Silambam Association is the official international body of the Silambam. The Silambam stick contains about 2 to 3 feet centimeter in a stick. It can be played by more than 2 members or in a team. Even the Silambam has been become the most traditional game. People are excited to play this game in festivals and all celebrations during in it. This game requires the skills that can be learned by each and everything. Silambam's activities. It increases the left and right brain coordinations to improve our muscles. It also improves our stamina power strong and to maintain keep fit of our fit. It improves the cardiovascular muscles in which the body contains about it. The game doesn't follow any entertainment things. It is the game that contains only the matter that can be learned from this. And it also relieves from our mental health while we are disturbing from the other any games. It learns only the basic technology. This game, nowadays, the people are playing only for their entertainment. But this game has been become one of the most traditional game in our world. People in Kerala sites are excited to play this game because they are not only playing for their entertainment. They are playing for their districts and they are playing for their nation and they are playing for their country. This game requires the knowledge to move stronger and get stronger. It does not score any specific hand-eye coordination. It improves the technology that can be learned by about it. The stick contains about 2 to 3 feet in diameter. It doesn't score that the Silambam consists only for entertainment. It considers for that entertainment that can be learned by each and everything. The next topic I'm going to speak about carom. What is mean by carom? It can be played by 2 members or more than 2 members. The aim of the game to use the striker and pocket the coins about it. It has 12 types of coins, 6 whites and 6 blacks. The red queen must be placed in the center of the carom and you have to strike about it. The box contains about 4 stripes. It contains about 1 to 2 centimeter in diameter. We have to arrange a specific square pattern with the queen placed in the center about it. It was also mostly played in India, in the districts of Chennai, Thoothukudi, and Mambalapuram. In this district has been become most traditional game about it. People are playing carom. Nowadays, it also becomes of our school, like zonals, district, states, and national. People are excited to play this game and they are interested to play this game. It develops our brain coordinations and muscular strong. It gives the thing that can be learned by each and everything. Playing carom increases the brain power to grow stronger about it. The next topic, I'm going to speak about kabaddi. What is mean by kabaddi? The rider enters into the opponents of a count or a tag. This game consists of 7 players, including defending team, offending team, and substitute players. The game can be played in a rectangular field, which usually contains about 28 meters long and 15 meters wide. The team starts with the captain tossing the coin in the air and send it flying, and they will teach the coin as a defending or chasing team. The chasing team on the toss, they have to give a ride. Each team has a specific time limit. For in zonals, kabaddi has been become only for 30 seconds. In state levels, kabaddi has been become on for the level of 45 seconds. Like that, some persons allow peoples due to their technology and develop our countries. The raider must be keeply saying chant kabaddi till the 30 seconds behind off. If a rider missed to say the chant kabaddi, then the team will be lose the point of offensing team. Defender's goal is to stop the rider by tackling them, and they have to score more points about it. If a rider touches more than 2 or 3 members, then a bonus point will be given for the offensing team. If a defender catches a 2 or 3 members, then a defending point will be getted more longer and about it. This game has been mostly played in Tiruchi and Salem. Nowadays, India has become more eligible in Kabaddi. The top 10 Kabaddi teams in India are eligible to keep more and stronger. It has been become till our international level game, one of the international game in our India. It gives us the thing that can be learned by each and everything. Kabaddi requires skills, eligibility, and to grow more stronger, and you have to keep and everything. Kabaddi doesn't require any skills or any specific time limit. The aim is to only score by talenting, by working hard, and we have to more knowledge about it. The aim is to score more points by the defending team. The Kabaddi can be divided into 3 halves. The first half consists of 45 seconds. The second half that consists of 30 seconds. And the third half that consists of 30 seconds. Within the 3 halves, which team is the leading point will be declared as the winner. Especially in rural areas, Kabaddi has been become most important game for their personal references. This game is not only playing for our preferences, it also develops us the variations, skills, and eligibility to go more and longer in all our games. It develops the leg power, hand power, and it also develops the cardiovascular muscles to grow. It helps us to stay fit for about it. It doesn't require any specific scoring system. It develops the skills that can be learned by each and everything. It consists of 2 teams of 7 players. Kabaddi is an high energy sport level which can be long to use our athletics endurance above 1500 meters or 3000 meters. It also increases the stamina power to more level of 70 to 80%. Kabaddi is one of the motivational game in our world because it chooses the people who are we. This game can be played by the girls or boys in a team members. This game can be played by a group or a teams in a manner. Each district consists of each discipline. One team is a chasing team and another team is a defending team. This team requires a high energy level of it. It doesn't require any hand-eye conversations or personal preferences. It gives the talent that can be learned by each and everything. Even today, the girls are become most important to play this Kabaddi because it develops the skills of that. Even that today, the girls have become of a still national level game and they have moved to our international game, Kabaddi. Kabaddi is not only playing for our entertainment, but it gives us the more technology and more eligible to grow more strong and motivate ourselves to eligible it. The next topic, I'm going to speak about Pallanguli. What is meant by Pallanguli? A long history believed to have originated in Tamil Nadu. The aim is to collect more seeds than the opponent team within a specific scoring limit. It was rooted deeply in literature. This game has been regarded mostly played in India, in the districts of Kodalur district and Salem district. This game is not only playing for just time pass. It serves as a thing that can be learned by single step. The game can be played in a flat surface on an area which requires skills, eligibility, and it. The aim is to strike the Pallanguli into the pot and have to score more points than the eligibility team. This game can be played by more than 3 members to 5 members and they have to develop the eligibility about it. This game requires the skills that can be learned by each and everything. Pallanguli requires the basic technology of talents and intelligence. This game requires only the intelligence and knowledge to keep strong and more power. This game can be classified by more than 2 or 3 members. This game is an international literature game in our Sangam literature. This game has been proved their significant knowledge of this base. The basic of the Pallanguli is to keep the children for training, but Pallanguli has been not came for today's traditional game. It has been become in the 1990s traditional game, but Palanguli is the one of the most significant game and entertainment game, and it also develops the important game in our world. But nowadays, people are playing for just their entertainment during the summer holidays. I recommend the people to play this and also develop the skills for our nations or countries uneligible. It doesn't follow any improvement or any talents. That's only thing we have to do hard work. And hard work do we will be successfully complete the game. This game requires the skills about it. The gameplay. The two-player strategy game. This game is the most motivational game. Each player takes up to chances to play. This game requires high energy sport level to improve more stronger. Players aim to capture their opponent's seed. The next topic I am going to say about the weightlifting. The weightlifting consists of three feats: the bench press, the clean and press, and the snatch. Weightlifting is the one of the game which includes the more stronger and more believer. It gives us the talents and intelligence to more stronger and giver. The game consists of three than more traditional games. It requires more intelligence and more hard work about it. Even last year, one boy in our district, he has done world record of 150 kg in 14 years. His name was Aditya. He has become the most weightlifter in the country of India. He has lifted 150 kg and he has become the Nobel Book of World Record. It is because due to their hard work, traditional game in India are not only playing for entertainment, but it serves the most and important thing that can be learned by each and everything. Then the weightlifting consists of three pieces of equipment: the district team, the state team, and the national team. The district team consists of weight categories about 50 to 55 kg and 60 to 65 kg and 70 to 75 kg and 75 plus kg in the district level. In the state level, the weightlifting consists of open category about it. It doesn't follow any age limit. Even the people above 12 to 15 age are also lifting the weightlifting as a point of it. The main of the game is to achieve more stronger about it. It develops the skills that can be learned each and everything. It can be played to their reference and skills and eligibility. Weightlifting is not only playing for our entertainment. It gives the most of our nations and about it. Even the schools started to play zonals like district, state, and national. Each team consisting of weight categories and the sub-junior categories. The sub-junior categories is that below 18 years will be considered as the sub-junior. The junior category will be considered as the 18 to 23 age. The senior category will be considered more than the 23 age categories. This game has become the most one of the traditional game in about it. This game requires the knowledge and more to strong to keep fit and eligibility to grow more longer. It requires the skills to eligible more stronger and more longer about it. The weightlifting requires the most important thing that the people motivate themselves from each competitions, from each levels of the year, like districts, zonals, and divisionals and states. In each and every time, people are excited to play this game because due to their reference, this game can be played by the children that can be learned by each and everything. I am conclude by saying that don't play the traditional game for only just time pass. It serves as the important thing of our entertainment and knowledgeful things. It requires the skills that can be learned by each and everything. A weightlifter is the most motivated sports which can be developed the variational sports about it. It is a thing that can be learned by each and everything about it. The weightlifting is not only playing for our children, those who are below 18 years about it. It doesn't matter any specific scoring system. And also, it develops the more skills of our leg powers and hand powers and brain powers. It keeps us to stay fit for even 24 hours. This game follows a specific diet system. In a diet system, in a specific time limit, it is a scoring point to give more stronger and about it. It has a specific diet system. The diet system consists of the vegetables, nutritions, and vitamins, and solubility power. So I conclude my speech by saying that don't play the traditional game for our entertainment. Play it as the history of our values and develops their country. Thank you.
Everyone, I am Madansari of Gretel and I am studying in the Film Academy. Today I am going to talk about types and principles of insurance. Every business is exposed to different kinds of risks such as fire, theft, accident, etc. Such kinds of risks are transferred to the shoulders of others like insurance companies. Insurance companies compensate for the uncertainty. Insurance company is a socialization of risk. Insurance is a contract. Let's see what is meant by insurance and definitions of insurance in brief. As I said before, insurance is a contract. It is a contract between two members, insurer and insured. Insurer will be insurer, the person who works out to compensate the loss caused due to a man-made factor or natural factor. Insured, risk is insured. Insurer provide monetary coverage to the loss caused by the man-made factor or natural factors. Let's see the definitions of the insurance. Insurance is a plan by themselves which large number of people associate and transfer to the shoulders of all risks that attacks all individuals. This is the definitions of insurance which is given by John Mudge. Online insurance. Nowadays insurance can be applicable in online also. We can say a brief thought about principles of insurance. Insurance contract was started to distribute risk among a group of people. Cooperation is the basic principle behind every insurance contract. The following are the various and important types of principles of insurance. There are several types of principles of insurance. They are utmost good faith, insurable interest, indemnity, causa proxima, contribution, subrogation, and mitigation. Firstly, we are going to talk about utmost good faith. Firstly, insurer and insured should both enter into the contract with utmost good faith. Insured should provide all the regarding contract to the subjective matters of the contract, and insured should provide all the regarding details to the contract. Both the insured and insurer should provide good faith towards each other regarding to the contract. For example, Mr. X has a heart patient. He hid this fact from LIC while taking a life policy. On his death due to heart attack, LIC refused to compensate his family because he hid that fact that he has heart issue while taking a life policy. The next one, we are going to see about insurable interest. Insurable interest means a pecuniary interest. It's a subjective matters of insurance contract. An insured must have an insurable interest in the preservation of a thing or a preservation of a life being. For example, a businessman have an insurable interest in a stock of goods. The next one, indemnity. Indemnity means security or compensation against loss or damages. According to this principle, the insurer should be compensated by the amount equivalent to the actual loss and not the amount exceeding to the actual loss. This principle ensures that the insurer does not make any profit out of insurance companies. And the principles of indemnity is only applicable to the property insurance alone. For example, a businessman gets his factor insured against 5 lakh and goods are destroyed due to some fire accident. Now, the insurance company is liable to compensate the insured. However, the maximum compensation will be the 5 lakh. Even the loss is more than 5 lakh. The fourth one, we are going to see about causa proxima. Causa proxima is a Greek term which means the nearest cause. According to this principle, when loss is a result of 2 or more causes, that means the most direct and most dominant and most effective cause taken under consideration by the insurance companies. Insurance company is not liable to compensate the remote causes. For example, where fire is the most proximate cause of loss, but there is no fire and goods are destroyed due to excessive heat, then insurance company is not liable to compensate the insurer. The next one we are going to see about is contribution. Contribution means when a subject is insured more than 2 or more insurer, then it is known as double insurance. In such cases, both the insurer should compensate the loss in an equal ratio or in a vary ratio. Or the insurer can choose the compensator for the compensate their loss caused due to risk. For example, a businessman gets his factory insured for 10 lakh with insurer A and insurer B. Factories get destroyed for 1 lakh 5,000. Now, both the insurer will share the loss according to the ratio of 2:1. Like insurer A will be provide 50,000 and insurer B will be provide 1 lakh. Next, we are going to see about subrogation. Subrogation means stepping the shoes on others. Once if the insurer has been compensated by the insurance companies. The subjective matters of insurance would be taken by the insurance companies. In other words, the ownership rights of the insurance, ownership rights of the subjective matters of insurance would be transferred to the shoulders of insurance companies. For example, Mr. B gets his motor car insured. Some of the car parts get damaged due to a heavy accident. The damage, loss caused due to the damage has been compensated by the insurance companies. Now, the damaged car part should be taken by the insurance companies because the insurer does not make any profit out of insurance companies by selling the damaged car parts to the outside sellers. Let's see what is mitigation. Mitigation means, according to this principle, the insurer must take all the possible steps to mitigate or reduce to the loss done damages to subjective matters of insurance contract. This principle ensures that the insurer does not neglect the safety of the property after applying for an insurance policy. If the appropriate steps are not taken by the insurer for saving the property, the full compensation amount will not receive by the insurer. For example, when a factory is insured against fire and theft, the insurer should take all the possible steps to save the factory. We have seen what is mean by principles of insurance. Now we are going to see about types of insurance. There are several types of insurance, namely life insurance or non-life insurance. Life insurance is also called as life assurance, and non-life insurance is also called as general non-life insurance. Non-life insurance is further classified as marine insurance, fire insurance, health insurance, cargo insurance, cattle insurance, crop insurance, and sport insurance and theft insurance. Now we are going to see about general insurance, which are coming under the non-life insurance. These are the insurance coming under the non-life insurance, which means the general insurance. Firstly, we are going to talk about life insurance. Life insurance is a very important insurance. Everyone should take life insurance because, as I said before, the next moment in our life going to be something peaceless or peaceful, which is unexpectedly happened in our life. To overcome that, we have to take an insurance. And insurance companies come in and provide a safety sum of amount to our family members and to our loved ones to ensure that our loved members are to be safe and protected financially. Insurance companies covers expenses, debts, liabilities, and provide support to our family. Life insurance will help us even after our death. Let's see the factors which are affecting life insurance. Age, gender, health, tobacco consumption, driving records, family medical issues, and lifestyle. Only according to these contracts and factors, insurance company will offer the premium and cost of the insurance. Next, we are going to see about the several types of life insurance. There are 5 types of life insurance, namely whole life policy insurance, endowment policy insurance, JLP, that is joint life policy insurance, and annuity policy insurance, and the last one, children's endowment policy insurance. Firstly, we are going to talk about whole life policy insurance. According to this principle, the insured sum or policy money will be given to the insured only after the death of the insured. For some beneficiaries are higher and deceased. The whole amount of the premium is paid at once or paid in a premium time. Whether if the whole amount of the premium is paid at once, the policy will be continued till the death of the assured. The next one we are going to see about is endowment life assurance policy. In this policy, the insurer undertakes to compensate the insurer with a specified sum of amount for attainment of specific period of time. On this, the insurer will be attain a certain age, and the insurer will be provide a certain amount to the attainment of particular age, or in his death of the assured, whichever is earlier. If the death of the assured is earlier before he attain a certain age, the insured money or policy money will be transferred or payable to the legal nominee or a legal hire. Otherwise, the insured sum will be payable to the insurer after attainment of certain age. This shows that endowment life assurance policy have a limited number of maturity period. Next, we are going to see about joint life policy. Joint life policy is taken to like life of more than two or more people. It's known as joint life policy. If on the death of any one person, the remaining money will be given to any survivors or other survivors. This policy is payable by the monthly installment or the annual installment or in a lump sum. Usually, joint life policy is taken by the husband and wife or the two partners in the partnership form. The next one we are going to see about is annuity policy. This policy is the insured sum or policy money is payable in a monthly installment or in a yearly installment for a certain age. whether the whole amount of premium is paid in a lump sum or whether the whole amount of premium is paid in a monthly installment for a certain age. This insurance is preferable to those who prefer a regular income after attainment of certain age. The next one we are going to see about is children's endowment policy. Children's endowment policy is taken to provide funds for the children's, like for the education of children and marriage of children. For example, Jeevan Anurag policy. The insurance amount or policy money will be given to the insurer only after the attainment of particular age. However, no premium will be paid. No premium will be paid after the death of the assured, like if he or she died before the maturity period. We have seen what is meant by types of insurance. Next, we are going to see about non-life insurance. Non-life insurance is a types of insurance which covers the risk that those who are not related to the human life. Non-life insurance is also called as general insurance. Non-life insurance protect the following. Non-life insurance protect the following like business, organizations, and individual. Non-life insurance encompasses a wide range of products that protect individual, businessmen, organization from the potential risk and various types of problems. Non-life insurance plays a vital role in economy. It enables individuals, businessmen, organizations to operate the economy with more confidence that they know that having financially protected for unforeseen events. Non-life insurance contribute to the sustainability of the various sectors and mitigate risk to promote resiliences. Let's see the marine insurance policy. Marine insurance policy. Marine peril can collision of ship with fire, rock, ship may be attacked by the enemies. These marine peril causes can damages, destruction, or disappearance of ship with non-payment of freights. Through marine insurance policy, insurer undertake to compensate the owner of the ship for the partial loss at sea or the complete loss at sea. Let's see the essential elements of marine insurance policy. Insurable interest should be exist in the loss or time of loss, and it is based on the indemnity, and it is based on the contract of principles of utmost good faith. Proximate cost loss should be affected only the marine losses only. Let's see the types of marine insurance policy. There are various types of marine insurance policy, namely hull insurance, cargo insurance, and freight insurance. Now we are going to see about hull insurance. Hull insurance is also called as hull marine insurance and ship marine insurance. When a ship is insured against many kind of dangers, then it is known as hull insurance. The hull insurance taken to indemnify the owner of the ship for loss caused to the dangers. Next we are going to see about cargo insurance. Any kind of marine insurance policy when taken by the owner of the ship for compensate for the cargo to be transported by the voyage, then it is known as cargo insurance. The cargo to be transported by the ship has been risk has been affected by many risks such as risk of theft and loss of goods during voyage and etc. The next one we are going to see about is freight insurance. When a marine insurance policy is taken guard against the non-recovery of freight, then it is known as freight insurance policy. The shipping company is mainly interested in the freight insurance policy. The advance on the arrival of goods and the shipping, whether it's not receiving the freight insurance if the goods are lost during the transit. So to insure the freight, it should take the freight insurance policy. Next one we are going to see about fire insurance. The insurance company is liable to compensate the loss caused by the risk, but in fire insurance, the insurance company is liable to compensate the loss caused by the fire only. This is how the fire insurance will be worked. And let's see the essential elements of fire insurance. It should be the essential element of contract. The insurable interest should be exist in the time of loss, and it should be based on the contract of strict indemnities, and the fire must be the proximate cause of loss, and the principles of good faith. It should be very regular. And let's see what is health insurance. Health insurance is a contract between an insurer and an individual or a group of individuals. Insurer accept to provide a specific health insurance for a specific sum of insurable amount. The health insurance is taken to guard against the rising medical costs, and insurance is taken on the health insurance is taken to the unforeseen events of the medical expenditures. Then next we are going to see about benefits of long-term health insurance. Let's see the types of health insurance. There are various types of health insurance. They are individual medical line policies, family cluster policies, and united link plans. Now we are going to see about individual medical line policy. Individual medical line policy covers it covers the hospitalization expenses for the individual for the sum insured, and in family floater policy, it covers the hospitalization expenses for the entire family until the sum insured. In unit linked health policy, it's combined with the investment and payback at the end of the insurance term. The next thing, additionally, we're going to talk about IRDAI. IRDAI means Insurance Regulatory Authority of India. IRDAI, Insurance Regulatory Authority of India, is a statutory apex body that governs, supervise the insurance authorities of India. IRDAI consisted by the year in the 2000 by the Parliament Act called IRDAI Act in 1999. Presently, IRDAI headquarters is located in Hyderabad. The next one we are going to see about is organizational setup of IRDAI. One chairman, four full-time workers and 4 part-time workers, and the chairman should be appointed by the governors. I'm going to concluding my speech by saying that what we have seen that what is meant by insurance, and what is principles of insurance, and what is life insurance. Fire insurance and health insurance, IRDAI insurance, we have already seen. And the main thing is, we have to ready and prepare for everything which we have to face in our life to make it easy and to enable us to handle it in a more individual way. Insurance grants us the way to take it. Even after our death, life insurance will help us for our family. Like, it will provide a safety sum of amount to our family members, and it can cover our expenses and liabilities which we have had while in living. And like in non-payments of freights, it's a freight insurance that gives the properties of insurance. The last one, I'm concluding my speech by saying that taking insurance is not bad, but taking insurance without knowing any principles of insurance is very bad. Thank you.
Warm greetings to everyone. I'm Mohammad Safan of grade 12, and I'm here to give you a lecture on the topic cybercrime. Cybercrime, it's a really interesting topic, but as it's interesting, there's also another thing, that it's dangerous. Nowadays, people are not aware much about cybercrime. There are many activities that happen in day-to-day life of regular people that are actually cybercrime. But still, people don't realize it. So today, at the end of this session, we are going to learn a lot of things and a lot of interesting facts about cybercrime. So let's begin so in the whole lecture, I'm going to talk about what is actually cybercrime. Then second, I'm going to talk about the CIA trade of information security. In this, I'll be talking about 3 things, which will tell you that your data is safe on the internet. Then I'm going to brief you about different types of cybercrimes that happen in day-to-day life. Some cybercrimes you might know what it is, and some you don't know. So I'll bring spotlight to each and every cybercrime so that each and everyone here gets new knowledge about everything. Then I'm going to talk about few safety tips to be against cybercrime. So, it will be very beneficial lecture for everyone. Then at the end, I'm going to brief you about some statistics of current cybercrimes that happen in day-to-day life. So let me begin my lecture by telling what actually is cybercrime. So first, internet. In today's world, everyone uses some kind of electronic device, whether it's a phone, TV, laptop, tablet, or any kind of thing. And people who own this kind of thing are obviously connected to the internet. So internet is one such place that, today no people can live without it. There are many things that people do in internet. For example, having financial transaction, browsing, then watching videos, downloading music, and many other things. So internet is one such place that is very important for each and everyone over here. But there are some people who take advantage about this. They take advantage by doing illegal things on the internet. For example, stealing someone's personal identification, doing financial frauds, and many other things. So while we are talking about cybercrime, talking about cybersecurity is also as important as talking about cybercrime. So what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity means being safe from cybercrimes. It protects you from all the illegal activity that you do in internet. So now the main thing about all of this is networks and data. Anything you do on internet are always stored in a network or some kind of data. So the cyber criminals, they use this kind of data and do all their illegal stuff. Now let me talk about the CIA trade of information security. Here CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So confidentiality, what is confidentiality? Whenever a person makes a file on the internet, only the person who creates it and the authorized person only can access it. There should be no other person who accesses it without the permission of the person who created it. Throughout this lecture, let me give you an example of two persons. Let's name the first person Mr. X, who's the cyber criminal, and the second person Mr. Y, who's the victim of the cybercrime. So for confidentiality, let's say Mr. Y, who's the victim, created an Instagram account. And Mr. X, he gained all of his personal information by hacking or some kind of thing. So he gained all the information and he logged in into Mr. Y's account without his knowledge. So here the trade of confidentiality is broken, which shows that your data is not trusted and it's not safe. Then second, integrity. It ensures that your data is trusted. When a person creates a file on the internet, that it should be make sure that there should be no edited version of it. For example, let's say Mr. Y made a Word document on Google Drive. So he wrote 50 pages of script. So there should be no edit except of the person who created the Word file. Then last, I'm going to talk about the availability. Availability means like it should ensure that the data should be available whenever the authorized person asks for it. There should be no delay or there should be no pop-up message that this file does not existed unless the person who created the file deleted it. Now let me brief you about types of cybercrime. Before talking about the types of cybercrime, let's know how cybercrime takes place. There are two types that cybercrimes are taken place. First, the computer is used as a weapon, and second, the computer are used as a target. When the computer is used as a weapon, it means like, for example, let's take the same example, like Mr. X, who's the cyber criminal. He uses a computer to do illegal things on the internet on other computer. So here a computer is used as a weapon. Then second one, when the computer is used as a target. For example, you go to a cafe, you keep your laptop open and you go to a washroom. Then the cyber criminal or something, he will put an USB or some kind of illegal thing onto your computer and he will steal your every personal information. Here, computer is used as a target. So by knowing this, now let's move to the next topic, which is types of cybercrime. First, let me give you a brief introduction about all of this. When I tell the word cybercrime, I'm sure that most of you would have thought of hacking. But cybercrime is more than hacking. So first, now I'm going to obviously talk about hacking, which is illegal intrusion into others' computer. Second one is phishing. It means like creating fake links in order to get personal information. Third one is spam email. Whenever you give emails to a illegal site, you will keep on getting ads and ads of email. Then denial of service, it actually floods all the server that you're connected to. Then malware, which is a type of, so virus is a type of malware which will slow down your computer and it completely corrupts your hardware. Then spyware and adware. So spyware basically It tracks all your activity and gives to the cyber criminal an ad where it keeps on sending you ad. Then ATM skimming, I'll talk about it later. Then ransomware is also a type of cybercrime that is not known of. Now let me talk each and every type of cybercrime. First one, hacking. As I said, hacking is an illegal intrusion into other computer system. So there are two types of hacker. First one are white hat hackers and second one are black hat hackers. So you might have heard this thing called White Hat Junior in YouTube. You had a seen ad. So White Hat Junior teaches kids to code. So the main real white hat hackers are the person who hacks into other system with the legal notice and with the help of government. On other hand, black hat hackers are complete opposite. They do it for illegal purposes and they do it without the government notice and it's illegal. Then government sites are hot target. Like I said, an example like hacking Instagram account and Facebook account, these are only small scale hacking. But to be honest, there are major, big scale hacking. For example, there are many government sites where there are confidential information. So big hackers who knows how to hack like government websites, they gain all their information and all the major government information by hacking. Now let me talk about phishing. It's similar to fishing. So in fishing, what a fisherman does, he goes on a boat, he goes to the middle of sea, throws a fishing rod and catch a fish. So phishing is also a similar kind. Here the fisherman is a cyber criminal and the fishing rod is a fake link. For example, let's say it's a link of a Facebook. So this guy, the cyber criminal, he sends all this link to his friends or the victim. So when the victim he opens the link, it looks almost like the original site. So the victim, he'll be, he doesn't know anything about it, and he will enter all of his personal information like username, password, email ID, and every other thing. Then in phishing also there are two types of phishing. One type is like when the victim, he'll enter his password twice or thrice, it will show it's invalid. But then when he tries for the fourth time, it will redirect to the original site. So, the person who enters, the victim who enters the password, he'll never know that his personal information are being stolen from a cyber criminal. So this is done through electronic communication as laptop, mobile phone, tablet, and etc. And people do this by making fake sites. Now I'm going to talk about denial of service. This is a type of cybercrime that people are not much aware about. So whenever you click a link, for example, you go to Google and you click any kind of link, whenever you click a link, you'll always be redirected to a particular server. So here, the cyber criminal, he targets your server. He floods the server with multiple requests. So whenever you'll be working on your particular server, it will lag a lot. Everything will be slowed down. Like it will load for a longer time. Then you'll be very annoyed. So this is also a serious type of cybercrime that happens to us. So there are two types of denial of service. First one is denial of service, in which the criminal targets only one server. Then the second one is DDoS, which is double denial of service. That is like the criminal, he targets multiple server in order to target the victim. So this is an a diagram of how denial of service happen. So here a malicious actor who's a cyber criminal, he uses a computer and he floods all the 4 DNS server that the victim is using. So whenever the victim uses his computer, it will really slow down and annoy. So this is also a very irritating cybercrime that happens to us. Now I'm going to talk about spam email. Whenever you go to a site, it will be always asking for your email. So if you go to a malicious site and if you enter your email, the next day when you open it, you will be watching a lot of spam email that keeps on coming. It might be ad, illegal information, or some different type of stuff that you never wanted. So there are two things that happen. First one, it stores all of your storage. So this might be very annoying. So whenever you will be using all the storage will be always filled up. Then second one, this also slows down your computer a lot, which is very annoying. So next one is malware. So everyone must heard what viruses is. Viruses is a type of malware. So now what does this malware do? It's designed to damage computer system. Now how does all this thing come to a computer? Most of us would have downloaded one illegal movie or music from an illegal site for free, thinking that it wouldn't harm our computer and none of our personal information would be given away. But still we proceed to download all the movies for our own entertainment. But when we download and we see only a main file, but we don't know that there are multiple sub-files including the main file, which contains different types of malicious software. So malware is one of them. So and virus is the most famous malware that is there on the internet. So it is done to extract personal information, and this also slows down your computer. Now let me talk about spyware and adware. As I said, the process of malware coming to your computer, spyware and adware also comes with the illegal things that you download from internet. So spyware, what it does? What do we mean by spyware? So spy is a person who extracts information without the person knowing. So spyware does the exact same thing but on our computer. It take all of our personal information, when you logged in, what browser you use, all of everything, and it sends to the cyber criminal. Then most of the cyber criminals sell this data to a bigger company. For example, Facebook, Instagram, even Amazon, Flipkart type of company. So all this, whenever you browse for a particular thing, for example, a basketball shoe. So you Google it once, twice. Then afterward, whenever you'll be scrolling, always the same kind of ad will be coming. So how do they get this data? They get all this data by these kind of software like spyware. Now I'm going to talk about adware. This is also a type of malicious software that comes with the illegal thing that you download. So adware bombards your computer system with multiple ads. So it won't be much harmful, but it would be very annoying as you have to cut all the ad every time, and it slows down your computer. Now I'm going to talk about ATM skimming. This is a type of cybercrime that people are not much aware about. So whenever you go to this cybercrime happens in a real ATM machine. When the place where you insert the card, there will be a smaller machine kept aside of it. So whenever you insert the card, all of your details of your card will go to the cyber criminal, including the card number, the expiry date, CV number, and everything. So all of this information are enough for the cyber criminal to conduct a financial fraud. So and there will be another smaller camera above the keypad of the ATM machine. So this keypad records all of the PIN code. So when the cyber criminal gets every information, it's enough for him to conduct any kind of financial fraud with your card. Then there is also another thing that could happen is that they could physically come in real life and they could rob your card because they would be knowing your PIN number and everything. So they have enough information to conduct any kind of financial fraud. Now I'm going to talk about ransomware. This is also a type of cyber crime that people are not much aware about. So ransomware, this also comes when you download illegal stuff like movies, music, games, or etc. from an illegal site. So whenever the ransomware comes in, the next day when you try to on your system, your access to the computer will be blocked. So this means like they will be having another phone number, so they will call you and they will ask you for a ransom. For a ransom, they could be asking personal information, money, or even some different kind of stuff. So this could put one into a very sticky situation as they have to give some kind of ransom in order to gain the access to their own computer. So it's a kind of tricky cybercrime that happens. Now I'm going to give a brief on the statistics of cybercrime that happens in our world. So out of 100% of the person using internet or some kind of electronic device, 11% of them have told that they have at least suffered one financial fraud in their life. So why does this financial fraud happen? So people, as I said, phishing. Phishing is a one type of cybercrime that people make fake links. So people make fake link of literal bank. So whenever a person opens it, it will look like the bank's original account, and they'll put their every detail like Aadhaar card number, PIN number, CVV, everything. So that it makes the cyber criminal easier to conduct financial frauds. Then the second one, out of 100% of people using internet, 17% have told that there have been sabotage of data. So sabotage of data means like they are stealing your data or personal information without your knowledge. So this happens by hacking and many other stuff. Then theft of proprietary information. Now what is proprietary information? Anything that is, any information that you store on the internet is called a proprietary information. This could be in a form of multiple things, like you can draw a painting and post it on the internet. So that's your proprietary, and that's all information. Then I'm going to talk about system penetration. System penetration means it's a type of it's hacking only, because you illegally intrude someone's computer system without their knowledge. So 20% of the 25% of the people have accused that their system has been penetrated. Now denial of service. As I said, like people flood the server of the victim, which slows down the browser. So 27% have told that they have been accused of denial of service. Then unauthorized access by insider. For example, you're working on a project. Let's say you're writing a huge document, about 500-page document. So you have to, in order to ease your work, you share with your own friends. So sometimes there might be a cyber criminal in your own friend group. He would steal all of your personal information and sell it out to the other person. So unauthorized access by insider is also a very important cybercrime that happens to us. Then employee abuse of internet privileges. Whenever you go to a site, it always asks you to accept all the terms and conditions. And most of it would be like around 40 to 50 pages of it. So people would be like, it's too long and too boring. Instead, I would just tick it and continue. But there might be some lines in the term and condition that you agree, and it would be written that they will be selling your personal information. And people, mostly they avoid all this. So reading all the terms and conditions are really important. Even though it's long, it would take hardly 10 to 15 minutes to read each one of them, but you'll be sure that what you're agreed to. Then viruses. As viruses is the most famous thing that happens to each and everyone. So 85% have told that they have been infected by virus at least once in their life. Now let me talk about different types of safeties. So now let me give you safety tips on cybercrimes. So there are many safety tips, but the first and foremost is like everyone should get an antivirus software. Now what is antivirus software? By the name only we understand what it is. It protects you from unwanted viruses that you download. So it will alert you whenever a virus is in, and it deletes for you automatically. But I would recommend, most of this antivirus would be free. But still, I would recommend you to get a premium version of it, because it would be much safer for you, because you'll be protected not only from virus, but from unauthorized access and many other things. Then I want to talk, then there are also some antivirus software that you might see, but it is actually a virus software. So you will not realize that it's an virus software, because they'll make a fake copy of an antivirus software. So before downloading anything, make sure it's the original one, and then download it. Then I'm going to talk about this ATM skimming. So how to get rid of ATM skimming? Whenever you go to an ATM bank, make sure there's no gadget or device, the place where you insert your card. If there is anything, you have to go to your nearest police station and report it immediately. Then I'm to talk about the same term and condition. Whenever you accept a term and condition, you make sure that you read each and every line before accepting it. Then the malware, spyware, and adware. How all of this comes? It comes by downloading illegal things from the internet. For example, you want to entertain yourself by watching a movie, but you don't have enough money to go and see it in a theater. So you feel like you'll download it from an illegal site, so when you download it, all of this comes. So avoid all of this downloading things from illegal sites, even if it tempts you a lot. Then at the end, in the conclusion, I want to give you a small story. It's about owner of an antivirus company, which is like completely hilarious, but it happened to him. So once he was, it was an ordinary day. So when he opened his phone, there was many notification, like your username have changed, for a particular social media, his username changed, his all of his password changed, personal information changed, and everything, it was changed. Some other person was using his account without his knowledge. But still, then he investigated like how it happened. Then he realized that he used an old email was linked to this social media account. So when he realized it, he immediately removed all of his old social media old email, and he removed all the links. So now, as he was a antivirus CEO, he was, very aware of it, and he got rid of it completely. But no ordinary person like us, they don't realize it earlier, and they don't act upon it. So we must be much aware about all of these things. Then there was a second thing that happened to a girl. When she also opened a phone, there was a lot of transaction, lot of transaction happened from her bank account without her knowledge. So even she was a tech person, and she knew like how to figure it out. So when she found the solution of it, then she found that she had entered all of her personal detail in a fake site, which is phishing, I said you. Like a person make a fake site, so she thought it was the real one, and she entered all of her details into it. So at the end, let me give a brief summary of all of my lecture. First, cybercrime is an illegal thing that happens on the internet. Then I talk about CAA trade of information security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility. Confidentiality means like the person who creates it only has the access to it. Then second, integrity means no person should edit the file that is made by the owner. Then the last one is accessibility. Accessibility means the person who creates the file and the authorized person only should access it. Then I talked about multiple types of cybercrime like hacking, phishing, and many other things. I hope you found all of these things, cybercrimes, really, aware. You might be aware about all of these cybercrimes, and I hope it was a beneficial session. Thank you.
A warm welcome to everyone. Cartoon and animated series are something which sparks your childhood memories. Those fictional characters made everyone happy than anyone could. Let's see more about it. I am Jay Vishweshuga, and I'm going to be lecturing on the topic, the history of animation. So what is animation? Animation is a method by which still figures or set of images are manipulated to appear as moving images. Animated movies are part of ancient tradition in storytelling, visual arts, and theater. Many of you may not know the history of animation or how everything began. Now it's the 21st century, and everyone know and enjoy the animated movies as they are. But have you ever wondered how the first one looked like, or how animation was born? Everything started way back in time, back to the 3000 BCs in Shar-e-Sukte, Iran. Shar-e-Sukte is a place that is located in Iran, which is also called as the Burned City. This place is even recognized as the UNESCO heritage site. During an archaeological excavation by Italian archaeologists in 1960s and 1970s, they found an interesting pottery vessels with a set of 5 drawings on it. Those drawings were about goats. Initially, archaeologists couldn't find what the drawings of those goats meant. Later on, when they twisted the pottery vessel in a circular motion, it looked like a short animation of that particular goat trying to jump, leap, and eat the grass around it. They even took these 5 drawings as frames, and with help of a computer, they played it together, and it looked like an animated video. It is the oldest and ancient evidence which is present right now, which displayed motion. Since it was found in the place called Shar-e-Sukte, it was named as Shar-e-Sukte. And another important invention is phenakistoscope of 1832. A Belgian physicist named Joseph Flatue invented this invention named phenakistoscope. This object contains 2 circular discs. Each disc will be separated into many sections, and each section will have a drawing of a picture of a person or an animal. These, on the whole, will accompany and displace an action done by the person or that animal. These 2 circular discs will be connected to a vertical pole. When this vertical pole is twisted, it forms an illusion of that particular person or animal in that drawing doing that action. At first, Joseph Plateau couldn't find a proper word to name his invention. So he published about this in many newspapers, and people came up with lots of different words, and one such word was phenakistos. Phenakistos is a Greek word which means cheating or deceiving. Since this object made an illusion of that animated character, people suggested this word phenakistos, and that is how phenakistoscope was named. In between these two inventions, there was an important device named the magic lantern of 1603. Magic lantern was born during Industrial Revolution. During Industrial Revolution, most of the middle class men were completely concentrated on their own growth. So workers had more free time. During this growth period, workers focused on creating more mediums of entertainments, and one such medium of entertainment was animation. Magic Lantern was a great aid and support for animation. Magic Lantern, or Latana Magica in Latin, is an image projection device which was invented by Christian Huygens. Christian Huygens is a mathematician, a physicist, an engineer, and a well-known artist. There are many main components in this device, the Magic Lantern, but the major three components are the section in which image slides are inserted, a mirror, and the projector. Back of the mirror, there will be a light source placed. During 17th century, the light source was a candle. And with the help of the mirror, the light would be directed into the section where image slides are inserted. This would hit those image slides, and the image will be projected with the help of the projector. When multiple slides are inserted in that section, it creates moving images, which was recognized as animation during the 16th century. And even in 17th century, the operator would give a narration accompanying his slides to make it more meaningful. Then the next is the beginning of 20th century. The beginning of 20th century is the time period when the animation was slowly evolving and was developing into many different films. This is the time period which is known as the silent era. Most of the animated films were showed in theaters in places like United States and France. The first ever animated film was Humorous Faces of Funny Faces in 1906 by James Stewart Blackton. James Stewart Blackton used a unique kind of technique which was known as stop motion and cutout animation. Even in the present day, this technique, the stop motion and cutout animation, is used. Here, 3D objects or still figures or drawings are used in this technique to make animated films and videos. The objects will be placed in a specific position, and the picture of that will be taken. This picture will be used as a frame. Later on, the position of that object will be changed, or the state of the object will be modified. Then again the picture of that object will be taken and used as the next frame. When these frames are played together, it looks like an animated video. The creator of this stop motion and cutout animation should have a good knowledge about changing the position and the state of object. Same, James used a blackboard and a chalk piece to make his first ever animated film. He used to draw his characters, and he used to take the picture of that character. Later on, he keeps that picture as a frame. Then he extends or otherwise change or modify his characters according to his wish, and he again take the picture of that modified image. Then these frames will be played together. It will look like an animated video. Then the same technique was followed by the director Emile Cole. Emile Cole came up with the first ever animated cartoon film known as Phantasmagorie in 1908, which is also called as the Phantasmagoria in French. He also used the same stop motion and cutout animation. But the difference between his creation and James Stewart Blackton was the usage of frames. When the usage of frames are increased, the film will be visually pleasing. So, Emil Cole used many frames to make his movie more visually pleasing and awesome. The next is the rise of Walt Disney. During 1928 November, Walt Disney came up with the cartoon named as Steamboat Willie. This cartoon was featuring Mickey Mouse. But what was so unique about this cartoon is it has synchronized sound accompanying the animation. Walt Disney thought that sound in animation would make a big business. So he was completely concentrated on making animated cartoon series with sound. But the animation was black and white. He used a special kind of technique known as 2D classic animation, or otherwise known as hand-drawn animation. In hand-drawn animation, there is a unique kind of sheet used known as the celluloid sheets. Celluloid sheets are transparent sheets in which artists used to draw the characters. These celluloid sheets will be superimposed in a fixed background. Usage of more celluloid sheets will make more beautiful animations. And this is how he came up with Steamboat Willie. Most of the people recognized animated cartoon series with the help of sound. And film historians recognize the time period after this as the golden age of American animation. This is the time period when most of the animatory studios were completely impressed by the work of Walt Disney and his technique known as hand-drawn animation. Many memorable characters evolved during this time period, like Minnie Mouse, Bugs Bunny, Goofy, Popeye, and the list goes on. Even many animatory studios came up with making animated films with the help of colors. They worked hard and tirelessly to save their reputation for animation, and they even evolved the rubber hose animation into hand-drawn animation. Then Walt Disney took a risky decision to make feature-length film with both sound and color. He made a movie named Snow White and Seven Dwarfs with nearly 1.5 million celluloid sheets with both color and sound. At first, he was not sure whether this movie would become a great hit or not. But to his surprise, this movie became a great success and the fandom for animation skyrocketed. Then television came into play. Most of the animated films were confined in theaters and nothing was adapted in televisions. But the problem here was most of the American families were completely dependent upon televisions to see cartoon series. And during 1940s and 1950s, it was the time period of World War II. So most of the people were afraid to come out of their houses. Even poor people couldn't afford ticket and see animated films in theater. So animatory studios took this as an opportunity to make more cartoon series and film that will be telecasted on TV. And just like they thought, it grasped attention of many audience. Most of the animated studios took a smart decision in telecasting animated films and cartoons in TV. They used a special kind of technique known as the limited animation technique. In this technique, there will be built-in effects in computer so that the creator can spend less time in creating those cartoon series. Even there is less number of artists can be used, so the both time and labor charge are reduced. The animatory studio which saw their successful era during this time was Hanna-Barbera. William Hanna and Joseph Barbera are two producers who came up with an animatory studio named Hanna-Barbera, which made many unforgettable cartoons like Tom and Jerry, Flintstones, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, and many more. During mid-80s, animated cartoon series were common thing between American families, and they were popular in mid-80s. After mid-80s, animation industry during 1990s was a major turning point. Many animated studios came up with phenomenal feature film length movies based on old fables and folk stories. For example, Lion King, Tarzan, Aladdin, Princess and the Frog, and the list goes on. They used the same hand-drawn animation, the classic 2D animation, to make many magnificent and awesome movies. They were completely popular in the places like Europe and United States. During this time period, Disney was slowly joining with Pixar. Pixar is also an animation studio. Pixar is a 3D animation studio which was under Lucasfilm. During 1991, Disney signed up with Pixar to make 3 films, and one of them was Toy Story, which came during 1995. This is the first 3D film which came under Disney. And in 2006, Pixar became the subsidiary of Disney. They use a special kind of software to make these 3D movies known as the RenderMan. RenderMan is a software that is produced by the Pixar itself. Here, the process of rendering is done. Rendering or image synthesis is a process of making 2D or 3D photorealistic and non-photorealistic characters and models, which will be finally assembled in frames and finally will converted into animated films. Then next is the present modern American era. In modern American era, 3D animation is used, which is also known as the CGI. The abbreviation of CGI is computer generated imagery. In simple terms, instead of 2D hand-drawn characters, 3D objects and models are used. Here, for example, imagine that you are the creator of this 3D animated film. You are making your own character. Think of a skeleton or a stickman in which you are going to add the clothes, limbs, and the face which you desire. Already, the skeleton or the stickman will be developed in computer, and the same clothes and facial expressions, limbs will be developed by the same computer itself. Then they will be added to the skeleton, and if you want that character to run slowly, you create that. If it want to move so fast, and you can change according to your desire. Here, the same rendering process is used in the CGI also. And after is the Japanese art and animation. Japanese anime and animation is famous right now. But the history of Japanese animation is also very interesting. Japan is well known for many mediums of entertainment, and one such medium of entertainment is animation. At first, during the beginning of 20th century, they were completely impressed and admired by the Magic Lantern and the cartoon Phantasmagoria, which was in European countries. So they came up to make their own Magic Lantern show, which was known as Utsushi-e. They made their own Magic Lantern with the help of wooden projectors and lightweight slides. That wooden projectors were known as Furo. Then, in 1970s, in the period of World War I, many producers like Junichi Kouchi, Oten Shimokawa, and Seitaro Kitayama, who are commonly known as the fathers of anime, made many animated and propaganda films regarding World War I, which was controversial during those times. They also used the same hand-drawn animation technique with the help of celluloid sheets. Anime is a Japanese word for animation. They made many beautiful films regarding World War I. But the quality, storyline, and the animation itself was developed after the World War II. After World War II, most of the places in Japan were destructed. Places like Hiroshima and Nagasaki and many other places were devastated. So people were filled with sad and grief. A comic artist came forward to make a comic book with a humorous storyline known as Astro Boy. The name of the comic artist is Osamu. He thought that this storybook or the comic book would reduce the stress and sadness between people. He used crayons to make those drawings in his comic book, and this kind of comic books are known as manga in Japan. Just like he thought, these kind of books were the best-selling books after World War II. Then animated studios took this as a chance to adapt these comic books and make animated series. So it would become more popular. So they adapted these Astro Boy comic book and made animated series which were telecasted on TV. Just like they thought, they gained complete popularity. As Osamu did his comic book, many other comic artists came forward to make different comic books with different storylines so that if it becomes best-selling comic book, the animatory studios would come up and buy their comic books and their storyline to make animations. They also does not change the art style of the artist. And during mid-80s, lots of anime came with the genre of supernatural, adventure, fighting, and psychological. The major anime which saw success during mid-80s was Dragon Ball Z, Gundam, and Mech Robot. Later on, in 21st century, anime became widely popular in the whole world with the big three anime. The big three anime are known as One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach. These three anime was completely changing the animation industry of Japan. They had a great storyline and a visually pleasing animation which was completely admired by the whole audience present in the world. Then lots of animated film came, like even many animated studios made film which were nominated to Oscar. Akira in 1988, Akira movie which came in 1988 also was selected for the best Academy of Film, and even right now this anime is widely popular in many places. Next is the motion capture. Motion capture is sensational right now in making animated films. Motion capture, in short, is known as mocap. Oftenly, it is used in video games, but the usage of this motion capture technology is used in sports, military, medical, and even in films. Before 21st century, these motion captures were used in video games. Here, a special kind of suit is used known as the tracksuit. Tracksuit contains lots of sensors which captures the movement of objects and people. But when it became famous was after the release of movie Avatar. Avatar is the movie which gained the popularity for motion capture. In motion capture, even the facial expression is recorded. These facial expression and action done by both people and objects are digitally transmitted to the computer. In computer, there will be already developed characters or like objects in which these data will be transmitted and incorporated in those characters. Next, as life progresses, so will technology. And animation can't move without technology. Animation became a massive part of our life. The data which is present in those animation will only grow. From low pixel rate to HD to Ultra HD and 4K right now, the evolution will continue. Then I hereby conclude that this evolution process will never stop and will only continue. Hope you enjoyed my lecture. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I'm Adho Darshan from Frontline Millennium School, and I am here to give my lecture on the topic races and their hearts. So, first of all, I would say the meaning of my topic, races and their hearts. In this world, no human beings and other animals cannot live without a heart. In the same way, no car races cannot be conducted without a car. So, I am here comparing with the cars with the hearts of the car races. So, and I'm going to speak about the car races and the engines and about the cars. So, there are many types of races. I'm going to speak about only few. So, about the Formula 1 race, drag race, drift race, and touring car racing, and so on. So, first of all, I would speak about the Formula 1 race. Formula 1 race was first conducted in May 18 in the Silverstone circuit in the year 1950, and it is considered as the highest class of legal racing in the racing industry. So, and this car in 2011 in India got a chance to conduct a Formula 1 race, but a dog came into the racetrack and the whole race was spoiled. From that year onwards, India is not getting chance to conduct Formula 1 race. So, and the Formula 1 races are issued by a special license which is given by the Formula 1 Association. So, the first car used in this Formula 1 race is the Ferrari 125. This Ferrari 125 consists of a 1500cc engine and produces a RPM of 6500 and has a compression ratio of around 9.5:1. So, and this car can go at a top speed of around 215 km per hour, and it has a pickup rate of 0 to 100 in 6 seconds. So, and now I would say about what is maybe RPM. In the engine, there would be many cylinders. Each cylinder has a piston which powers the wheels to move. So, the piston would revolve, and the revolution of the piston is called as RPM. So, my next topic is the Indianapolis 500. Indianapolis 500 is conducted in Indiana on the Memorial Day of the United States. So, and the race consists of a 500 kilometers race which need to be covered by the driver. So, in the Indianapolis 500, that 500 denotes the distance that the driver need to cover. So, the racetrack is around 2 kilometers, and the racers need to cover around 250 laps within 2 days. If they didn't complete the race within 2 days, then they would be disqualified from the race. So, the car, it is somewhat similar to the Formula 1 race, the rules and the cars. But the difference between the Formula 1 race car and the Indianapolis 500 race car is, a Formula 1 race car would not be having a windshield, and the Indianapolis 500 race car would be having a windshield. So, the next is about the touring car racing. This touring car racing is conducted by most of the corporate companies. In 2020, a movie named Ford versus Ferrari, which showed the war between two companies, that is Ford and Ferrari, by racing in the touring car racing. So, and the first championship of touring car racing was conducted in the 1987. And any type of cars can be used in this race because it is conducted by most of the companies and many individuals. So, about the rally races. So, rally races, it was first conducted in the 1947 in the reunion of the World War II soldiers in France. It was just conducted for fun, as a fun activity in their reunion, but later it was taken over by the government and private associations, and now it is conducted officially by the private association around the globe. So, and this race takes place only in the off-roads and on-roads and mountains, rivers, valley, any places which has an environment like a muddy. So, and the cars used in this rally races would not be having a windshield because the car would be moving at a 150 to 200 km per hour in the track. So, as it moves in a muddy track, if any stone comes and hit the windshield, it may damage the windshield and it may cause some disturbances for the driver. So, instead of windshield, the driver would be given a special helmet. In the special helmet, there would be many films attached in the visor. So, if the helmet is filled with mud, they can peel off the film and they can continue with the race. So, the more common car used in this race is Audi Sport Quattro. Quattro is a system which is used in which was found by Audi and is nowadays used in the systems of the Audi cars. But in 1983, Audi launched a car that name is Audi Sport Quattro. The special ability of this car is it produces equal amount of power to all the 4 tires of the car. It may be a simple technology nowadays, but it was a high technology on that year because it was found in the year 1983. So, and this car can move around a speed of 215 to 250 km per hour and produces a RPM of 5,500 and has a engine of 2000 cc engine. So, and next is about the off-road race. This off-road race began in the late 20th century. So, it should be conducted only in deserts and muddy areas, and sometimes it can be conducted in the rivers. So, the cars used in this off-road races should be having more power, stability, and more acceleration because the racetrack may be there may be many elevations and depressions in the racetrack. So, to overcome any situation, the race cars should be having more power and stability. So, now about the drag race. So, this drag race is there's a 2 straight parallel roads in which the cars are raced. It is conducted by most of the corporate companies and it is conducted illegally around the globe. So there won't be any turns or bends in the racetracks. So, it is fully based on the performance of the car. If the car has a high pickup rate, then the car would win the race. If the car had low pickup rate, then the car would lose the race. So, and this race was mostly done in Japan and in Europe. In India, there are only in Delhi there is a drag race track, and which is also used by the topmost companies like Toyota, Tata, and Mahindra. So, on the next now let's pick up the cars and the engines. So, now I would tell a small story that in 1990s in Japan, a man was standing with a Ferrari car in a signal. He was having a smile in his face that he has the most fastest and costliest car in the world. But another car came near him and it stood. When the signal gone green, the car moved very fast than the Ferrari. The owner was shocked. So that car is the Honda NSX. This Honda NSX has a mighty engine that it has a horsepower of 250, and it produces a RPM of around 6,500, and it has an engine displacement of around 1,600 cc, and it produces a compression ratio of 9:1:5. So, and it takes 0 to 100 in less than 6 seconds, and it can move at a speed of 250 to 260 km. This car was mostly used in the illegal street races in Japan and other parts of the world because this car costs very less when compared to the other cars which was available in the racing industry at that time. So this car costs around 60 to 70 lakh, and it can go at a top speed of around 250 kilometer per hour. So the next about the types of engines. There are many types of engines. So the inline engine and V-type engine and horizontal engine, opposed cylinder engine, W-type engine, and radial engine. So the inline engine. So in the inline engine, the cylinders are placed in a straight line. So as the cylinders are placed in a straight line, the power produced to the tires would be very less, because each piston would produce the power at the same time. So this is the disadvantage of the inline vertical engine. So this engine is mostly used in nowadays. Also, it is used in the cars and trucks. So the V-type engine. The V-type engine, the cylinders are placed in a V shape. So this stops the disadvantage of the inline vertical engine, that it produces equal amount of power to all the in equal intervals of time for the tires. So on the horizontal engine. So this horizontal engine is also called as boxer engine. So this engine was not mostly used in most of the vehicles, because it had a more fuel consumption, and it produced less power. But on pickup, it gives more power. This engine got the name as boxer engine because this engine, the action of these cylinders would be like a boxer. So on the W-type engine. So this W-type engine is also somewhat similar to the V-type engine, but it has a more fuel consumption than the V-type engine, but it produces more power. So this engine is used in the trucks and other heavy vehicles. So on the radial engine, a minimum amount of 6 cylinders is needed to make a radial engine. So this engine is mostly used. The white petrol is mostly used in this engine, because this engine needs more power and it has more fuel efficiency. So and this radial engine is only used in the some ships and and all of the aeroplanes. So on the next is the Wankel engine. So this Wankel engine was invented by Felix Wankel in the year of 1953, and it is also called as rotary engine. So this engine was mostly used by the car company named Mazda in the year between the 1990 to 2000. They stopped the usage of this engine because it had a more fuel consumption, but it gives more power to the vehicle. So it was used in the World War I warplanes. And as it has a more fuel consumption, most of the fighter jets were crashed in the sea at the time, due to as the fuel got empty in the plane, and so they stopped the usage of Wankel engine in the warplanes also. They are using radial engine instead of Wankel engine in the airplanes. So the next about Mazda RX-7. So this Mazda RX-7 is powered by a rotary engine. So this car got famous by the movie named Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, and this car was used by a character named Han in the movie. So they stopped the production of the Mazda RX-7 in the year of 2000 because they said that it had a more fuel consumption, so they stopped the vehicle. But it is not the true reason. The true reason is they used this car in most of the illegal races, and the police couldn't catch them. So it was the main reason, and they banned this car. So and this car produces a horsepower of around 250, and it has a compression ratio of 9.7:1. And its top speed is 255 km per hour, and it reaches 0 to 100 within 5 seconds. So now I will speak about some parts of the cars. That is a turbocharger. The turbocharger, we all know that we need oxygen to burn the fuel. So this turbocharger compresses the oxygen and it sends it into the engine. So as it is sent more amount of oxygen into the engine, there would be more amount of burning the fuel. So it helps in the increasing of the speed of the engine. So and next about the ECU. ECU is the electronic control unit. in the olden days, the cars were not having ECU kits because nowadays only in after 2000 only they have started using the most of the ECU kits because we have got more development in the technologically. Then this ECU controls the every electronic parts and systems of the car. So any modification in the ECU may, without the permission of the government, they would seize the car from us. And if any fault, if there's a fault in the ECU, then the whole car need to be changed. The cost of changing the ECU is very high. So the next is about the Top Secret company. This Top Secret company was founded by Kazuhiko Nagata in the year 1990. So Kazuhiko Nagata is also called as Smoky Nagata. His autobiography is he was born in Japan in the year of 1960, and in the age of 15 he learned he was most interested in about the cars. So he joined as a mechanic in the Toyota company, and later he quitted his job and he started to learn tuning. After he started to learn tuning, he started his own company, that is Top Secret. This Top Secret company has made many records. That is, they placed a V12 engine in a Toyota Supra and they raced it in the United States highway. So, as it consists of a V12 engine, it produced more power, and the top speed of the car was 355 to 370 km/h. It was the first car to reach that kilometer. This record was not shown to the outer world because it was conducted illegally. And the US banned Kazuhiko Nagata for riding the V12 engine Supra. So and he gone into the jail and came out after 3 years, and later now he is doing his work as a mechanic in Japan. So and the next is about the illegal street races. This illegal street races is the races which is conducted without the permission of the government. So it got severe in Japan in the year between 1990s to 2000. So because of the more availability of the spare parts and the lesser cost of the service. So and the Japanese government took some measure to stop the illegal street races by placing some many CCTVs around the country and making the fine amounts higher and making the punishments also higher. So in Kerala also nowadays the illegal street races are becoming high. So the Kerala government has taken some measures in the same way like the Japanese government. They have increased the fine rates and they have they are seizing some customized vehicles. So the next is about the cars which was used in the 1990s in Japan. So it is the inline-4 engine, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. So we all know there's a car named Mitsubishi Lancer, which was launched in India in the year of 2005. But Mitsubishi government did not give any update to the car because already in India, Mitsubishi did not score well. They were in a high loss. So they didn't show the more upgrades in their cars. So this Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution consists of an inline-4 engine, and it can produce a horsepower of around 150, and it has a RPM of 4,500. And this car can go at a speed of 170 to 200 km/h. So on the Subaru WRX. So this car consists of a boxer engine, and this car was mostly used by the civilians of the world, and it was not mostly used in the street races because this boxer engine has more fuel efficiency. So if we customize the Subaru WRX, then there would be more fuel consumption. So it was not mostly used in the street races. And next about the Mazda RX-7. This Mazda RX-7 is the car which has a rotary engine. So and they stopped this vehicle in the year of 2000 this car because of more fuel efficiency. So next is the Toyota Supra. This Toyota Supra consists of an inline-6 engine. So and it can go at a speed of around 250 to 300 km as a stock. So, and this car costs around 60 to 70 lakhs. Next about the Nissan GTR. So the Nissan GTR consists of a V8 engine. So, and this car moves at a speed of 215 to 300 kilometer. And this car costs around 2.1 crores, which was considered as a high amount. So this car was not sold mostly in that time. So the next is the LX LC500. This LX LC500 contains a V8 engine and it produces a RPM of around 7,000 and it can move at a speed of nearly 290 kilometers. So, and next about the Lexus LFA. This Lexus LFA is the only car in which the company itself gave a V10 engine. So this car cost around 2.5 crores, which was the costliest car at that time in the racing industry. So, and this car can go at a speed of around 315 km per hour. So next about the top secret Supra, which was found by Kazuhiko Nagata. So the next is about the power of modification. So, for example, now we can take a car that is Alto 800. So this Alto 800 can normally go at a speed of 120 km. That is the top speed. But when we modify it, it can go at a speed of around 200 km or 180 km. So, but when we do this kind of modification, we need to get the permission of the government. If we modify the car externally without the permission of the government, then they would remove the parts or they would put fine amounts. But if we change the customize the engine, then the whole car would be seized from us by the government. So if we do any modification, we need to tell it to get permission from the government. So, and next is about the Toyota Supra. This Toyota Supra, it consists of a 2000 cc engine and it reaches 0 to 100 in less than 5 seconds. So its top speed is 250 km per hour and it costed around 70 to 85 lakhs. So, and this car got famous by the movie named Tokyo Drift. This car was used by a character named Brian in the movie. So, and this car was mostly used in the illegal street races in the olden days. And this car was can be easily customized, and this car was having more horsepower. That is, it can move at a produce a horsepower of around 3,000 when we modify it. So, and the Nissan GTR. So this Nissan GTR is also called as Godzilla. So this car consists of a 2600 cc engine. So, and this car is called as Godzilla and the Toyota Supra is called as Red Demon. So the often competition is between the Toyota Supra and the Nissan GTR. So they often call it as Red Demon versus the Godzilla. So and this GTR produces a RPM of around 7,500 and it can reach 0 to 100 within 4.4 seconds. So, and it can reach a top speed of around 315 km per hour. And this car costed around 2.1 crores, which is very high when we compare it to the other cars in that time at in the market. So, this car was not mostly bought by the customers. Instead, they bought the Toyota Supra. So, and we are having the most powerful engines in this engines and the powerful machines in our hand. So we need to use it properly and with full responsibility. We need to use the cars. So thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Moni Siluk of grade 12, here to lecture on the topic War of Current. War of Current is a series of events which took place in the year 1870s to 1890s in the field of transmission of electricity. It was mainly fought between three big inventors, namely Thomas Alva Edison, George Westinghouse, and Nikola Tesla. So, to getting into this event, let me give a short intro about Thomas Alva Edison, Nikola Tesla, George Westinghouse, and about AC current and DC current. First, AC current. AC current is the current which changes its magnitude continuously and changes its direction periodically. If we plot the graph of this AC current, it will be like waves. And from this graph, we conclude that AC current can change its magnitude continuously and change its direction periodically. It has another important property that it can be stepped up and stepped down using transformers. Due to this property, it can be transmitted over long distance without much of power loss, and it cannot be lost in form of heat loss also. Next comes DC current. DC current is the current which does not change its magnitude or direction throughout the transmission process. It flows in the steady manner as like in the batteries. And it also has some disadvantage compared to AC current, that it has only be transmitted with low voltage, and it cannot be stepped up or stepped down using transformers. It also has some advantage over AC current, that it is much safer than AC current as it carries low voltage, and many electric deaths cannot be caused with DC current. Next comes Thomas Alva Edison. Thomas Alva Edison is an American inventor who is known for his work on electric bulb, sound recording systems, etc. He is the first person to be implement industrial works with his inventions, and many industries grew up by inspiring his ideas. He doesn't have any records of graduations or education. He created his own interest on engineering, and he developed many inventions. Next comes George Westinghouse. George Westinghouse is also an American inventor who is well known for his work on railway air brake systems, and he was initially came to fighted in a civil war in 1862, and after fighting in civil war, he joined Navy and worked on Navy for a year. After his parents' compulsion, he began to work on continuous studies, but he doesn't like the education system of that institution, so he dropped out from there, and he began to develop his inventions. He registered his patent at the age of 19, and soon he became one of the well-known inventors of all time. And he started his own electric company named George Westinghouse Electric House, and he developed in AC current applications in it. He also saw the potential of AC current in the transmission process, and he hired many engineers for doing that. Next, Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla is a Serbian-American inventor who is well known for his work on wireless transmission of electricity, and also he is well known for his work on polyphase AC circuits, and he is the first person to invent remote control systems. He also believed that AC current was the superior method of distributing electricity, and initially he was not he is not in the motive of doing engineering course. Suddenly he was attacked by cholera, and his father said if he could promise him that he could become an engineer, he said he promised that he will be coming out of recovering from the cholera, and he will be pursuing his education in engineering. Soon after the promise of his father, he recovered within a week, and he pursued his education on engineering, and he succeeded in inventing many things. And he has many intellectual powers, like when he met Swami Vivekananda in America, he measured each and every food he ate, and also he measured the degree of that room, and he said there is 2 degrees slightly down, and this shows how good and great inventor of all time. Next, let me get into this event. This war of current started with the invention of electric bulb of Thomas Alva Edison in 1870s. Barely in his 30s, he invented this electric bulb and demonstrated to large people, and many people saw that it was a magical work, and also he said that many people said that he done some magical works in that and glowed at the bulb, and this attracted many industrialists to work on this electric bulb. And he doesn't want to limit his success after creating this electric bulb. He wanted that every people of America should use this electric bulb. So creating an electric bulb without means of transmission of electricity is like creating a car without road or fuel. So he wanted a standard electricity so that he could transmit the electric power to large distance and make his electric bulb popular. So he chose DC current as the right current, and he began to develop his own DC dynamos which produced DC current. So he created his first power plant in Pearl City in 1882, and it began to serve 59 customers at that time. And soon many royalties flew into it, and many people saw it is much convenient to use DC current. And as many profit came into this company, he began to wide up his power plant. And widening up the power plant and also it produced profit up, made many enemies to this business. One such big enemies was gas companies, who was initially lighting, was been in the work of lighting up bulbs, and also he saw that DC power plant also has its own disadvantage, that it cannot be transmitted over a mile, and also it has many transmission loss. So it was until arrival of Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla arrived to America in 1884. He began to work on DC dynamos and worked for Edison. His first project was in Oregon ship with a DC dynamo. He was assigned to find a mistake in it and to work more on this DC dynamo. He doesn't only manage to find the mistake in it, and he also managed to rectify that mistake and made it to work efficient than before. This impressed Nikola Edison, and he made him as a permanent worker in his industry. And also, after working with many projects of this AC current, Nikola Tesla found the major disadvantage of this DC current, that it cannot be transmitted over long distance. And he took this to Edison, and Edison said it is an impractical one of creating an AC appliance, and also it is a waste of time of working on AC current. So Nikola Tesla was strong in his idea, and he was not going to give up this idea of AC current. And he made his decision from that he would be making an AC generator. But Edison challenged that he would be giving $50,000 if he could make an AC generator. So Nikola Tesla took these words of Edison as serious one and began to work 18 hours a day, and he created his own AC generator and took this to Edison. But Edison said, was astonished to see the work of Nikola Tesla, and he doesn't want to lose his royalties over DC current, and many businessmen funded him. So there was many responsibilities on him, and if he gave $50,000 to Nikola Tesla, it would be a great loss for him. So he said it was an American joke to Nikola Tesla and avoided all the ideas of Tesla. Tesla was really frustrated by the words of Edison, and he began to and he walked out of the Edison's office. Soon after, as an young man in America, it is very difficult to survive, and also he doesn't have any financial backup like Edison. So he began to dig ditches for Edison's DC wires, and also he worked part-time in hotels. Also, his friend named John came forward to invest on him to create his light company, and both fell into contract and both created a light bulb company. And it was much profitable one, and also it made Nikola Tesla to keep a laboratory in New York, which was as big as Edison, and he began to work as like an Edison. Then this attracted George Westinghouse, who was owning Westinghouse Factory Company, as I mentioned before. It was created in the competition of DC's factory company, and Edison was been moving very fast than AC current, but it has disadvantage, as I mentioned before, in the field of transmission process. It doesn't it needed many power plants so that it could be transmitted over long distance. But AC power plant used stepped up and stepped down transformers, and it transmitted electricity over large distance. This helped George Westinghouse to make the electric current in rural areas also. So this was major drawback for DC current, and it played a tough competition for DC's electric company. But there was one disadvantage about this electric company was that it could have only one appliances, that is, it could light up only electric bulb with help of DC current, and doesn't have any other appliances other than that. So the George Westinghouse was hiring many engineers who will be working on this project, and one such person was Nikola Tesla. So George Westinghouse came to Nikola Tesla's laboratory, and he wanted Nikola Tesla to give all the rights of his patents to George Westinghouse to and his company, and he bought all the patents for $60,000, and he promised that he would be giving $2 for each horsepower that Nikola Tesla's AC generator is producing. So soon they both fell into a contract, and they both worked together and implemented many AC currents appliances all over the world. Next, this drastic improvement of this AC current made many wires onto the streets, and this caused many electrical deaths all over the America. One such incident was a drunkard man who was walking on the streets fell into this wire and was cruelly dead by this AC current. This news heard by this Edison, and he wanted this disadvantage of AC current to be made to a popular one, and he soon made a campaign against this AC current. And also there was an involvement of John Brown, who was also a friend of Edison, and also believed that DC current was the standard one in transmission of electricity. And they both work together against AC current, and they bought all the stray dogs around the America for 25 cents, and also they bought nearby elephant which was being used in circus, and they took the video of that animal which was died by passing AC current. And this made a fear in people's mind that AC current is too dangerous. But the government promised that there will be safety measures in implementing this AC current. So in the winter of 1890s, government took all the AC wires underground. So this made many people to suffer without electricity and on the winter. Next, my big milestone for DC current was that electric chair. Dentist named John Wick, who was been Southwick, who was been said that the electric chair should be used than hanging a person in a rope, and this idea was impressed by the government as it is much efficient than any other thing, and government also approved this idea not to be executed by hanging, and they asked ideas to Southwick about alternative one. He also suggested that about his own idea that the electric chair, it could be much humanity one than hanging a person in a rope. So he designed an electric chair with help of Edison. So he wanted a power supply to electrocute a person. He first suggested DC current, but Edison said DC current has low voltage and it could not kill a man, and it was much safer than AC current. And he said AC current can be used in this electric chair so that it could kill a person more efficient than DC current. And all the patents of this AC current was with George Westinghouse. George Westinghouse were not like this. Do not like this idea for electrocuting a person with a scientific invention, and he refused to give rights to these people for building an electric chair. So he asked Edison and John Brown to build their own AC source, and they built an electric chair. And the first person to be electrocuted with this electric chair was William Kimball. William Kimball is the first person to be executed with this electric chair by passing thousands of volts at first. But this doesn't kill William Kimball at first, as it affected only his skins and hair. The smell of the burning affected all the court, and many people around the court felt vomiting sense, and the court banned after this as an illegal one to be electrocuted by electrocute a person with the electric chair. And it banned this idea, and none of person was being electrocuted with this electric chair. The biggest milestone for achievement of this AC current was World's Columbian Explosion. World's Columbian Explosion was in Columbian to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus in the arrival of New York City in 1492. So it was held in 1893. At the time, President Cleveland was inaugurating this explosion. And first, the DC current was been given the tender to light up this electric fair, and also they got a contract, and also they got payment for brighten this Chicago's World Fair. But suddenly, the growth of AC current took the dominant of DC current, and many industries suggested to use this AC current in the fair. And many industries also reduced their fund with the DC current. So at last, the committee of this Chicago's World Fair assigned the assignment of brightening up this Chicago's World Fair to George Westinghouse and Company. And Cleveland inaugurated by this Columbian explosion by clicking the red button. The large sound of humming of generator was heard all around, and Nikola Tesla got space for demonstrating his own inventions. And soon this became a milestone for AC current in the war of current. Next, another big project which came to hands of George Westinghouse and Nikola Tesla was hydroelectric plant on Niagara Falls. It was also initially given to DC current. At the time, there was an hazardous the price of copper wire was improving a lot, and also it was DC current used thick copper wires than AC current, which was much costly than AC current. So the many industries again withdrew their fund with DC current, and soon they made in contract with AC current. And also they asked George Westinghouse and Nikola Tesla to build more efficient hydraulic electric power generator, so that they could transmit electricity from which was generated in this Niagara Falls to all over Buffalo, which was around 2 kilometers from that. So they the committee gave them a week for their invention. Then Nikola Tesla worked for this, and he invented a device which is not much complicated to maintain, and also it is much simpler to be implemented in the Niagara Falls. So they suggested that it could electrify only Buffalo, but it could electrify whole New York, and it was a milestone achievement for this AC current, and this was an unsaid victory for AC current in the war of current. And also Edison was not satisfied with this DC current improvement. Soon he left the work of DC current, and he soon joined in the field which is working on AC current, and it was unsaid victory for AC current at that time. And due to the superior efficiency of this AC current won the war of current in 1890s. So the impact of war was very crucial, and Edison quit the job of working with the DC current, and soon he was been working with the AC current for a long time. And he also doesn't have any ego with George Westinghouse and Nikola Tesla, and they made friendship with them, and they both worked together. And also many power plant was built all around the world to transmit this AC current. And after this war, Edison took his own way, and George Westinghouse was funded with a huge back of $2 million, which he should give for Nikola Tesla in back for each horsepower. As he promised, for each horsepower he should give $2. It made into a bill of $2 million. And at the time, if Nikola Tesla got that money, he would be one of the richest man at the time. But Nikola Tesla refused that idea, as he wanted only that his idea to be demonstrated all around the world. And he refused the payment of it, and the payment partnership which was made earlier, he torn all the papers of it, and made a thick friendship with George Westinghouse. And after this war of current, Nikola Tesla began to work on his dream project, that is wireless transmission of electricity. And he also worked with the radio devices, and he promised a businessman to build a radio which could transmit all the radio waves around the world. And he promised to, the businessman also promised to fund it. And after a year, he was not working on that radioactive radio waves, but he was working in transmitting the electricity wirelessly. And he also owns an copper company. My major share of this copper company was electric wires. And if Nikola Tesla was able to build a tower which could transmit electricity without wire, which may cause severe loss for this copper company. So he avoided this idea and he stopped all the funds which was given to Nikola Tesla. And soon Nikola Tesla was in a debt, and also he doesn't have any financial backup. Soon that project was being dropped out, and if Nikola Tesla could make that project, there will be severe impact in the field of electricity. Then we could not we could not see these kinds of wires all around the world. Then nowadays, it was until 1980s. After the revolution of many technological devices, which turned the industry upside down. Until that, AC current was dominating the DC current in the field of electricity, as many industries only use this AC current, and many other did not use this AC current in the homes or any other devices. And soon, many people began to use laptops and cellular phones. They said that using of AC current, it is not a good one, as their appliances are in low voltage and the AC current has high voltage. And AC current cannot be used as the same voltage in the laptops or cellular phones, as it could cause many harms to them. So there is a device named rectifier which could reduce the voltage of AC current and change this as a DC current, and which may help them to use in this many applications. So this invention of this rectifier made make DC current to be in wide of use. And also the growth of electric cars made a severe impact in this DC current, as AC current cannot be stored in devices or stored in batteries. This main source of the electric car was batteries. AC current cannot be stored in batteries, so there was again a growth of this DC current in the field of electricity. And also AC current is been has reduced in the many has reduced. This AC current is being used in the devices which convert electrical energy to mechanical energy. This AC current is being used in many high voltage devices like electric fan, refrigerator, and television. And let me give also the devices using DC current, that is electric vehicles, as I mentioned before, and cellular phones, and the torchlight, which is using battery as a source for lighting up. So I'll conclude my lecture by saying that both Nikola Tesla and Edison worked together for implementing a vital role in a modern world and a technological world. So if we switch on the light of every home, we should be grateful to them. Thank you.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Sarvesh Sridhar from Great Toll, here to lecture on the topic, the role of tax consultant. First, we are going to pay tax. For tax, there are mainly two definitions. One is from the public point of view, another is from the government point of view. From the public point of view, taxes are by the public to the government for the welfare of the nation. Next is from the government point of view, taxes are the compulsory, the primary income earned by the government for the welfare of the nation. Taxes are of two types. One is tax and another is non-tax. First, and taxes are again classified into two types. First is direct taxes and another is indirect taxes. Direct taxes are the taxes which are paid by the public to the government, which cannot be shifted from one person to another person. For example, income tax. Income tax is calculated by the income of the individual. This cannot be shifted from one person to another person. Next is indirect taxes. Indirect taxes are the taxes which are paid by the public to the government. this can be shifted from one individual to another individual. For example, GST, goods and service tax. This can be shifted from one consumer to another consumer. Next, we are going to see about non-tax. Non-taxes are the revenue earned by the government in the form of gifts and estates. Now we are going to see about who is a tax consultant. Tax consultant is a profession who provides an expert services in tax-related contents, and they will be updated in the tax laws and regulations and make sure that their tax obligations of the clients are maintained. Next, qualification for a tax consultant. Qualification for a tax consultant is he or she should be a Bachelor of Commerce degree, and he can be also a chartered accountant or any other professional courses. But he or she should be always updated with the tax laws and regulations and make sure that the client's tax liability is decreased and the profit after tax is increased. Next, whenever we are starting a program or a event, we just start planning. So here also planning is a very important role. So in tax planning, there are mainly 4 headings. First is maximizing deduction. So whenever the client is making a transaction like donations or charity, we deduct from the expenses what we make. So while deducting all these expenses, the tax liability that to be paid to the tax authority will be decreased and the profit after tax will be maximized. Asset management. The client always buys assets or sell stocks or even sell machineries. So in fact, the tax consultant provide an expert services in this thing like to put the tax efficient year in it. And retirement planning. Whenever a client is going to get retired from his service, the tax consultant creates an retirement accounts like Roth IRAS, 401ks to make sure that the tax liability of the person get decreased and the profit after tax is increased. Timing of income and expenses. Whenever a firm is running, the transactions are taking place and incomes will be there and expenses will also be there. So to incur the income and expenses, a tax consultant makes sure that the amount is credited and debited correctly in this way, and there is no double entry of system, and there is no transactions which are left out. Next is about tax strategy development. Tax strategy development. Whenever we are planning, there should be a strategy development. So here there are mainly 4 headings. First is business entity selection. Business entity. There are mainly 4 business entities. For example, we have sole proprietorship, partnership, joint stock company, and MNCs. So a tax consultant provide an expert service in which type of business entity can be selected. For example, if a business is a too large scale business and the capital amount for the business is huge, so they can select a joint stock company where the capital can be collected from the public so that the capital can be a huge amount. Next is international tax planning. When a business runs through 2 or 3 countries, the double entry of transactions will be there. So international tax planning helps the client make sure that the tax liability is decreased and there is no double entry of taxes. Next is merge and acquisition. For example, 2 MNCs join together and start a new business. Here, the tax of 2 business join together so that there will be more tax obligations in it. So a tax consultant provide a service and make sure that the tax liability is decreased and the profit after tax is increased. And estate planning. Before seeing about estate planning, you should know what is meant by estate. Estate means that after the death of a person, the heir is going to get these properties. That's mean the estate planning. In estate planning, when the properties are distributed to their heirs or any other officials, there will be a tax deducted from them. So here a tax consultant makes sure that the tax is not fully paid and makes sure that a minimum amount of tax is to be paid to the tax authority. Next, we have preparation and filing of tax return. So it is a crucial and important role of filing tax return. Filing of tax return is a major role in the tax consultant role. First, we have to gather all the information related to it. First, gathering information means collecting the financial position of the firm like balance sheet, P&L account, and trading account. so that the tax the informations are not left out and there is no double entry of systems, and make sure that the entries are correct. Next, we have to organize all this information. To organize all these informations, we need a software to do it. For example, we have Tally and many other softwares like. Today, artificial intelligence have developed so that we can use artificial intelligence softwares to develop the tax returns. Next, calculating taxes. For calculating taxes, the tax consultant have a GST calculators to calculate the taxes and make sure that the taxes are correctly calculated by the calculator. Next, preparing tax return. Here, the tax consultant prepares the tax return and makes sure that there is no wrong in the firm, in the sheet. And reviewing the return, he verifies the return and makes sure there is no double entry of system and there is no any transactions left out. Next, we have submitting the return. So submitting the return is like giving the form to the tax authority in the form of PDF or a document, which makes sure that the tax authority is not interpreting the message or not questioning the client. Next, we have tax audit and examination representation. We should know what is meant by tax audit. Tax audit means that whenever a tax authority is calling for an audit and make sure that the files should be filed on a particular day. Whenever they are not filing the return on the particular day, they charge penalties, which is a huge amount. So in fact, to escape from this, they should get notification of audit. The notification of audit comes from the tax authority to the tax consultant through the form of mail or an letter. So after the notification has come from the tax authority, it is the main responsibility of the tax consultant is to gather the informations. He should gather all the informations and make sure that there is no double entry of systems and the tax, and he should collect all the things like P&L account, trading account and balance sheet of the firm and make sure that all the entries are correct and there is no double entry of system. And communication with the tax authority. He or she should communicate properly with the tax authority and make sure that the client does not the client is not questioned at any of the time. Next, tax representation. The tax consultant acts as a representative of the client and make sure that there is no any inquiry about the tax return filed on the particular day. Like there may be many mistakes, but he or she should convince the tax consult authority and make that as a correct one. Appeal process. Whenever the client is in a problem, like where he is in a court, the tax consultant can provide all these financial proofs to make sure that the client comes out of the problem. Next, resolution. They act as the tax consultant act as a solution for the client and make sure that the client is not involving in any problem. Next, we have compliance with tax laws and regulations. As I said before, we should be updated with tax laws and regulations. It is the crucial and important role of tax consultant. First, the important role is keep accurate records. He or she should maintain and complete accurate records and make sure that there is no correct changes in it, or he or she should not left out any transactions or that took place in the business. Next, stay up to date with the tax laws and regulations. In this modern world, the tax laws and regulations are keep on changing. In fact, he or she should be updated because international tax laws is also there and state and local tax also there. So he or she should be updated so that there is no charging of penalties to the authority, to the client. Next, file tax return on time. This is the important role. Whenever there is an audit, he or she should file the return on a correct day and make sure that the penalties are not charged by the tax authority. Next, take advantage of tax benefits. Like in the old tax regime, the charitable, there is no tax for charitable and donations. So the tax consultant used this as an opportunity and they entered all the many transactions in the donations and the charitable fund so that the tax liability of the client get decreased and the profit was very high. Next, respond to audit and examination promptly. So whenever there is an there is an questionnaire, the tax consultant is responsible for the client and make sure that client is safe. Next, we have tax implication on business transactions. Whenever the business transaction takes place, there will be an financial matters. When financial matters takes place, there comes the important role of tax. So when we are selling of business assets, we pay, it comes under the GST. When we sell an asset, we should pay a certain amount of money as tax to the government. So here comes a tax consultant role. He or she makes sure that the sale of machinery falls under a tax efficient year, so that the tax liability of the person get decreased and the income after the tax is increased. Next, merger and acquisition. Whenever two MNCs join together, the transactions will be united and the tax will be huge. So here tax consultant makes sure that the tax liability is decreased. And stock options and equity compensations. Whenever employees are employed in a company, they don't pay salary often. They even issue shares in stocks for the people, so that they can be a partner of the firm and make sure they work hard to the firm. Foreign transactions. Whenever foreign transactions takes place, there will be a difference in money value. So that here a tax consultant makes sure there is no interpretations or no mistakes in the transactions. And charitable contributions. As I said before, there is no tax for charitable contributions when we make in old tax regime. So here the tax consultant makes sure that all the charitable funds are to be mentioned in the particular way in the tax return. Next, we are going to see about estate and gift tax planning. So as we said before, estate means the properties which are transferred to the heir after the death, and gifts are like the same gifts which we give as a gift to a person. Wills and trust. Wills. What is mean by wills? Wills is a document which tells that the amount, this is the property which is to be given to this heir. And trust is the association which tells that how the properties are to be distributed to their heirs. This is what wills and trust means. Gift tax. So whenever the gift is given to a person, there will be a certain amount of tax charged to it. For example, the celebrities give gifts like cars to the famous personalities. There is also a gift tax charged for it. And estate tax. Estate, already I said, like estate is the tax that should be paid after the death of the heir. So here a tax consultant makes sure that the tax liability is not too high and it is minimized. And charitable donations. So when we pay charitable donations, there will not be any tax for it. So the tax consultant makes sure that there is no tax liability for it, and the income after the tax is increased. And retirement planning. Whenever a person is getting retired from a job, he or she can provide retirement accounts like 401ks, Roth IRA or IRA, even to make sure that the tax liability is shifted from one person to another person. Next, we are going to see about sales and use tax compliance. So here, whenever the sales return should be filed on 11th of every month by all the firms. So if they fail to pay the money, the penalties will be charged for it. First, we are going to see about Nexus. The Nexus means virtual extension in the state. So Nexus simply means that it should be a physical presence in a state. Whenever the Nexus is there, the firm can run properly and make sure that there is no questioning in the market. And taxability. So whenever the tax returns are filed to the firm, the tax to be paid to the government should be properly recorded in the tax return file. Exemption and so for some products, we have exclusions for tax. So the tax consultant has to make sure that for certain things there is no tax. So he or she wants to make sure that there is no he or she will not be able to pay taxes for it. Next, we have compliance. We have to comply with the rules and regulations of tax and make sure that tax authority does not question us. Planning is very, very important. The tax consultant makes sure that he or she is correctly updated with the news and make sure that it happens on a correct time. Next, we have employees benefits and employee benefits. So whenever in a firm employees works, employees are the greatest resources of the world. So here they need a proper facilities to work in the firm. First is health and welfare benefits. Here the firm provides a good insurance and makes sure that the employees' health is maintained properly, and he or she is to be healthy at all times, so that the production of the firm increases and all the daily transactions are completed by the firm on the particular day. Next, retirement benefits. Even the employees get retirement benefits by the firm. For example, they provide pensions to the retired persons, and executive benefits. Executive benefits, for example, they provide free educations to their children and make sure that whenever they are working, they start to study. All these comes under executive benefits. Like the firm makes sure that there is a future generations for the firm to work in. And compliance. We have to comply with the employees so that the daily transactions are not disturbed by the employees. And communication. There should be a proper communication with the firm, with the owner of the business and the employees of the firm. Next, we are going to see about international tax planning and compliance. First, in this, we should know what is meant by international tax planning. Here, international tax planning means the areas which are not in US. So all this comes under non-international tax planning. So here there will be many problems like double taxation. There will be if a firm runs in 2 or 3 countries, there will be a double taxation. So in fact, the tax consultant can provide a service so that there is no double entries of taxation. Next is transfer pricing. As we all know that all the currencies are not same. They differ from values and values. So here a tax consultant makes sure that the prices of the products are not matched and make sure that the prices are to be less. And country-specific tax regulation. Many countries have different tax regulations. So all these things should be noted by the tax consultant and make sure that the tax that is paid by the firm is correct. Next is withholding taxes. If a firm runs in 2 or 3 countries, he or she should make sure that all the tax or all rules and regulations that are followed by the client. Next, tax reporting. So he or she should report the taxes to the tax authority of certain countries without fail, and make sure that the firm runs properly. And controlled foreign corporations. So all this comes under controlled foreign corporations, and make sure that the client is not got into problems in any of the times. And VAT, value added tax. Value added tax here means like the firm makes sure that the taxes are to be paid and make sure that the records are properly maintained by the firm, and it should be showed to the government as well. Next, we have state and local tax planning and compliance. Here, state and local tax means within the UK. So here also Nexus comes in. Nexus, as I told, it is a physical presence of a firm in the state and local tax. And state and local tax should be properly maintained by the client and make sure that there is no penalties charged for it. And he or she should file the tax return on the time. apportionment. Apportionment is mean that the tax consultant should make sure that the files are submitted properly to the firm and make sure there is no double entries of things. And credit and incentives. He or she should make sure that all the things are properly maintained and there is no tax authority questioning the client. And state tax audit. So whenever there is an audit called by the UK government or an tax authority of UK, the client should make sure that all the informations are gathered and filed on the particular time. And he or she makes sure that there is no penalties charged for it. Next, we are going to see about conclusion. So here, the role of tax consultant comes under mainly 6 heads. First is facilitating tax planning. Here the important role is to he or she should plan all the things in prior and make sure that he is updated with the tax or advice. Providing tax advice. He or she should advise the client and make sure that the tax liability is decreased and the profit after tax is increased. Providing tax documents. The tax authority needs the tax or documents on the everyday basis, like make sure that there is no penalties charged for it. Preparing tax return. The main role of tax consultant is to prepare the tax return and make sure there is no penalties for it also. And follow tax laws. The tax consultant should be updated with the tax laws and regulations, and the final process of tax consultant is client's representative. The tax consultant act as a representative for on behalf of the client to the tax authority. Whenever there is a question in the tax return, the tax consultant is responsible for it. I conclude my lecture by saying that the role of tax consultant is very important nowadays. Thank you.
A warm and cheerful morning to everyone. I am Varun Gunashekhar Rao from Grade 12. Today I am going to give a lecture on the topic Economic Growth of India. Let me start my lecture by saying what is economy. Economy is a system of production, distribution and consumption of goods and services. It also encompasses of activities like production, exchange of goods and services and resource institutions which allow these activities to occur. And let us see about the various progress in several areas, for example, health, education, infrastructure development, food, etc. Next, we'll see about the concept of economic growth. Concept of economic growth is the sustainable increase in the country's real GDP. It basically means a change or increase and decrease in the real GDP of a country. And it is measured in the GDP. And per capita income is the indicator of the economic growth. Per capita income means income earned by an individual in a country. It also increases the national income of the country. Next, as I said before, economic growth is measured in GDP. GDP stands for Gross Domestic Product. The total value of goods and services produced by a country within a period of time is called GDP. To understand GDP clearly, let me tell you a small story. Imagine if you are walking on a road. You are a reader. You love to read books. You find a 500 rupees note. You are standing right before a bookstall. You like to buy books. So, without even thinking whose money it is, you are trying to buy a book from that bookstall. Now, you are spending that 500 rupees on buying a book. Now, this 500 rupees note is in hands of bookstall owner. Now, the bookstall owner spends that 500 rupees note on the theater. He spends that 500 on buying tickets and buying some snacks. The theater owner now spends that 500 on restaurant. He buys some food and eats it. Here, the same 500 rupees note is spent 3 times and a total value of 1500 is contributed to the GDP. Next, we'll see about the growth in different sectors. Let me explain about 4 main sectors: food, education, health and water. We'll start with food. When we take about food, before 50 years, the production of food and food grains in India was 50 million tons. But after 50 years, it has drastically increased to 200 million tons. And this increase in production of food grains have happened due to the development in the modern technologies and equipments. Only by the use of these equipments and technologies, people can produce these many foods in a country. Although we have produced these many tons of food, some people are still starving from hunger and starvation. And we have to appreciate Tamil Nadu government on this thing because they provide a cheap and affordable rate for the people so that no one in the country would be hungry. And they serve meal at a cost of 1 rupee and maximum of 10 rupees so that an individual can eat their meal, daily meal at a very low cost from 1 rupees to 10 rupees at the maximum. Next part comes to education. Education is a main pillar for an individual, and it also acts as a key to escape barriers like caste, religion, and etc. People need education for various needs, and education is a key to unlock human capital. We'll speak about human capital later. Before 50 years, when we take a literacy rate, the literacy rate of India was 18.33%, but it has now increased to 77.70% in 2021. The most literacy rate state was Kerala, with a literacy rate of 94 to 95%. Next, we'll speak about water. Water is a vital thing for the people. Every living beings in the world need water for living. And before 50 years, access to clean drinking water was less. But now 80% of the people have access to clean drinking water. Water is used for many various purposes: sanitation, drinking, and bathing. Government have constructed dams and reservoirs, pipelines to save the number of water, and rainwater harvesting includes. Due to the development in the economic growth, the development in infrastructure of water saving methods have improved from 0 to more percentage. Next, we'll speak about the health sector. Health sector doesn't mean about body health. It means about the physical, mental, and social well-being of a person. Before 50 years, the literacy rate of life expectancy of a person was 32 years. Now it has increased to 62 years due to the vast development in the medicine and hospitals. We have more hospitals when compared to the few back years, and medicinal sectors has especially increased and developed when compared before. People get common medicines at hospitals and clinics nearby. This happened only through the development in the economic growth. And scientists have found medicines for the common diseases and some rare diseases, so it can be cured due to the medicines. Next, I will speak about the rank of India among the world based on the GDP rank. As I said before, growth of a country is measured through GDP. First stands US, no surprise, because US is the supreme power in the world. They have all developed and most developed sectors in their country. They are developed at everything. They are with first position with a GDP value of 26 trillion. Next comes China. China with a GDP value of 19 trillion. And that's all no wonder for me, because with a population less than India with 1.4 billion, they still produce more fake products so that they can earn more money and make profits. It contributes more to the economic development. Next comes Japan. I still wonder how Japan is in third position, because Japan has survived more atomic and nuclear bomb attacks. Still, they are able to reconstruct their infrastructure and build a nation more powerful than before. They are with third position with a GDP value of 4.4 trillion. Next comes Germany. They are with GDP value of 4.3 trillion. Here comes India with a GDP value of 3.7 trillion. And before ruling of Narendra Modi, India was on 10th position among the world. After his ruling, India has increased to the 5th position among the world. And the prediction states that India would come to 3rd position, surpassing Germany and Japan within 10 to 20 years. Next, we'll speak about the factors affecting economic growth. There are mainly two factors, economic factors and non-economic factors. Economic factors consist of natural resources, human capital, investment in capital goods, and entrepreneurship. Non-economic factors consist of three main things, social factors, political factors, and demographic factors. We'll start with economic factors. Human capital. Human capital is a collection of talents, knowledge, abilities, and skill possessed by an individual. These skills can be, as I said before, it can be unlocked through education. Education is the key to unlock this human capital. Human capital, when humans have more skills and abilities, they can get job opportunities easily. Industries hire people with technical skills. Even I will hire only people and has technical skills. People don't hire persons with no knowledge about machineries or technologies. You have to give them a special course or training. It will be an expense for the company. So that firms like to hire persons with some technical knowledge and knowledge about the technology and the firm. Next, we'll speak about the natural resources. Natural resources are the plant, trees, and minerals, water given by the government, nature. Firms make use of these natural resources. For firms, these are the raw materials. These raw materials are made into fine products or value-added products. These products are sold in the market and made profit through it. These products are marketed differently, and each company produce or may follow a different strategy based on their nature of product. Next, we'll speak about the investment on capital goods. Basically, capital good means machineries and industrial equipments needed for the business operation. Country need to invest in capital goods so that it can attain economic growth faster. If firms invest in capital goods like machineries, buildings, so that the risk of labor on doing those activities will decrease and output per unit will increase drastically due to the modern technology and the method of production. Next, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship basically combines all these things. Entrepreneurs risk their life and make product, sell it in the market. They gain profit through it and pay taxes to the government. They make use of the natural resources. They convert it into a value-added product or a product which can be sold in the market. Then they follow a particular unique strategy or marketing skills so that it can be unique in the market and it can be sold abruptly. Next, we'll speak about the non-economic factors. There are three main things, social, political, and demographic factors. First, social factors. Social factors consist of caste system, joint family system, religious beliefs, and customs. Caste system. India has more different type of caste. Every caste does not support economic growth. They only concentrate on their caste development. But some of the castes support for the economic development and joint family system. Still, families in India are being joined and they follow a joint family system. When they follow a joint family system, they buy more products or goods for their family. They make use of the goods for various purposes. When people are in joint families, the income of the family will increase. When compared to the normal family, the only one man works and earn income. But here, more than 2-3 men go to work and more income when compared to the normal family. Thus, the expense here decreases and the income increases. It's a great benefit for the economic development. Next, political factors. Political factors are basically government. Government are giving benefits to the firms. They give special economic zones where they get free of electricity and raw materials and supplies for their production. It may vary upon different type of government. Various government can give different benefits to the firm. Companies or government need to support firms in business operations so that firms will also increase their production and contribute some taxes to the government. Firms does not want to maintain an illegal or production method so that they can maintain a cordial relationship with the government. There will be no problem between the government and the firm. Next, demographic factors. Demographic factors are age factors. If a country consists of more aged people, the country have to spend more money on their expenses and medical issues. They have to spend on the retirement cost and the disease they have to spend money. But France is taking care of every retired and old people on their medical costs and living cost. They are not doing as an expense. They are doing it as a duty. And if a country have more young people, for example, India have more young people when compared to the world. Young people contribute more to the government and the economy. They do various jobs and different kinds of multiple jobs in a day so that they earn more income when compared to the old people. Next, I have an interesting topic in my lecture. This is a temple called Padmanabha Swami Temple, which is situated in Kerala, Cochin. This is also called the Golden Temple in the world. It has the most wealthiest temple in the world. Its wealth accounted around 1 trillion, which is 1/3 of the Indian economy. This consists of valuable treasures, for example, Napoleon era coins and a Lord Mahavishnu's idol at the height of 18 feet made up of pure gold, and thrones studded with gold and valuable diamonds decorated. These wells are given by various dynasties. For example, Chera dynasties, Cholas, and different types of dynasties have contributed more wells to the government, to the temple. Next, we'll speak about the key factors and challenges affecting economic growth. First, economic liberalization. Economic liberalization means that taking off the trade barriers or the restriction made on the trade between two countries. This economic liberalization took place in India in 1990s. These liberalization have benefited both the government and the consumer. Government get global integration between two countries. They get trade between two or more countries so that the import and export of the country will increase. And consumer get more consumer choices for their product. While choosing the product, they can use various types of product. They have more choices and the quality of the product will also be increased. When foreign competitors enter the market, the local competitors have to improve their standard and quality to sustain in the market. Next, investment in infrastructure. Infrastructure basically means the roadways, railways which are constructed by government. Yes, government have constructed a wonderful and huge system of infrastructure, roads and railways. It has more important when compared to roads. Next, workforce and human capital. Workforce is basically means the potential of the labor on working. when laborers work to their full potential, so that they have to maximize their potential and efficient on doing their work. They have to give their efficient and effectiveness on doing or manufacturing a work. Human capital. Human capital and workforce are important for the laborers on manufacturing product and doing business operations. Next, shift towards market economy. Shift towards market economy mainly consists of three things: L, P, and G. L stands for liberalization, privatization, and globalization. As I said before, we have already discussed about liberalization. Liberalization basically means removing the trade barriers between the foreign countries. Next, privatization. Privatization means when government assets are becoming a debt for the government, so that they can sell that government to the private for becoming or avoid debt trap. They can sell the assets, government assets, to the private company. For example, Indian Airways was sold to Ratan Tata group of companies. Ratan Tata bought the Air India not for business, for their nationality, and he felt that his country should not fall on debt trap. And next, globalization. Globalization is the trade between the two countries. People can import and export products from foreign and India for more betterment and transaction of products from here to foreign. And while importing products from foreign, they have to pay import taxes to the government, so that they find some tricky ways to enter India for avoiding those taxes. While businesses like logistics pay more export taxes to the government on doing some businesses. Next, we'll speak about the inequalities and regional disparities. This mainly consists of three things: income inequality, rural and urban inequality, and unequal. So, income inequality. Income inequality is the gap between rich and the poor. We have the income of the rich and poor are daily or different, have a gap regularly. The income of the rich is always rich, and poor does not earn more regularly. This gap is made by the government and the system. So some people are getting out of this gap, and they are maintaining to earn more through influenced by the social medias, especially through YouTubes and Instagrams. People are sharing more things about doing businesses and earning more money for betterment of themselves. They can get out of poverty line, they can go into a middle, and they can become rich one day. And next, urban and rural divide. Basically, rural and urban means village and cities. These are divided apart. Village people does not communicate with cities, and city people does not communicate with village. These benefits are not get here. These benefits are not gained by city people. There are many advantages on each other sides. City people have modern technologies and other things which cannot be attained or got through village people. Village people have other different things when compared to cities. They have relationship, bonding with their own people. Next, challenges for economic growth. Infrastructure deficits. As I said before, government have constructed roadways and railways, but still they are again and again doing the same work. They are reconstructing the roads 2-3 years again and again. But when we make use of the proper raw materials and things to be made good quality roads, so that the roads cannot be rebuilt in 2-3 years. It can be maintained for 10 to 20 years, so that the expense on spending this infrastructure will be reduced. Next, challenges for economic growth, and equality and caste and other unequal treatments are the factors affecting the economic growth. So I conclude my speech that everyone should understand about what is economy and should be aware of some things, what is economy and how the income are contributed to the economy. I conclude my speech by borrowing some words from Gandhi. The soul of life is village. As similar, the soul of developing India is perseverance. Brain draining is not our motive. Brain drain is our objective. Thank you.
Rise like a sun and shine like a star. A warm greetings to everyone present here. So, I'm going to speak on the topic of influence of social media on Indian teenagers. When I say social media, Indian teenagers, they have some connections, right? Yeah. So, when I put up on the word of social media, many questions pop on our minds. So, I'm damn sure you can get answers for all the questions in this session. So, first, what is social media? Interaction among the people in which they create, share or exchange information and ideas. So, I have two scenarios here. The first, I have a new idea and I want to share it to the public. So, in that case, I can use the social media as a platform and I can post the new ideas and I can publish it. The second scenario, like I want to decorate my room, but I don't have any ideas of it. In that case, we can get more ideas, innovative and interesting ideas from the social media and decorator room. So, the social media plays the major role on this case. So, how does social media affects the youth of India? It actually affects in many ways, but here we can see some of the ways which affects. So, first, poor concentration. Like a person is addicted to some apps and they are frequently using to see the same thing and they can't and their studies and works. So it comes under the poor concentration. Next, difficulties in communication. Like when the people is used to see the videos in the same language, they may feel some difficulties while they are speaking another language. So it comes under the difficulties in communication. So failure to work and study. When people are addictive, not only in social media, when the people are addicted to something else, they are distracted from the thing where they work and study. So it comes under the failure to work and study. Next, suicidal thoughts. A very best example for suicidal thoughts is a game of Blue Whale. There, the people used to the people who are playing the game, they will get a tattoo on their hand and jump on the top of the building. So it is the best example for suicidal thought. A game can lead you to the suicide. Why can't the social media apps can't? So we can go to the next question. And what is the impact of the social media in India? Actually, there are two effects. One is first is positive. Actually, the positive we have the many positive effects. In that, we are going to see the four. First, business. So the businessman can post their business ads in the platform of social media, and people can get to know about it and also go and get some orders from that business. And also, the businessmen show the quality of the business in that same platform. Then politics. Politics is the thing where we can get some ideas in which we can to which social group we can support and also we can get some ideas to whom we can vote. Actually, it plays a major role. Also used to see some videos of the politics in Facebook. Then socialism. Socialism and socialization are same. Not every people get chance to get socialized. But here the social media is a platform where people can get socialized and even people who are outside of the country. So we don't want to go out of the country to speak with someone else. So this is the best platform where people can communicate and even they can get more knowledge, information, ideas from them. So then entertainment. So people who are stressed by of their works and studies. So this is the stress buster platform where it is like they can take it as entertainment. And also it has many positive effects, and every positiveness have the same negatives. So the negative effect for cyberbullying. You are posting something in the social media app, so you get more positive, both positive and negative comments. Like the negative comments which they are giving illegally is known as cyberbullying. So many people also like faced the cyberbullying while they are using the app of social media. Then privacy. It is a very important thing. You should check every time before you're using it. You should check that you are safe or not. So it is the thing you should check. You should go to app settings and check it whether you are safe or not. Next, fake news. Actually, social media plays the major role of fake news. Like some of my friend sending me any video, but actually she trusted it as a true news and she sent it to me, and I also trusted it as true and sent it to other 4 people. So like it spreads fake news, so it comes under the negative effects. So like social media provides the platform to exchange ideas through the apps. Like it also plays the major role to raise their voice against injustice and inequality. Like we can also get the information like they are protesting for this, they are protesting for that. Like we can get those information through the social media. You know how much of India is using social media? Like it is a very interesting question, and I also wanted to know about it. So out of 100%, 85% of the Indians have the access to use smartphones. Out of 85%, 80% are addicted to social media. I think remaining 5% are addicted to games. So see how many percent of the people are using their smartphones and how many are addicted to social media. Like I think in this case our country is going back. So next, what is the first social media platform? Do you guess it? Actually, the youngsters do not know it. The first social media platform was the LinkedIn, and it was launched in 2002. And the second social media platform was Facebook, and it was launched in 2004. So what the social media is used for? Actually, it is used for many ways, but here we can see something. Connecting with friends and families. Like people can connect with their friends or classmates or college mates with the social media and get to know about them, what they are doing now, and also they can connect with their friends and families. So next, digital marketing. Like I don't want to be a businessman, but I want to sell it. So in this case, they can use this social media as their platform and sell some goods and services through these social media apps. Next, communicating brand news and messages. Like the news which do not come in television, we can get it through the social media. So in this case, the social media plays the major role, and also people can get very new innovative ideas, innovative news, and like some interesting news also. Business networking. Like we can know the information of getting and giving the orders through this social media. We can also get to know about some companies and get to know about some companies, and also we can give orders to them, and also we can take orders to the companies which we need. And education. Like the best example for the education is the pandemic situation. Like the private schools were going on with the Zoom and online classes, but government schools are not going that much. So in that case, the people who want to study and who want to concentrate and focus on their studies, they use this social media platform as a tool, and they studied much. Actually, everything has both positive and negative, and like it is the thing how we use it. So we should use it safely and carefully, and also some cyberbullying is also happening, so use it carefully. How does social media affect mental health? Actually, it affects in many ways, but here we can see the three things of the mental stress. First is anxiety. Anxiety is the mental depression, mental stress were caused by the people, and depression. While the people are addictedly use social media or mobile phones, they may get depression, and they do not concentrate on the work what they are doing. It's negative body image. While they're using the mobile phones continuously, and they're not concentrating on their sleepness, and they're not concentrating on their studies, and also they will not concentrate on the food. So it leads to the negative body image for them. So social media during the healthcare. So blood donation. We can get the information where to donate the blood, how to donate the blood, and when to donate the blood, all those informations from the social media. And even there are more examples for this. I don't want to tell like that much detail in example. So there people can get to know the information about the donation of not only blood, they can also get to know about the information of donation of organs, and also like the people who are affected by the cancer, they can most of the people are to them. So like that, like virtual doctor. Nowadays, we don't want to go to the hospital, and we don't want to meet the doctor, don't want to get prescription, don't want to get medicine. Nowadays, like we can see the doctor through the virtually and get some prescriptions. But nowadays, most of the people do not considering doctor and checking in the Google and taking the medicines. Actually, it is the wrong thing. You should get the correct prescriptions from the doctor, and you should take the medicines before you use it. So here we can see some of the apps which are popularly known. So first is Facebook. Here many of them, I think many of them uses Facebook here. Like it is the social networking site. It was launched on February 2004. Actually, here for Facebook, like it was launched by Harvard University. The idea of the Facebook is an online book of fish, and it has 1.55 billion monthly users. Here we can post the story, get comments, likes, and also people can save it, and also they can keep the videos as their status. And also we can get about more information what we wanted to. They uses Facebook for their multi-purposes, even for the business, for their personal use, and so on. Facebook, like it was launched in 2004. Many people and youngsters use it day by day. So we can go on with the next app. It is the Twitter, and it is actually it is the logo of the Twitter, and the Twitter is used to communicate and stay connected. People actually use this Twitter to tweet something. So actually those tweets can contain photos, videos, links, and texts. It is a social networking tool. Even nowadays we can see the famous actor or actress tweets about this actor. Like this famous politician tweets about this actor. Like we can get those news like that, and it all comes under this social media app, Twitter. So next, Instagram. Nowadays, it is a very popular app. App for the youngsters, and even small kids to the older people are using this app, and it is a free photo and video sharing app. Free photo and video sharing app. We can share videos to their families. We can comment, view, and like for the post. So the full form of IG is not an Instagram. Actually, it is the Inspector General. So we can like see reels through those app of Instagram, and also we can comment it, like it, and also we can post our favorite things to our followers, and also we can follow the people who we like, and we can also accept the people who wanted to chat or communicate with them. Here we have 3 types of Instagram. First is personal, business, and creator. So personal comes under for their personal use, and they wanted to use it as personal chat with their friends and families. They don't want to involve business in it. Then business. Here business is used for only for the business use and taking and giving the orders, and also we can buy something, even snacks, toys, and so on. Actually, we can buy it through the Instagram. So creator. Instagram is a creator where people can create the new ideas and send it to the people. Actually create the new ideas and send it to the followers. So Snapchat. Actually, me and my friends usually use Snapchat every day, and we used to follow the streaks every day and maintain the streaks. And me and my friend used to connect every day. And I even connected with my old friend, but she's not in the school. Actually, my old friend, even we are connected now because of this social media platform of Snapchat. Mobile app. Actually, it is a mobile app that allows user to send and receive the self-destructing photos and videos. Like it also contain more filters, and we can also take videos and share it to the friends who we wanted. So next, it has 293 million daily active users worldwide. Yeah, actually it is more. And slogan for this Snapchat is the fastest way to share a moment. Yeah, even like even every 1 hour my friend used to send me the snaps, streaks, and he used to get some points from it, and he saved the points and do something in it. So the Snapchat was launched on October 2012. So here the app of YouTube. Actually, if this app was given, this app is used by children especially. Even they don't know to type it, they use that recorder, and they used to pronounce whatever they want and get the videos in it. And also they also get some rhymes, stories, and even we don't want to depend on our grandmas or grandpas to tell us stories. Nowadays, this is playing a major role for getting all the stories and all those bedtime stories. So it is designed for sharing video. Like people can get more videos about business, politics, and new ideas. For education, many people using it for the for the education purpose mainly. And even my friend who studies in another school used to watch more videos and get more knowledge in it, and he used to apply it on her exam. So YouTube is the second largest search engine. You know what is the first largest search engine? It is nothing but it is the Google. I think people used to search in the Google and get some videos in the YouTube. So like first Google means the second YouTube. So it was launched on February 2005. So actually it was Javed Karim was the first YouTuber, and even my friends and my relative families are famous YouTubers, and they used to post more videos on the YouTube and get some more likes, and even they get some silver buttons and golden buttons and hang on their wall. All those stuffs happen in their home, and also they used to and even I watch the music channels, the news channels about the education, and I even use it for the many purpose. And nowadays we can get more about the shots. People used to see more shots in the YouTube, and also save it, and they used to share it to the people in the same social media app. So I think YouTube was seen by many of them in the country. So LinkedIn, actually, as I said before, it was the first social media platform, the world's largest professional network on the internet. Here, more professionals are using the actually not only professional, even all the people can use LinkedIn. Like most of them, the LinkedIn was used by professionals more. Like here, LinkedIn has 310 million monthly active users, and it was launched by Reid Hoffman. So LinkedIn also like very old social media platform which the youngsters do not know about it. So here, WhatsApp, actually favorite everyone's favorite social media platform, and it was start as an alternative to SMS. Actually, SMS we don't need we don't need of the access of mobile data, but here WhatsApp we need the access of mobile data. So here we can share the links, videos, photos, and even many like voice messages, and even we can text them through the text, and we have many options in it also. So here it was founded in 2009 by Brian Acton and Jan Kaum. So here for the WhatsApp we have 2.7 billion monthly active users. So I also want to give you more examples about it. Like I and my friends have the group, have the WhatsApp group, and we used to chat more in it. Like sometimes it may actually sometimes it may the friends may fight each other in the WhatsApp group, and sometimes it will be we enjoy the chatings with the group. And even they send their YouTube channels, and they send their Instagram links, and also they send the videos, the links of the Facebook. So all those social media is rounding then by and then. So here the WhatsApp plays the major role as an social media where people can share the informations. So here, last but not least, you have TikTok, and it is short form videos. Actually, it was used for the short form videos, and the people used to take the dub smash, or they used to take the videos, dance, sing, and even to mimicry for it, and send it, actually published. There they can get comments, likes, their views, and all those stuffs happen in this app, and we have 200 million monthly active users. Yeah, it is great. Like the Indian government banned TikTok in June 2020. Actually, I don't know why. Actually, it is banned on 2020. And I like to conclude my speech by saying that everything has positive and negative. It is the thing how we use it. Use it in the good way and the right way. Thank you so much. Warm greeting.
thing that cannot be taken away from you. Now, let us see the map of our journey for this day. First, we'll look into the period of classification of the Indian education system. Then, the British system, the difficulties of Indian education during the pre-independence era, the educational acts and laws which were implemented, the transformation, and how far we have come. Now, let us see the period of classification. This is divided into 5 stages. The first one is the Vedic era, the second one is the Buddhist era, the third one is the Islamic era or the Muslim era, and the fourth one is the pre-independence era or the British era. But the last but not the least one is the post-independence era or the modern era. Education is a platform in which younger generations are trained and make them future ready. Education provides knowledge and skills to a person which makes them highly employable. The Indian education system is very much popular compared to the other countries' education system. And the main reason for this is that the Indian education system has evolved from the ancient period to the medieval period, and then from the medieval period to the modern period. In the ancient period and the medieval period, the teachers just taught the students just to make them survive only in that era, but not in the upcoming generations. But when we look at now, the teachers encourage the students to focus on understanding the concept and help them to survive in this era as well as the upcoming generations. Education in the Indian subcontinent began with the teaching of traditional elements such as Indian logic, Indian mathematics, Indian religion at the early traditional centers of Hindus and Muslims such as Taxila, which is in modern-day Pakistan. But before the India-Pakistan partition, it was located in North India, and Nalanda, which is in modern-day India. Islamic education was implemented after the establishment of Islamic Empire in India. As ages went, the Britishers came and established their rule. As a result, it promoted the education of Republic of India, education of Pakistan, and education of many other South Asian countries. Now, let us see the transformation from the Vedic era to the Muslim era. First one is the Vedic era. The system of education that was implemented during the Vedic period is termed as the Vedic system of education. The education was completely under the individual control of the gurus and not under the state control. The gurus themselves arranged for the lodging and the boarding of the students. Of course, the students had to pay for the Guru Dakshina according to their financial condition and voliation. The sources of income of the gurus were from donation, dan, and Guru Dakshina. The main aim of the Vedic system of education was inculcating the religion, achievement of absolute Brahma, which he himself is, acquaintance and observation of social and national duties, development of human culture, development of knowledge, education of arts, skills, and livelihood. The students were taught language, grammar, numerology, astrology, physiology, agriculture, arts such as music and dance, skills such as woodwork, metalwork, craftwork, medical science, military science, and snake science, Vedic literature, theology, ethics, and training in activities such as control of sense organs, religion-based conduct, mode of worship, evening prayers were given to the children. The methods of teaching that were adopted during the Vedic period was oral method, thinking method, and manas method, which was also called as the reflection method. The relationship between the teachers and the students were very much cordial during the Vedic era. The teachers saw the students as their fathers, and the students saw the teachers as their fathers. And during the Vedic era, discipline meant the physical, mental, and spiritual control of oneself. Now let us go to the Buddhist era. Buddhism was born in India and it was started by Gautam Buddha. Of course, many principles of Hinduism are included in Buddhism too. Gautam Buddha taught a principle that analyzed the actual problems of one's life. The main aim of the Buddhist system of education was development of knowledge, physical development, that is good health, kindness and compassion, education of social behavior, and the education of Buddhist literature, that is, the students were taught the Eightfold Path in order to achieve the salvation. Now let's go to the ritual called Upasampada. The monk, at the age of 20 years, after acquiring the education of 12 years, has to undergo a ritual called Upasampada continuously for 3 days. And after performing this ritual, all his family and worldly relationship has ended. As a result, he becomes the Buddhist member of the Sangha. In the Buddhist education, primary, higher, and Bhiksha education were resided in maks and vihars as they were under the individual control of the Buddhist Sanghs. The duration of the primary education was about 6 years. The students were taught reading, writing, and 5 different types of science, namely morphology, astronomy, physiology, logic, and medicine. For general students, Buddhist, Vain, and Jain religion were imparted. For students acquiring the Bhiksha education, they had to study the Buddhist literature, that is, Sutta, Vinay, Tripitak, and Abhidhamma Pitaka. Generally, twice a month, both the teachers and the students met at a specific place for introspection and to confess. Corporal punishment was abhorrent during that period. The teaching methods that were adopted during the Buddhist period was lecture method, conference method, speech method, and question-answer method. The relationship between the teachers and the students was good, but it was not so healthy compared to the relationship between the gurus and the students in the Vedic era. Now, let's go to the Islamic era or the Muslim era. During the medieval period, Muslim rulers started a new system of education that was popularly came to be known as Maktab Madrasa or the Muslim system of education. Side by side, the old Pathsala system also continued for the education of the Hindu students. The main aim of the Muslim system of education was loyalty to the government, spread of Islamic culture and Islamic religion, development of knowledge, and acquaintance of social behavior. Knowledge of alphabets, 30th section of Quran, reading, writing, letter application, and the way of conversation were given to the children. Special practice in proper pronunciation and good handwriting were also given. Arabic, Persian, and their literatures, mathematics, geometry, history, political science, geography, economics, politics, numerology, astrology, economics, Islamic law, Islamic history, Islamic literature, Sufi literature, Unani medicine, and various arts, skills, and livelihood were included in their syllabus. The medieval period saw the rise of private tuitions in India. Different teaching methods were adopted to teach different subjects at different levels. For the primary level, imitation method, practice method, and memorization method was adopted. To teach subjects of higher education, the teaching methods that were adopted was experiment method and demonstration method. For activity orientation subjects like art, skills, and livelihood, the teaching method which was adopted was demonstration method, experiment method, and practice method. During the medieval period, the students obeyed the teachers out of fear because corporal punishment was allowed, but at the same time, rewards were given to the children who obeyed the rules of the teachers. Now, let us see about maktabs and madrasa because during the medieval period, discipline meant obeying the rules of maktabs and madrasa as well as the rules of the teachers. First one is the maktabs. Maktabs were the place where primary education was given to the children. The main mode of instruction in maktabs were Arabic and Persian. Their syllabus included Islamic law, history, Quran, Arabic, Persian, and mathematics. The students were administrated at the age of 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days. Now let's go to madrasa. Madrasa means to deliver speech. Madrasa was located in state capitals or big cities. The mode of instruction in madrasa was the same, similar to maktabs, which is Arabic and Persian. Their syllabus included Islamic law, history, literature, and many other. Now let's go to the British era. After the downfall of the Muslim people in India, the Britishers came and established their rule. As a result, the Britishers ruled India for about 150 years. During that period, Western science and literature made a good progress through English medium. In the beginning, the Britishers, as the traders of East India Company and as the Christian missionaries, in order to propagate their language and culture, were interested only in the classical and spiritual education of Hindus and Muslims. But they were reluctant to take up the responsibility to educate the Indian people under their rule of 1813. Now, let's see the difficulties of Indian education during the pre-independence era. The government was not ready to take up the responsibility. The main aim of the government was to make money. Controversies continued between big leaders and the Indian people. Brahmins were against the British system of education as well as the education of the women. The main reason for Brahmins being against the British system of education was that the Britishers had n number of controversies with Indian leaders such as Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Vidyasagar. The Swadeshi movement also influenced the Indian people to be against the British system of education. Now let's see the educational acts and laws which were implemented during the British era. Britishers wanted to influence the Indian people and get their sympathy. As a result, Jonathan, who was a member of the political resident in Benares, instituted a Benares Institute in India in order to attract the Hindu people. For the attraction of the Muslim people, maktabs were educated. Let's go to the Charter Act of 1813. In the British Parliament, every 20 years, they used to renew its policies. When it was 1813, it was time for the renewal again. And this time, most of the members of the Parliament supported the movement led by the Christian missionaries. As a result, 3 acts were added to the Charter Act of 1813. The first one was that any Christian missionary from any part of Europe will have the full freedom to visit India and propagate their language. The second point was that from now, it will be the complete responsibility of the Indians in order to take care of their education. And the third point was that a sum of not less than 1 lakh rupees should be set apart in order to educate the Indian people under their rule. Now, let's see the Anglicist and the Orientalist controversy. The reason for the Anglicist and the Orientalist controversy was the Charter Act of 1813. In particular, the terms literature and learned natives were not properly defined in the Section 43 of the Charter Act of 1813. Now, let's see the Anglicist group and the Orientalist group. Anglicist group. So this group consisted of old and experienced officials of the company. According to them, the term literature meant the Indian literature and the term learned natives meant the scholars of the Indian literature. Now let's see the Orientalist group. So this group consisted of young and inexperienced officials of the company. According to them, the term literature meant the English literature and the term learned natives meant the scholars of the English literature. Now let's go to the Macaulay Minute. Even after 20 years of the Charter Act of 1833, the controversy between the Anglicist group and the Orientalist group was not able to be solved. Lord Macaulay came to India in 1835. He was appointed as a public instructor under the control of Lord William Bentinck. Lord William Bentinck asked him to render his advice on 3 points. The first point was to end the controversy between the Anglicist group and the Orientalist group. The second point was to define the terms learned natives and literature. The third point was that how to spend minimum 10 lakh rupees on the education of the Indian people. Lord Macaulay submitted his report to Lord William Bentinck in January 1835. In that, he mentioned 2 points. The first point was that the term literature meant only the English literature and not any other literature like Sanskrit, Arabic or Persian. The second point was that the term learned natives meant a person who was well learned in physiology, that is, the scholars of the English literature. Now let's go to William Bentinck's resolution. Lord William Bentinck got his report from Lord Macaulay in March 1835. In that, as I have said, it mentioned that the literature was the English literature and the learned natives were the scholars of the English literature. So, Lord William Bentinck came to a decision and established some educational policies in India. Some of them were that from now the money that will be saved will be spent only on the English literature or not on any other literature. And the second point which he mentioned was that the salary for the teachers and the scholarship for the students will be provided hereafter. The money that will be saved and spent will be done on Oriental literature. Now let's go to the next act, which is Wood's Dispatch. This Wood's Dispatch is kind of similar to the Charter Act of 1813 because this In this, we used to renew the policies every 20 years too. As Mr. Wood was the board of control for the Woods Dispatch, it was popularly came to be known as Woods Educational Dispatch or Mr. Woods Dispatch. This Woods Dispatch had its own recommendations. Some of them were that courses of study, educational acts, public instructions, public institutions, training of the teachers, system of grant in aid, Muslim educational, vocational education, expenditure on Oriental literature. Now let's go to Hunter's Commission. Lord Ripon came to India and he saw that there was not a proper and defined educational policy in India. So he decided to establish one. As Mr. Hunter was the Viceroy Office General, he decided to appoint him as the head for this. As a result, it popularly came to be known as Mr. Hunter's Commission. Just like every other act and law, this Hunter's Commission had its own recommendation. Some of them were that primary education, secondary education, higher education, system of grant and aid, education of Harijans and backwards classes. Now let's go to the next form, which is the transformation. If we compare the current education system and the education system in the 90s, we can see that not much is same, right? So now let's compare them with 3 points. The first point is grades, because grades are important. In the 90s period, if you're getting 80% and above scorer, you would get marriage proposals at your doorstep. And if you're a 90% and above scorer, you would be treated like a god. Yes, you guessed it right. It's in the 90s. I still remember my dad telling me how proud his parents were when he scored 85% in his class 12 boards. But now, if you're getting 85%, it's good, but it's not so good that our parents can boast about it in the entire colony. That's the sad reality, which I agree with you to. Now let's go to the second point, which is extracurricular activities. In the 90s period, neither the teachers nor the parents paid much attention to the extracurricular activities. They just wanted their son or daughter to be educated and well settled. But when we look at now, we can see that the teachers as well as the parents have realized the importance of the extracurricular activities. Now, they encourage the students to focus on understanding the concept and help them to survive and balance of both. Let's go to the third point, which is the methodology. So in the 90s period, we used to run back to the school early morning or check each and every newspaper in order to know about our class 12 or 10 board results. But when we check it now, all we have to do is we have to go through a particular link. We have to fill in our details such as name, roll number, date of birth. And within few seconds, we can get our board results. Our curiosity has ended there. I think now you understood that digitalization can change everything. Now let's go to how far have we come. Every year, we add a pool of qualified doctors, engineers, and professionals to our country. But is it enough to progress as a country like India? Well, the answer to this question is a no. Because if you are just qualified, then the government is taking n number of steps to educate each and every people from each and every nook and corner of our country. But as a citizens of India, we are not taking any steps to educate ourselves and progress. So it's our responsibility to educate ourselves. So I would like to conclude by saying that education is the key to your success. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm Akshaya Shri, PS of grade 10, and here we are going to focus on an important and successful topic, the importance of sustainable development. You might have heard the word the sustainable development in your geography textbook. Sustainable development refers to the development of the present generation without compromising the need of the future generation. Sustainable development provides the importance to 5 major things. The first importance is provided to environment preservation. The second is social equity. The third is economic growth. Fourth is the long-term resilience. And fifth is global cooperation. Let us examine deep about these things. The first is environment preservation. In environment preservation plays one of the crucial role in sustainable development. There are some reasons why it's at a crucial place. The first reason goes to the ecosystem health. The environment preservation plays a crucial role in the health of the ecosystem. It safeguards and protects the health of the ecosystem. Ecosystem provides us the various services such as clean water to drink, a fresh air to breathe, and soil fertility for agricultural development, and climate regulations, and the inhabitants of the biodiversity. By protecting and promoting the ecosystem, it will be able to provide us a long-term availability of these resources, which benefiting both humans as well as the overall functioning of the planet. And the next reason goes to the biodiversity conservation. The conservation of the biodiversity plays a crucial role in sustainable development. The biodiversity is compasses of various lives such as plants, animals, insects, macroorganism and microorganism and the ecosystem they inhabited. Biodiversity is not only inherently valuable, but it also helps us to maintain the reliances and the balances in the ecosystem. The essential services which was provided by the ecosystems are pollination, pest control, nutrient cycle, which are vital for producing food, and the new medicines, which focuses on the ecosystem health. The next reason goes to the climate change mitigation. In environment preservation, it enhances and plays a vital role in the climate change mitigation. In the sustainable development, reduces the greenhouse gas emission and promote more renewable energy source. And it also focuses on implementing an energy efficient practices. In forest and carbon sinks, the sustainable development helps in the sequester of the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which supports the climate change. And the fourth reason goes to the resource conservation. Environment preservation plays a major role in conserving the resources for the future generation. It also provides us various strategies which comes under the recycling and waste generation and sustainable consumption patterns. And by minimizing the waste generation and the over-exploitation of the natural resources, sustainable development aims to provide a better surrounding and natural resources for the future generation. And it also deletes all the impacts which based on the ecosystem. And next, we move on to the interconnectedness. The environment, preservation, social equity, and economic development all are interconnected. For example, if environment degradation occurs, the society and also the economy will affect. All these three are interconnected to provide us a long-term resilience for the humanity. All these important components are interconnected together, which plays one of the major role in sustainable development. Next, we move on to the social equity. A social equity is a fundamental principle of the sustainable development, which mainly focuses on promoting fairness among people, justice, and also provide equal opportunities for all individuals. It also includes the inclusivity and participation. The inclusivity and the participation of all members of the society, regardless to their race, color, gender, age, disability, and other characteristics and socio-economic status. The sustainable development tells that each individual should get an equal opportunity to participate in decision making, access to the resource, and development of the initiatives. And by the inclusive participation ensures that there is a concern of all the diverse perceptions. And it also encourages the equitable and efficient usage of all the diverse perceptions. And next, we move on to the poverty alleviation. The social equity is tied closely with the poverty alleviation. Most of the people lie in the point of the poverty. This social equity mainly focuses on the people who are in the poverty and facing the disparities in the social and community basis. Sustainable development provides a basic services such as access to education, healthcare, sanitation, clean water, and clean environment to these peoples. Sustainable development helps the people to lift out them from their poverty to provide a better standard of living. And the next one is a gender inequalities. It is one of the biggest issue faced by the whole world. Sustainable development focuses on empowering the women and girls. Sustainable development provides an equal right to the women and girls. There should be provided an equal right to the girls. There should be not an inequality between the gender, which create one of the biggest issues in the world. Still, most of the countries does not give right to the women to vote or to contribute towards or allow and the right to for their life. When we move on to the human rights, so in social equity, the human rights are provided in equal respect. The human rights are associated with the fundamental rights, rights such as right to life, right to healthcare, right to education, right to clean environment, and right to sanitation for the people. Sustainable development respect and promote and protect all these resources, all these rights. When it comes to a future generation, as we stated before, a sustainable development is nothing but not only focuses on the present generation, it also focuses the welfare of the future generation. In that, the future generation should have a more equitable and perfect society, in which there is no inequality between the gender and no inequality in the income level or the wealth. When we finally move on to the economic growth, in economic growth, the sustainable livelihood. Most of the people were aware about what is a livelihood, but what about the sustainable livelihood? The sustainable livelihood will provide you a decent job with a decent income and also a standard of living, which also improve and provide you a public participation. And technology, innovation, advancements. Most of the people will know what is going in and around the world, and the people grow along with all the developments. What of the people who are marginalized are not aware and less educated. They will be not able to understand what's going on in and around the country, and they will be completely collapsed, and they just want to get out of all these struggles. So sustainable provides them a clarity that's what's going on in and around the planet and helps them to develop along with the technology. It also focuses on the diverse perspectives. A country like India, most of the people have different perspective about different things. So this brings us the greatest inequality between them. When we talk about economy, most of the people are rich enough and others may not. The rich have the access to the everything, even to the access to the resource. What about the poor and marginalized tribes and under communities? So these peoples does not have access to any of this. Still 15 to 20% of people does not aware about education. So when it comes to economy, most of the people in India dying, literally 12 lakh people dying because of the hunger. Most of the people really fall into the bowl of hunger who always search for it. And it also provides us a biggest inequality. The economic growth also provides us a curious job opportunities for all the individuals, and it encourages the individuals to contribute towards the society, and it also make them to understand their own being. So when it comes to the global cooperation, the global cooperation refers to the country is to support to the sustainable development. When we talk about the importance of sustainable development, the importance is also provided to the global cooperation. When you take the word a cooperation, there is an equal access to everyone to cooperate along with these implement and projects. You know, most of the people were not aware what are the schemes provided by the government and still lag behind. If these schemes were spread all over the areas, they will be able to understand and dedicate themselves towards it. And the sustainable development also focuses on the hunger and the poverty. Most of the children is dying. Most of the adults were dying without getting proper food. If we see, there is a boy is dying without food now. So there are people who only eat one meal per day. There are people who are suffering from hunger and them is may cause many diseases. When we take countries like Africa, still some parts of the Africa is not have the equal access to the anything or the basic services like education and healthcare. Still people is lagging behind the healthcare. So, addressing the inequality is one of the biggest issue. Inequality is a word which becomes so famous, right? The inequality between the people brings us a lot of issues. Like inequality between the communities, inequalities between the jobs, inequality between the careers. This should be eliminated. It is one of the biggest goal of the sustainable development. The sustainable supply chain. The sustainable development provides the chain of the life where, as I said before, the three components of the sustainable development like economic preservation, social equity, and environment growth. This triangle forms a complete whole of the whole world's functioning. Resilience and adoption. There are resilience for all these importance. Resilience for the environment preservation, resilience for the social equity, resilience for the economic growth, resilience for the global cooperation, and resilience for the green economy. You might have heard this word already, the green economy, which refers to the green economy's main motive is to focus on the sector which doesn't deplete the natural resources and they use to produce product which is organic. The green economy is literally being developed by the sustainable development. When it comes to the resilience of the economic environment preservation, it will provide a long-term resilience for the natural resources without getting any depletion. When we talk about the environment degradation such as earthquakes, flood, and many other things which causes a severe damage among people. So most of the people go along with that and lost all their things and forced to leave the land. So when it comes to the resilience of the social equity, the social equity provides us the resilience for the gender inequality, poverty alleviation. The poverty alleviation might come in the economic growth, but it also depends upon the society. The society to have to maintain the equality between them. The poverty alleviation is one of the biggest issues faced by over the world. In India, there are more marginalized areas in which people are still stay in the poverty line. There are some people who are going more rich, and there are some people who still lie in the poverty line. When it comes to adoption, as I said before, people are not adopting to the things which were said by the government because of the unwavering knowledge. People stuck upon the things which they really want. The resilience of the economic growth also provides as a GDP of the country. Each country develops because of the human perceptions. Everyone should be able to control and dedicate themselves towards the contribution. Economic growth is also dependent upon the natural resources. As we protect and foster the natural resources, we will be able to provide a better surroundings for the future generation. The environment preservation, it will able to provide us the protection of the air, land, water resources. If we use it wisely and responsibility, it will be able to provide us a better surroundings for the people. So next is the intergeneral equity. As we talked before, what about the intergeneral equity? So there is no equality between the intergenerals, then there will be no resilience and peace in the globe. There should be an equity between the genders. In the gender, most of the people and most of the gender is disregarded. So they will be not able to provide a right to the certain things. For example, women in some parts of the country, women were still not able to do their own work and thus not able to act according to their own will. The people, the women and the girls are still tolerated and used as commodities. There are some women who come up and speak for themselves, which braver and courageous. Collaboration and knowledge sharing. As we talked before, as we talked before, of this thing, the collaboration and the knowledge sharing. As we involve the people of all the marginalized communities into the public discussion, we will be able to get a diverse perception about what's going in our country. This will be able to provide the countries a great development. Cooperation. As I said, the global cooperation is a huge circle in which the environment, the society, and all these things were interconnected, which make the global cooperation. The global cooperation is dependent upon the way we react. The public harmonization. There are some issues faced by the communities in which we see a lot of communities fighting along with them. There are some communities who also thinks they are the greatest and fighting along with them. So this brings us an not harmonization, and this will deplete all the peace around the globe. So the policy of the harmonization and sustainable development, people also focuses on the harmonization of this world. There are some communities who still thinks that they are the greatest and others fall in their line. I conclude by saying it. The sustainable development is the future. The sustainable development is a future which will provide a better future for the future generation. It also provides an equitable society, and it will ensure that all the rights are provided in a proper manner. Thank you.
A warm greetings to everyone. I am S. Nakshita of grade 10A from Frontline Millenniums. The topic and insight into mandala and Madhubani art. First, we'll start with mandala art. The introduction of mandala art, history of mandala, and how a mandala art created, how a mandala art used, the benefits of mandala art, and the symbolism in mandala art, and the types of mandala art. As I already said, we'll first start with the introduction of mandala art. A mandala art is an appreciated art form all across the art industry. Mandala art is a spiritual and ritual symbol of Asian traditions, and it is borrowed from Buddhist and Hindu cultures. Mandala art consists of intricate designs confined into a circular boundary. Mandala art is understood in two different ways: externally as the visual representation of the universe, and internally as the guide for several practices that takes place in Asian cultures, which include meditation as well. While we enter through the mandala art, we are guided through the cosmic process of transforming the universe from one of suffering into one of joy and happiness. And next, the history of mandala art. Siddhartha Gautama, the founder of Buddhism, was born in the region now known as Nepal. Though there is no confirmed date of his birth, it is believed, many historians believe that he was born in the 560 BC. And it is believed that he left his kingdom after becoming aware of human sufferings. He did so to gain enlightenment through thoughtful action and meditation. He began all across Asia, where he gained devout followers and eventually established the first Sangha, the Buddhist community of monks. They traveled through the Silk Route, a route connecting the east and the west. While monks traveled, they carried mandala, which made them spread it to all lands. And the earliest evidence of mandala art dates back to the 1st century BC. It was found in the regions now known as China, Tibet, Japan, and by 4th century. Next, the creation of mandala art. There is a specific process that follows the creation of mandala art. First, the monks prepare the site of mandala art with music, chants, and meditation. Chants is nothing but making melodic sounds with voices. Next, the monks pour the colored sand and rice with the chalk pews, which is known as the funnels, for up to a period of 10 days. and this is done to purify and heal the space as well as those involved in the creation of mandala art. They disassemble the art as soon as they complete it. It is because in the Buddhism there is a belief that which represents the impermanence of the world. Impermanence of the world is nothing but nothing lasts forever, everything changes. The process are preparation of surface, design establishment, initial layers of paint, shading and outlining, and dusting. We'll start with the preparation of surface. Preparation of surface is nothing but they stretch a cloth into an wooden frame and apply a coating of gesso to make the surface smooth and a finished texture. Next, the design establishment. The patriarch of the group of the monks decide what the mandala should represent and what it should symbolize. Next, the initial layers of paint. Of course, they are the natural pigments, and the shading and outlining is done to detail and highlight. Next, the dusting is done with the knife edges to make it enhance and highlight the details. Next, the uses of mandala art. So, it is used in the yoga centers while doing yoga, meditation, and it is also used as a meditative element, and it is used in the healing circles. As the Western influencing, it is also used in the dream catchers as well. The benefits of mandala art are they generate the circular harmony, increase the self-esteem in children, and develop coordination and psychomotor skills, and it also enhances the concentration, and it is also used as stress buster and makes our mind relax. Next, the dream catchers, as I already said, as the Western influence is increasing day by day, they are also represented in the dream catchers as well. Next, the symbolism in mandala art. Mandala art is intricate circular patterns, and it represents the presence of Buddha's mind. The center dot represents free of dimensions, and it is understood as contemplation and devotion to divine. The lines and geometric patterns make it even more special. Next, the outer circle represents the cyclic nature of life, and the sun represents the universe and related to energy and life. Next, the lotus in Buddhism is depicted as cat flower, and it depicts balance. Next, triangle represents energy and action. Bells are known as the emptying of mind, which gives us wisdom and clarity to make ourselves positive. Next, the eight-spoked wheel, which in Buddhism known as Eightfold Path, and in Hinduism known as Dharma wheel, which represents rebirth and liberation. Next, the types of mandalas. First, the mantra mandala, which the mandala is encircled by the mantra known as Om Mani Padme Hum, which is an Tibetan mantra. Next, the offering mandala is, it represents the universe. Next, we'll continue with the types of mandala art. Architectural mandala, body mandala, bodhi mandala, yantra mandala, ceiling mandala art, Hindu mandala art, meditation mandala art, offering mandala art, and Shiva God mandalas and Sri Yantra mandalas. Next, the lotus mandala, which describes the universe and the symbolism of purity of body. Next, it is also classified on the basis of cosmological and geographical basis, which includes element mandala, figure mandala, inverted figure mandala, geometric shaped mandala, imaged mandala, initiation mandala, initiation card mandala, lotus mandala, self-blessing mandala, square mandala, symbol mandala, textile mandala, thread cross mandala, and the letter mandala. Next, we'll move on to the second topic, which is the Madhupani art. Madhupani art is the most famous Indian art form, and this represents the central theme is passion and fertility. Its heritage dates back to 2,500 years, and this was originated near Bihar in the Mithila region. Next, the history of Madhupani art. As I already said, the heritage dates back to Ramayana period, which is about 2,500 years ago. While the King Janaka in 7th or 8th century BC, while his daughter Sita to Prince Rama marriage, and it is celebrated on happy occasions, and it is created, maintained and practiced by men and now women and now by men too. It is erased by the next day and thus not been preserved yet, and on major earthquake on 1934, it was discovered by the government in the Mithila region. The making of Madhupani art, the mud and cow dung is used to coat the surface, and it is also acts as the preservative and strengthening agent. The rice powder and the natural pigments are used for painting, and no space is left in between, which is filled with flowers, birds and animals. Next, the colors. Of course, the colors are obtained from the natural pigments, like the cow dung is used to treat the paper, and the bamboo sticks are used as brushes, and the natural pigments are obtained from flowers, vegetables, leaves, and the blue is obtained from Aparajita flower, pink is obtained from bougainvillea, and yellow is obtained from turmeric, green is obtained from flat bean, and white is obtained from rice powder. Orange color is obtained from palash flower, and red is obtained from kusum flower, and green is obtained from bilwa leaf. Next, the themes of Madhupani art. Themes of Madhupani art depends on the occasions they celebrate, but the main theme is passion and love and fertility. The symbolism in Madhupani art. There are 5 basic elements of life: sky, water, air, earth and fire. The yellow color represents earth, and the white represents water, red represents fire, black represents air and blue represents sky. The 3 basic forms of Madhupani art are tantric, triangle, the tip towards the sky represents fire and downwards represents water, square represents earth, and the circumference of the circle represents air, and the inner portion of the circle represents sky. Next, the 5 different styles of Madhupani art are the Tantric, Kobar, Barni, Gonda and Kachni. The Hindu deities like Krishna, Durga, Lakshmi, Shiva, Rama and Saraswati are also represented, and the events that happens in the royal courts and weddings, they used to paint it there. And the complex mathematical patterns make it even more special. Next, the modernization. The commercialization started in 1962, and it attracted an international artist from Japan. He convinced the women of the Mithila region to draw it on the canvas, which he displayed in his museum. It was a great success, and the Madhupani art is internationally common in Japan, Germany, France and US. The Hasegawa is the name of the Mithila Museum in Japan, Takamachi. Next, in 2012, more than 100 trees were painted, which is under the Shastina Jha and owner NGO Gram Vikas Parishad. It was done for the conservation of the trees. And this also made more people aware of Madhupani art. We should always conserve our artworks. And the red color represents passion, and the blue color represents the positivity in mandala art, and it is always known as an ancient art form. As I already said, the Madhupani art dates back to the more than 2500 years ago, to the period of Ramayana. And this Shastinath Jha, owner of NGO Gram Vikas Parishad, was actually, the explanation behind this was, it was painted with gods and with other divines and philosophical images and mythologies. And this was actually done, as I already said, to conserve trees. And the NGO was conducted by the government of Bihar, which is the Mithila region. And the international artists from Japan actually came here after knowing about the Madhupani art. And as I already said, 2012, the paintings was drawn on the canvas. It was a great success, and he came to know about it from the Takamachi, Japan. And next is that the intricate designs, which is the complex patterns, making it even more special. And there are many types of mandala arts, which is, there's a modernization in mandala arts too, which is with the color pens, but the earlier versions were about the natural pigments. But the now modernized one was with the color pens and the paintings, and the modernized mandala is the ornate mandala, which is similar to the tradition. And it is of two outlines, and the inner portion is simple, but it is represented with the colors. And the colors make it even more special, and all those are the special things about mandala and Madhupani art. So, the generally done as a stress buster, and we shall all try to conserve the ancient artworks. Thank you.
To one and all present here. I am Darshini Rajendran from grade Chennai. I am from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School, and I am here to take part in the longest lecture marathon by a team. I am going to take the lecture on the topic, the 7 wonders of the ancient world. So, before getting into the topic, what is a wonder? A wonder is a very impressive, extraordinary, and a very beautiful sculpture, structure, or even a statue made with exploring themes such as love, revenge, or the consequences for one's action, or even ambition. So, to make it more understandable, we can give it an example. Now, let's take the example of Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal was built by Shah Jahan to Mumtaz in Agra. It was a token of love, or even a symbol of love, which Shah Jahan gave to Mumtaz. And this is a theme of the Taj Mahal, whereas about the impressive thing is, it was made by white marbles. So, now let's get into the topic. Most of the people in the world doesn't know about even the present wonders currently. And most of them doesn't know about what the wonders are, which is at present, we have Taj Mahal, Christ the Redeemer, the Great Wall of China, and so other wonders. Now you might notice the word present, which means if there is a good, there must be a bad, and if there is a old, there must be a new. So likewise, if there is a present, there must be an ancient. So likewise, here I said as present, so there is ancient wonders. So the ancient wonders are the Great Pyramid of Giza, Colossus of Rhodes, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, statue of Zeus at Olympia, Temple of Artemis, Lighthouse of Alexandria, and Mausoleum at Halicarnassus. These are the 7 wonders of the ancient world. So, out of all the 7 wonders, except for the Great Pyramid of Giza, all other wonders have been destroyed. in which 4 wonders have been destroyed through earthquake, which is a natural disaster, while 2 wonders have been destroyed through fire, in which one fire was a natural fire, and we will see about it in the next topic. So all the 7 wonders, according to the modern day countries, we can locate them. Out of all these, 2 were located in Greece, 2 in Italy, 2 in Egypt, while 1 was located in Iraq. So let us see one by one. First, let's go with the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the largest Egyptian pyramid and the tomb of 4th dynasty Pharaoh Khufu. When it comes to the construction, the Great Pyramid of Giza has a quite complex construction. It took nearly 27 years to be built, and nearly 20,000 workers have been working on it. And they used nearly 2.6 million of blocks to make this, which was weighing nearly 6 million tons. And it had nearly 6 million tons, and it has unequal shapes and sizes of blocks. And the height of the Great Pyramid of Giza is 148.6 meter in the ancient times, and now at present it has 138.5 meter. As the limestone casing was removed, the height had been reduced. When it comes to the base of the Great Pyramid of Giza is 230.33 meter, and the volume is approximately 2.3 million meter cube. So because of the height of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Great Pyramid of Giza was the tallest man-made structure for over 3,800 years. So when it comes to the tourist part, most of the people in the world moved to several places because of the historical circumstance. Likewise, Egypt is famous for mummies, pyramids, and other aspects as well. So, but the main thing to notice in Egypt itself, when we say the word Egypt, the first word comes into our mind is pyramids. And the greatest pyramid of all time is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is a part of the Giza complex, in which it was located at the northernmost ends of the Giza complex, while even the other 2 pyramids were very tall, but not as much as the Great Pyramid of Giza. So why are pyramids tall? The pyramids are tall because the ancient Egyptians believed that if the pyramid was built tall, then they could go to the god as soon as possible, as they thought the god was at the sky, and as tall as the pyramid, as dearer the goddess. So these were some of the myths of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So in every pyramid there are chambers. There is no pyramid without chamber. So likewise, in the Great Pyramid of Giza, there are 3 chambers, which is the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, and the subterranean chamber. There are several mysteries in the Great Pyramid of Giza itself, which are not yet realized. So now let's get into the second wonder, which is the Colossus of Rhodes. The Colossus of Rhodes is a Greek sun god statue, which is Helios. As I said, he is the Greek sun god who had a radiant crown in his head, and also holds a brow-like structure in his hand, which resembles the god. His name is also means the shining and the one above, which resembles the God is always above us, and the shining refers to the sun, which means the son of God. This was the definition of the word Helios. When it comes to why it was constructed in the city of Rhodes, and they successfully defended the attacks of Demetrius in 652. So later on, this was built to celebrate the defending of them. So it was approximately the height of modern-day Statue of Liberty from feet till to the ground, which is approximately 33 meter height. So the Rhodians were called as Colossians according to Suda. Suda is one of the legends in the Colossian history. They were the statue of Rhodes, the statue of Colossus of Rhodes was built in the Colossus, but the Rhodians were built it in the Colossians, so the Rhodians were also called as Colossians. In 653, an Arab force conquered the Rhodes island, and they also destroyed the Colossus of Rhodes. It was later destroyed due to successive earthquakes, and even though the part of it were reserved, it was still known as yet unrealized proposals. This statue was collapsed in before 550 BC as it was unstable, and the technology in those years were very simple. So now let's get into the third wonder, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon is one of the ancient 7 wonders which was listed down by Hellenistic culture. The Hellenistic culture is the culture brought by Alexander the Great after his death. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon are said to be the large green mountain with mud bricks, and the building has several shrubs, and other types of varieties of plants and trees. So it was built by a Babylon king, Neobloon, for his wife named Semiramis, and this was so it was also called as the Hanging Goddess of Semiramis. His wife loved she was from the hometown of Green Valleys. So even though Babylon was a dry land, the king of Babylon tried to make her wife happy. So he built this for her wife. Even though the location has not been definitely established, it's still undoubtable. But the several theories say that it was built to be in Babylon. As the first theory, it is said that it was built by a Babylon king, so it must be in the Babylon place. While the second says several people in the Babylon region in the ancient times saw it as an eyewitness. While the third reason says there were several carvings in the rocks about this Hanging Gardens of Babylon. So now let's get into the fourth wonder, the statue of Zeus at Olympia. Zeus is a thunder god, and his ultimate weapon is the thunderbolt, and no other weapon has been compared to that kind of weapon. To know properly, he appeared in the movie named Thor: Love and Thunder, in an Avengers movie, which you all might know. The statue of Zeus was built by Phidias around 435 BC, and he was a very well-known and popular sculptor who sculpted this art, in which the Zeus was seated in the wooden Siddha, which was painted by several paintings, and also it had gold panels, ivory plates, and several other ornaments with gemstones. This was lost and destroyed before 550 BC because of the successive earthquakes, and also because of the enemies because of the people who fought against Zeus. But most of the people in Olympia were fond of Zeus, which is they considered him as a high-level god of all, and he was also called as the king of gods, and he was from Olympus. According to the conflicting accounts of dates and circumstance, there were several Greek coins in which the statue of Zeus at Olympia was printed in it. And the height of the statue of Zeus at Olympia is approximately 4.3 meter, and which comes to nearly 30 to 31 feet. So now let's get into the fifth wonder, which is the Temple of Artemis. Artemis is also a Greek sun god, who is the god of moon is named as Apollo, and his twin sister is known as Artemis. The Artemis' other name is Diana, so the temple of Artemis is also known as the Temple of Diana. So Artemis is the god of hunting and also the god of childbirth. And it was said to be that the Artemis was fond of Orion, who is an hunter, as she was the goddess of hunting. So the temple of Artemis was ruined and destroyed because of successive earthquakes, and also there was a fire because of the people in the areas, which was natural cause. And later on, the temple of Artemis earliest version was destroyed, and later they built another version which took nearly 10 years for them to complete it. So this version of the temple was built at 356 BC, and this has a separate history as the Temple of Artemis, as there are several temples in the whole area, but the Temple of Artemis is still special because of there are several gods, but nobody had kept the god of Artemis. And at this place, the Temple of Artemis was an incredible structure, and it was done by nearly made of iron itself, but it was an earliest version. It was located in Greece in the ancient times, and later on, as it was destroyed, the parts of it was still missing, and it was an unrealized thing till now. So now let's get into the sixth wonder. This is the Lighthouse of Alexandria. The Lighthouse of Alexandria is also called as the Paros of Alexandria. This Lighthouse of Alexandria is up to the height of 100 meters, and it was the tallest man-made structure for many centuries. It was the tallest man-made structure of the ancient times for several centuries. Even though there was the Great Pyramid of Giza, this was considered to be one, even though the Great Pyramid of Giza's height was 138.5 meters. After removing the limestone case, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was still considered to be the tallest one, as it was a pyramid and it is a structure. So they considered this to be a tallest man-made structure for several centuries, but due to several damage of earthquakes and also few fires, the parts of it was submerged under the river, and later on, the several archaeologists came in search of the last pieces of the Lighthouse of Alexandria, and took it and made it an underwater museum nearly in the year of 500 BC. And this was the third living surviving wonder. As the first one is as I said, the Great Pyramid of Giza is excluded from this, as it is still surviving, but the third longest survived was the Lighthouse of Alexandria. So now let's get into the seventh wonder, Mausoleum at Halicarnassus. The Mausoleum at Halicarnassus was a tomb built between 353 BC and 350 BC. This was a sculpture designed by several people in the world, and there were several popular sculptors who sculptured it, and there were nearly 400 freestyling statues, and this was said to be an extraordinary sculpture, as each side of the mausoleum was created by each sculpture in a different way, and it made it extraordinary. It was destroyed by several successive earthquakes, and it was the last surviving out of all these 6 wonders. So that's all for today. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Cheerful good morning to everyone. I am Hamsavardhini of grade 10A from Frontline Millennium School, and I am here to talk about the life and achievements of Leonardo da Vinci. We all know Leonardo da Vinci as a Renaissance artist who painted one of the most famous paintings in the world, the Mona Lisa. He also painted The Last Supper, The Vitruvian Man, and also The Lady with an Ermine. But did we know that he was an anatomist who drew and analoged entire human body, and a botanist who documented and examined plants, an architect who designed grand cities and buildings, and a cartographer who created one of the very first contemporary maps, which is so accurate that even you can use it at this moment to navigate through the city. He was an engineer who designed amazing structures and machines. He was also an hydrodynamicist who was dedicated to understand the process and flows of fluids. He was a geologist who theorized and discovered the origins of fossils. He was a musician who taught others how to play multiple instruments, who played multiple instruments, and also designed multiple instruments of his own. He was a theatre producer who had designed immersive set and props. He was also a mathematician who incorporated all of his calculations in his artwork. And overall, he was an inventor who theorized, discovered, and invented groundbreaking ideas. So from this, what we can see that he was a genius. He did all this 500 years back. Just imagine what he could have done if he was born in the 21st century where an abundance of technology is available. So in this lecture, we'll talk about the significant moments in Leonardo's life, his achievements, and also answer the ultimate question, how did Leonardo da Vinci change the world? So first, the story starts on 15th April 1452 at 10:30 p.m. Leonardo da Vinci was born to Ser Piero and Caterina. Ser Piero was a noble notary and Caterina was a peasant girl. They were not married, and hence Leonardo da Vinci was an illegitimate child of those two. His mother was just 14 years old when Leonardo da Vinci was born. Leonardo da Vinci was born on the outskirts of Florence in a small town called Vinci. And that's where he receives his last name from, Da Vinci. Da means of in Italian, and Vinci is the small town he is from. So, when he was a child, he learned the basics of reading, writing, and mathematics from his tutors. He did not have any formal education. He grew up with 22 other siblings, half-siblings, and he also struggled to read and was often distracted. But instead of discouraging him, his uncle and grandfather, who is Francesco, encouraged him to go outside and observe the wildlife, plants, glowworms, and everything around their house. In 1464, when Leonardo da Vinci was just 12 years old, he moved to Florence with his father. So at this moment, Florence was at the center of artistic and intellectual revolution, which meant that Andrea del Verrocchio, and one of the most famous painters of all time, had his own studio set up at Florence. Leonardo da Vinci's father, Ser Piero, was very much impressed by Leonardo da Vinci's artwork that he set up a portfolio of Leonardo's work and sent it to Andrea del Verrocchio. Andrea del Verrocchio was also even more impressed that he insisted Leonardo da Vinci to pursue art. And 4 years later, when Leonardo da Vinci was 16 years old, he joined Verrocchio's studio as an apprentice. Verrocchio's art was often a collaboration of art of the artists and both the apprentices. In Verrocchio's studio, both technical and theoretical forms to study art were taught. From mechanics to woodworking, everything were taught there. And in his studio, Leonardo da Vinci modeled for him, studied most of his arts, and also completed some of Verrocchio's paintings. And in 1472, Leonardo da Vinci started painting the Annunciation of Mary, which is believed to be his very first painting. It took him 3 whole years to complete this single painting. And in 1473, he became a part of the Painters Guild at Verrocchio's studio, despite having a studio of his own set up by his father. He continued living and collaborating with Verrocchio for several years before moving into his own studio. In 1478, he painted the daughter of a Florentine merchant, Ginevra di Benci. Ginevra di Benci is the only painting that is available in display in both of the Americas, including both the North and South America. And in around 1480, he started keeping his famous notebooks. These notebooks were often a compilation of what he knew, what his interests lied. And in his notes, you can see that he wrote from right to left instead of left to right, because at that time ink was used, and considering that he was a left-handed person, when he wrote from right to left like a normal person, the ink would smudge. So he wrote in the vice versa, and it was called the mirror script. But people believed he wrote way because he did not want his theories and all of his notes to known by others. But the simple thing is, when you realize it is written in a manuscript, you can easily identify what is being written there. In 1481, he was commissioned to paint the Adoration of Magi by the Augustinian monks from the monastery of San Donato in Florence. But Leonardo da Vinci never finished this painting. He gained a reputation for leaving unfinished paintings. In this, from this we can see that Leonardo da Vinci has only 23 or 24 finished or unfinished paintings, but he has over 13,000 pages of notes, out of which 7,000 pages notes still survive today. Fun fact, Bill Gates, as we all know, was one of the most richest man in the world for a time, and he invested around $30.8 million in one of Leonardo da Vinci's notes. It was called the Codex Leicester, and it was just 36 sheets of Leonardo da Vinci's principle. But why did he invest so much money in it? Because he knew how much worth Leonardo's notes are. And in the same year, 1481, he wrote a letter to the Duke of Milan, Ludovico Sforza. In this letter, he does not talk about his painting career. And it is a strange letter because of that. Because he instead focused on his military ideas, the ideas for the battlefields. He talks about an unassailable vehicle. He also talks about a cannon that fires a hailstorm of stones. He also talks about constructing undetectable secret passageways. He also talks about light and portable bridges and magnols, trebles, etc. And devices of Siva, something that could not have been a person living in his time. Remember, he was born in the 15th century. And he had ideas that could not be ever implemented in his lifetime because they were too advanced for what he was worth. And these are some of the notes by Leonardo da Vinci, and these are his battlefield designs. In 1482, he moved to Milan from Florence, but not to work as an engineer as he expected, but to work as a musician, artist, and a theatre producer. As a musician, he played libra di braccio. It is an instrument that is similar to a violin, and it's also a stringed instrument. He played it in the court of Milan. And as a theatre producer, he designed sets and backgrounds and props for plays and pageants. In one of the plays, there was a need of a wooden bird, of illusion of a bird. So what he did, made a mechanical wooden bird which gave the illusion of flight. And that's where his curiosity to know more about birds and how they fly started. And in 1485, he drew a design of what believed is the very first parachute in the world. And people thought this design would never work. But in the year 2000, June 2000, Adrian Nicholas, a man who had used multiple parachutes in his life, made this parachute with only materials that could have been available in the late 15th century. And he even told that this had a smoother descent than other modern parachutes he used in his life. Remember, he did not fall from a short distance of 10 feet or 20 feet. He fell from a hot air balloon from 10,000 feet, which is around 3,000 meters. And in the same year, he designed what he calls aerial screw, and what we might call a helicopter. It is a vehicle that is used for aerial transport. In the same design, he uses blades, and he also designed another device, which is the ball bearings, the very first design of a ball bearing, which is created to reduce friction among the blades in the aerial screw. And in the same year, we can see a giant crossbow. Well, people had designed crossbows in his even before he was there, but designing a giant crossbow included a lot of calculations. So from this, we can understand that he was not any ordinary man living in the 15th century. He had a much deeper understanding of scientific principles for a man living in the 15th century. In the 1487, he designed a vehicle called the fighting vehicle, which he called to be unassailable, which is it cannot be defeated. This vehicle was made of slanted thick wood, which was reinforced with metal plates, and it had 2 cranks inside, which should have been turned by 4 men. So this design never made it in the battlefield, because the design was too advanced for the technology available at his lifetime. And the design also had 8 cannons that could shoot the enemies from there. In 1488, studies of human anatomy can be seen in his books. He started dissecting corpse just to see how each human part looks like. He did this not only to know more about anatomy, but also to make real lifelike models and structures, and also, of course, his paintings. We can see that Leonardo da Vinci was a vegetarian. He never ate meat. He spent a lot of time with animals and plants and understood that animals do feel pain just like us. And that's why he stopped wearing leather and started wearing colorful linen. We can see that there are records of Leonardo da Vinci going to the market and setting birds free out of the cage, giving them the liberty that they were robbed of. In 1489, he started exploring architecture. He designed Milan based on aesthetics and cleanliness. He wanted to focus on cleanliness because diseases like plague devastated life at that time. And in this design, he not only included roadways, houses, normal buildings, etc. He also included sewer systems, underground passageway for delivery carts, and etc. In this, he was commissioned in the same year, he was commissioned to cast a giant bronze statue of Francesco Sforza, who was the former ruler of Milan, riding a horse. So, when Leonardo was given this task, instead of focusing on he started focusing on the horse. He was very much captivated by it, and he wanted to make the horse look as real life as possible. But if the statue was made, it could have been very much magnificent. But the bronze, 66 tons of bronze set aside for this project was given away by Ludovico Sforza to his brother-in-law later in the year to prevent the city of Milan from a French invasion. In 1490, Leonardo da Vinci's painting, The Vitruvian Man, was available to the public. In this painting, in this sketch, we can see that there is a man who is perfectly fitting inside both a square and a circle. The square represents the earth, while the circle represents the divinity. It is said to represent how man is a microcosmos, just like the cosmos around us. It is based on a passage by Vitruvius and 14th century Roman architect and author. And it is almost called a self-portrait, even though it is not verified, because he looks like what he was described at that time, with a lean muscular build, with defining facial features, and also, of course, his locks of curly hair. In 1491, he started getting into astronomy. He started observing the night sky, learning to know how to magnify the moon, and etc. And that's the time when he designed the plan for the very first telescope. He did this 100 years before Galileo Galilei, the person to find the very first telescope, did it. So he also mentions about minute notes on how much thickness of the glass and lens should be was mentioned in the notes along with the design. In 1492, finished the painting Lady with an Ermine. It is the painting of Cecilia Gallerani, who was the mistress of Ludovico Sforza at that time. In 1494, King Charles VIII of France King Charles VIII of France invades Italy, provoking city-states like Milan into work. And this is the war that made Leonardo lose the 66 tons of bronze, as I mentioned earlier. In 1490, he started painting The Last Supper, one of his most famous pieces of work. This masterpiece captures the drama in the time when Jesus tells to his apostles that one of them is going to betray them. The drama, everybody's shocked faces and everybody betraying on each other can be seen in this painting. And he paints on the refractory, on the wall of a refractory in Santa del Grazie in Milan. But this painting was very much in danger. He painted it with oil paints. Oil paints are notoriously known for deteriorating over time. But Leonardo believed that he had devised a new technique that would enable these paintings to last for a long time. But just after 2 decades of him painting this painting, the material started to deteriorate. And in the 1789, during the French Revolution, the convent was used as an armory, and where the soldiers scratched the eyes of apostles. And during the World War II, an Allied bomb struck this convent. But thankfully, a sandbag structure saved this painting. And since then, the painting is trying to be restored, but we can't actually restore it to its originality because it has been over centuries since the painting was painted. In 1496, he collaborated with his friend Luca Pacioli in one of his books on mathematics. Leonardo da Vinci often liked collaborating with people. He also liked talking to his friends, debating on topics, sharing their ideas, and etc. And that's why this could be called one of Leonardo's favorite works of all time. In 1498, as I mentioned earlier, Leonardo da Vinci was very much interested in flying, that he even designed human flying missions. And in this year, he started testing some of them. But unfortunately, it failed. In 1499, Louis XII of France invaded Milan, again provoking Milan into war. But Louis XII was known to be a great fan of Leonardo da Vinci. But instead of being there being there, he left to Venice with his friends and followers. In Venice, he started working as an engineer, something he had wanted to do for a very long time. He designed movable barricades that could prevent sea invasion. And that's the place where he had devised an idea for a diving suit that would enable you to go inside the water and stay without getting unconscious for a really long time. And in the same year, in 1502, he entered the service of Cesare Borgia, a military architect and engineer who is also a political strategist. He was the illegitimate son of Alexander Pope VI. So when he was under Cesare Borgia's service, he met a young Niccolo Machiavelli. Young Niccolo Machiavelli is known for his famous book, The Prince, and he is also called the father of political science and political philosophy. So when Leonardo and Niccolo Machiavelli met, they had devised a plan to divide the river Arno and stop the flow of water from Florence to Pisa. So what was happening at that time was the 7-year-long war between Florence and Pisa. They wanted to flow of water from Florence and Pisa, and when the flow of water is stopped, the sources in Pisa reduce, and soon the war would end. But the thing is, the Florence government took years to just verify this project. And while doing this project, they did not give them the amount actually requested by Leonardo da Vinci. They cut costs, and instead of using 54,000 man labor days, they did something that would eventually end up in failure. In 1503, he returned to Florence and began painting the Mona Lisa.
We all know what the Mona Lisa is. As we've seen earlier, this is this famous painting. So how did it get famous? It was painted in 1503. It is over centuries ago. Why is it so famous? So when it was painted by Leonardo da Vinci, it was used as a specific painting technique called the sfumato painting technique, which would enable you to create an illusion of things that a human eye can see. It can be seen at the places of eyes and mouth of Mona Lisa. And one of the other special things about Mona Lisa is that wherever you walk, whether you walk here, there, the eye seems to and the smile behind Mona Lisa is mysterious. People say that she knows something that we don't. And to create the sfumato technique, Leonardo da Vinci used tiny strokes of paint. And there is over 35 layers of paint just in Mona Lisa's face. So later, how did it become famous? After Leonardo's death, the painting was passed to Salai, his assistant, who had come to him in 1490. He was often called a glutton, a stubborn, a liar, even a thief by Leonardo da Vinci. But Salai still continued to be Leonardo's part of life for 30 years until his death. So, since he believed him so much, the painting was passed down to Salai, who then gave it to the French royalty, and it stayed with the French royalty until 1789, the French Revolution. So, after the French Revolution, the painting was moved from the French royalty to Louvre, Paris, one of the most famous museums in the world. So, when it was in the Louvre, it was just among one of the masterpieces. It was not called the masterpiece. Nobody even ever cared about this painting. But something happened on 21/8/1911 that made the painting very famous. So what happened was that the painting was stolen. So who did stole and why did they steal it? It even took them one whole day to recognize that the painting was stolen. That's how insignificant the Mona Lisa was before it was stolen. Vincenzo Perugia, the actual culprit, had stolen this painting of the Louvre, Paris. So he had helped them create the glass box around Mona Lisa. And what he did was, he just entered the Louvre, Paris on a normal day and hid in a broom closet. And after staying until the closing time, he came out, took the painting, put it inside his coat, and just walked away. Nobody ever suspected him. As I mentioned earlier, it took them a whole day to realize that the painting was gone. But after its theft, the press started to speak so magnificent about this painting. They are like, this masterpiece was stolen. We don't know who has this masterpiece. The word masterpiece was used over and over and over again by the press, that it eventually became a masterpiece that everyone started to recognize. So did the Mona Lisa ever get back to the Louvre, Paris? Yes, it did. Vincenzo Perugia lost his patience after keeping it in his apartment for over 2 years. What he did was why did he steal the painting? So he did not steal the painting to sell it to someone so he can get some money. He stole it because, as I said earlier, the painting was in France. But who was Leonardo da Vinci? Leonardo da Vinci was an Italian. So Vincenzo Perugia wanted to give the painting to the Italian museum and make them feel proud. So what he tried to sell it to Giovanni Poggi, the director of Uffizi Gallery, but he was caught. So, but still, considering that it is a painting that was by an Italian artist, it was displayed in the Uffizi Gallery for 2 weeks before being returned to the Louvre, Paris on 14 January 1914. And this is what makes the Mona Lisa very famous. So in 15, Leonardo's father died. He stayed in Florence for around 7 years, and he only returned back to his town to dispute a fight over his brothers over his father's estate. And in 1505, he continued flight, observing birds and insects, and trying his flying missions, as I mentioned earlier. But still, they were unsuccessful. And in 1506, he moved to Milan, where he stayed for 7 whole years. And in 1509, he continued his study for anatomy. Anatomy was a lifelong obsession for Leonardo da Vinci. In his lifetime, he had dissected over 30 corpses and has drawn 240 in detail sketches of each body parts And he also devised a technique which took them 200 years to recreate. He understand how the structure of brain works, and he also had an impeccable discovery in the field of dentistry. He identified 4 different teeth, as we know, incisors, canines, molars, and premolars, along with their roots, centuries before we came to know what they were. And this he also had a theory of how the systolic blood vortices work in our body and how the heart pumps blood. He also had a glass working model of the pumping of blood by the heart. But in 1513, he moved to Rome by the invitation of Pope's brother, and that is where it is believed that he made a sketch of himself. In this sketch, Leonardo da Vinci looks so sad. He looks tired and old, but he was not the person that he was at that time. But in 1517, from Rome, he moved to Amboise, France, as a guest of the French king Francis I, where he was named as the first architect, first painter, and the first engineer of the country. And around this time, we can see in one of his when he was theorizing a geometrical theory, he abruptly stops without completing the theory and writes, "The soup is getting cold." So this means that the soup was getting cold, and his friends are waiting for him downstairs, that he has to stop what he is doing and stop what he is doing, and even though his mind is working mile a minute, his body can't cooperate with it. Unfortunately, on 2nd May 1519, Leonardo da Vinci died of stroke, and later this moment was immortalized in a painting 200 years later, with King Francis I looking at the eyes of dead Leonardo da Vinci. So that's how he died. But how did Leonardo da Vinci change the world? As I mentioned earlier, this is one of the questions that we'll be answering in this lecture. So Leonardo da Vinci resonated with a lot of people through his paintings. The paintings inspired millions of people. In a way, but we should also focus on how he could have changed the world. The pages of notes he had written had significant discoveries that, if it was published, would have made the world more advanced and technological than it is right now. And we could the world. His notes are still being discovered, and it takes them time to understand what he has written, because he was far too advanced than the people in our time. So Leonardo da Vinci had an immense amount of curiosity. But even though we can't be a jack of all trades and a master of everything, just like Leonardo was, we still have a master of. But nobody could ever beat him at how much mastery he had in multiple fields. We can't be as curious. We can't have as much curiosity of Leonardo da Vinci. But I expect to live in a world where everybody has a bit of curiosity in them and has a bit of Leonardo da Vinci in every one of them. And I thank you for listening to my lecture. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Layari. So today I am going to lecture about Indian federal system. I am a 10th grader studying in Frontline Millennium School. So in today's lecture, practices, and also but the local government body democracy, and also the role of governors, bicameralism, and advantages and disadvantages of federalism. First, what is federalism? So federalism is a system of government in which the power is shared between the central government and various constituent units of the country. So federation has two levels, and both these levels enjoy their power independently of each other. First is the union government. It is usually responsible for few subjects of national common interest. Second is the state government, to look after day-to-day administering of the state or province. Next, there are two types of system in the practice of democracy: the unitary system and the federal system. Suppose in case of unitary system, there is only one level of government, whereas in federal system, there are two levels of government. In unitary system, the subunits are subordinate to the central government, whereas in federal system, the state government has its own freedom, therefore not subordinate to the central government. In unitary system, the central government can pass on orders to the state or provincial government, whereas in federal system, the central government cannot order state government to do something. And the subunits are answerable to the government in case of unitary system, whereas in federal system, the state government is not answerable to the central government. And some of the countries follow unitary system includes Sri Lanka, Japan, etc. While it comes to federal system, it includes etc. Next, what are the key features of federalism? So there are 7 major key features in the practice and adoption of federalism. First one is that there are 2 or more levels of government. In a federal country like India, we have 3 levels: the union government, federal state government, and the local government. And different tiers govern the same citizens, but each tier has its own jurisdictions in specific matters of legislation, taxation, and administration. Third, the jurisdiction of each tier is clearly specified, so the existence and authority is constitutionally guaranteed by the government. Fourth, some of the fundamental provisions of the government cannot be unilaterally changed by any one level of government. Such changes require the consent of both the levels of government. Fifth, courts have the power to interpret the constitution. The highest court, which is the Supreme Court, acts as an umpire if disputes arise between different levels of government. Sixth, sources of revenue for different types of government is clearly specified to ensure its financial autonomy. Seventh, a federation has dual objectives: to safeguard and promote the unity of the country, diversity. Roots of formation. So there are 2 crucial aspects for the practice and adoption of federalism. First one is that mutual trust between different levels of government. Second is the agreement to live together. There are 2 routes through which federation has been formed: coming together federation and holding together federation. In case of coming together federation, different independent states come on their own to form a larger unit, so that by pooling sovereignty and retaining identity, they can increase their security. In this federation, the central government is less than the state government. And some of the countries which follow coming together federation includes Australia, Switzerland, etc. Next, holding together federation. So in this type of federation, a large country decides to divide its power between the central authority and various constituent country. So here, the central government is more powerful than the state government. And some of the countries which follow holding together federation includes Spain, Belgium, India, etc. Next, threefold distribution of powers by our Indian Constitution. Our Indian Constitution clearly specified a threefold distribution of powers between the union and state government. It includes 3 lists: union list, state list, and the concurrent list. In case of union list, it includes subjects of national common importance. And some of the subjects mentioned in the union list includes banking, communication, defense, foreign affairs, etc. In union list, only the union government has the power to legislate laws relating to the subjects mentioned in the union list. Second, the state list. It includes subjects of common interest to both the state as well as the provincial government. So some of the subjects in the state list includes agriculture, trade, commerce, etc. So here, like the union government, only the state government has the power to legislate laws. Next is the concurrent list. So it includes subjects of common importance to both the unitary as well as the federal government, which is the state government. So here, both the levels of government has the power to legislate laws. Suppose if the laws disputes each other, the law made by the union government will prevail. And some of the subjects mentioned in the concurrent list includes education, forestry, trade, etc. Apart from these three lists, there is also another subject known as residuary subject, in which only the union government has the power to legislate laws. And some of the subjects mentioned in the residuary list: e-commerce, computer programs, software programs, etc. How it is practiced? So the real success of federalism lies in how the federation has been strengthened and practiced. Federalism is practiced three ways: through linguistic states, language policy, and restructuring the center-state relations. Coming to linguistic states, the creation of linguistic states was the first and a major test for democratic politics in India. From 1947 to 2000, vanished and many new states have been created. Areas, boundaries, and even the names of the states have also been changed. And some states are formed by the people who speak a particular language, which we commonly term as the linguistic states. Second is language policy. So the adoption of language policy is one more way through which federation has been strengthened, and it is the second democratic politics for Indian democracy. Hindi was identified as the official language. But besides Hindi, there are 20 languages recognized under scheduled languages by the Indian Constitution. Even states too had their own languages. Next, center-state relations. Restructuring the center-state is one more way through which federation has been strengthened. Suppose if no single party gets a clear majority in the Lok Sabha, it has the power and right to alliance with other party, including the regional party, to form a government at the central government. This process is commonly known as the coalition of government. So all these practices of federalism has helped Indian democracy to deepen and promote it. Next, decentralization. What is decentralization? When power is taken from central and state government and given to local government, it is known as decentralization. The basic idea behind decentralization is that a large number of problems are well settled at the local level. This could help the local people directly participate in the decision-making process. But the idea and the decentralization was more effective in the year 1992. Our constitution amended to make the third democracy more powerful and effective. Here are some of the key features. First, it is constitutionally mandatory to hold regular elections at the local level. Second, seats are reserved for the elected bodies for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. At least 1/3 of the seats are reserved for women to make them participate in the decision-making process. State elections in rural and urban areas. Last one. Some of the sources and powers of state government are given to local government to make them more effective, powerful, and rigidity in the decision-making process. Next is local government bodies. First is the Panchayati Raj system. The rural local government is known as the Panchayati Raj system. Each village or group of village has a Gram Panchayat. This is a council consisting of several ward members known as Panch and a president known as Sarpanch. So both Panch and Sarpanch constitute the Gram Panchayat. The members of the Gram or the adult population in the village. And also, the Gram Panchayat is the decision-making body for the entire village. The Panchayat works under the supervision of Gram Sabha. It has the voters of the village or its members. It has to meet at least twice or thrice in a year to review about the annual budget and the performance of the Gram Panchayat. Similarly, when Gram Panchayat is grouped together, they form a Panchayati Samiti. Other names for Panchayati Samiti block, mandal, etc. So the members of Panchayati Samiti are elected by the members of Gram Panchayat. Similarly, when Gram Panchayat is grouped together, they form a Zilla Parishad. The other name for Zilla Parishad is district. Members of Zilla Parishad includes MLAs of the Lok Sabha, members of members of the local government bodies, and also high other officials constitute the Zilla Parishad team. So as we have Panchayati Raj system for rural areas, we have municipalities for urban areas. Big cities to form municipal corporations. So both municipality and corporations work under the supervision of an elected body whose representatives are elected by the local people. The head of the municipality is known as the mayor, whereas in a municipal corporation, such an officer is known as the municipal chairperson. So all this introduction of local government bodies has helped India to deepen and test about the democracy in an Indian democracy. Next is the government and the president's rule. Governor is not an elected office holder. Many governors have been retired military officers, civil servants or politicians. But besides governors, the governor is appointed by the central government and is often viewed as an interference by the central government in the functioning of the state government. When two different parties are in power, the role of governors becomes even more controversial. The Sarkaria Commission that was appointed by the central government to examine the center-state relations recommended that the role of governors should be strictly non-partisan. One of the most controversial article, which is Article 356, suggests president's rule in any state. And this provision is to be applied when the state government cannot be performed in accordance with the constitutional provisions. Next is bicameralism. A bicameral legislature refers to the legislature which has two separate governments, houses or chambers. India has bicameral legislature at the center and at few states. Bicameralism is considered to be an important feature of federalism because of the following reasons. First one is distribution of powers. In a federal form of government, power is distributed between the center and the state governments. Bicameralism helps to ensure that both the levels of government have an equal role in the legislative process. The upper house, Sabha, represents the interests of the states, while the lower house, Lok Sabha, represents the interests of the people. Second is checks and balances. Having two chambers provide a system of checks and balances so that one chamber can check the power and functioning of the other, preventing one from dominating the legislative process. Therefore, it ensures that legislation is fair and balanced. Third, representation. Bicameralism provides for better representation. The upper house can be designed to represent the interests of the general population or different groups and regions, while the lower house, Lok Sabha, can be designed to represent the interests of the general population or the people. Next is stability. Bicameralism helps to ensure and promote stability in the legislation process. Since both chambers must agree on legislation to become a law, there must be a stability and there are less chances of being made. Federalism in India. So India is a federal country, but with a more tilt towards the unitary system. It is often considered as a quasi-federal system as it has features of both the federal as well as the unitary government. According to the Article 1 of the Constitution states that India, that is Bharat, shall be an union of states. But actually the word federation is not mentioned in the Indian Constitution. But the elements of federation has been introduced into modern India through Government of India Act of 1919, which separated powers between the center and the provincial legislatures. What are the advantages and disadvantages of federalism? Is federalism a merit or demerit? First, peeping into the advantages, first one is the division of powers. So in a federal form of government, a power is distributed between the central and the state governments. And both the government independent and derive their powers from the constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. Therefore, the powers enjoyed by the units are therefore original and not delegated by the central government. Second is a separate government. So in a federal form of government, both the center as well as the state have a separate form of governmental apparatus. Third, written constitution. So a federation must have a written constitution. As federation is a political partnership between different states and center, there must be a political agreement in the form of written constitution. Fourth, protection against tyranny. Federalism also protects the country against tyranny, so that one chamber can check the power of the other and no single government makes a monopoly in the federal form of government. Next one is the provision of stability. Federalism also encourages political stability. Coming to the disadvantages of federalism. First one is authority conflict. So there's an uncertainty over the control and administration of the public. Second is regionalism over patriotism. So there are some set of interested people who want the best for a particular location and not the nation as a whole. Third is separatism. So due to social differentiation and polarized society, there is a growth of separatist ideas among the society. Fourth is communalism. So this is present in multicultural society, likely in South Asia, where different communities share different interests for their own benefits. Ongoing debates and controversies which led to ongoing negotiations in the constitution. First one is centralization versus decentralization. It is one of the major debates that revolves around between the center and the state government. Advocating for greater decentralization argues for stronger state autonomy and the decision-making process. Next one is the financial relations. Another area for controversy is the financial relationship between the different levels of government. Financial relationships help the government also to deepen the democracy. Third one is role of governors. So the appointment and functioning of the governors who represent the president at the state level have been a subject of controversy. Critics argue that the role of governors sometimes acts as an agents of the central government, undermining the autonomy of the state governments. So these powers of governors have been questioned by the regional autonomy provision. Next one is regional imbalances. So India is a vast country with regional diversity, and at the same time it has regional imbalances too. Some states argue that they do not receive a fair share of resources, leading to an unequal development. This has fueled demands for greater resource redistribution and stronger state autonomy. Fifth, interstate water disputes. The interstate water disputes among states conflicts, which often requires the intervention of the judiciary or the central government to solve such kind of conflicts. So this highlights the management of shared resources among the federal form of government. Next one is language and cultural diversity. So India is home to diverse linguistic and cultural communities. Debates arise over the protection of the linguistic diversity and cultural communities. Balancing the promotion of linguistic and cultural communities have been a recurring issue. Next, center-state relations in case of emergency situations. Suppose in case of emergency situations or crisis, the central government can become more powerful. Critics claim that the situations can be misused by the central government, which can be a threat for the state government. Next, cooperative versus competitive federalism. The real success of federalism lies in the cooperation between the center and the state governments. The collaboration and partnership was the two important factors which unites different levels of government. Coming to the competitive federalism, and healthy competition among economic growth and functioning is mandatory for the proper running of two different levels of government. Ninth one, taxation and fiscal federalism. So debates arise over the separatism of taxation powers and the fiscal federalism among the society. So taxation plays an important role in the country's economic level. So debates arise over issues like goods and services tax, tax collections and rates of collection, etc. Last one is the balancing uniformity and diversity. So India is a vast country with national uniformity and regional diversity. The tension between creating a common national interest and respecting social, linguistic, cultural, and social differences can be a matter of debate and controversies, which reflect the ongoing debates and negotiations in the Indian Constitution regarding the balance of power between the center and the state government. Next, let's see about an interesting topic, which is how is Indian government different from US government. So the Indian Constitution describes India as a union of states consisting of both the federal as well as the unitary government. Thus, the Indian Constitution is quasi-federal. So although American and federal governments have federalism as a common factor, the rigidity is more in American government and therefore stronger than in India. And in India, a parliamentary form is formed, where the president is elected indirectly and holds the power for 5 years. Whereas in America, a presidential form of government is formed, where the president is elected for 4 years and it is directly elected by the people. And in India, there are two chambers. First is the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. The lower house, Lok Sabha, is more powerful as the members of Lok Sabha are directly elected by the people. Whereas in American Federation, it includes House of Representatives and the Senate. So the Senate is the upper house in the American federalism, representing the people whose representatives are elected by the people itself. So therefore, the Senate is the strongest upper house in the entire world. Also, the Indian Constitution consists of 22 parts and 395 articles since its inception. But as of 2022, there are 25 articles and 448, there are 95 parts and 448 articles in which it lacks American rigidity of the federalism. Whereas the American Constitution is very precise and it contains only few pages and it has only amended 27 times owing to the rigidity of the process involved. And the Indian judiciary can be described as slowly developing, whereas the American judiciary is very well advanced. And the Indian Constitution thrives on single citizenship, whereas the American federalism requires dual citizenship to its citizens. To sum it up, federalism is a system of government in which shared between the central and the state government. It has led to various debates and controversies regarding taxation powers, regional imbalances, emergency crisis, distribution of resources, etc. But it respects India's huge diversities. And also, federalism plays a vital role in addressing India's diversity and people's demands to it. Therefore, by India aims to create a peaceful and inclusive society. Federalism is like a rainbow, where each color is separate, yet together they make a harmonious pattern. National unity cannot be created by streamlining differences. Such forced unity only generates greater social conflicts and finally destroys the democracy. But a responsive polity which is sensitive to people's demands and interests alone be the basis of a cooperative federation. With this note, I end my lecture. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Sriraksha of grade 10. The world has been rooted and uprooted by several different ideologies of different leaders. One among them is Nazism. Nazism was a mass movement led by one of the world's most hated, influential and narcissistic dictator of all time, Adolf Hitler. So in today's lecture, I'm going to be discussing the topic of Nazism and the rise of Hitler. In today's lecture, I'm going to be speaking the contents on the basis of the beginning of the First World War, the effects of the First World War, and how it all paved the way for the economic depression or the years of depression, which inevitably led to the rise of Hitler, his ideologies, the Second World War, the aftermath, and finally, the end of Nazism. So let me track back in time to the First World War. The First World War took place between 1914 and lasted till 1918. It took place between the two powers, the Axis powers or the Central powers, and the Allied forces. So the Axis powers consisted of countries like Germany, Italy, Japan, alongside the Austrian Empire, whereas the Allied forces consisted of countries like France, England, and Russia. So when this war took place, the countries belonging to the European continent joined in this war thinking that they would gain from a quick victory. But little did they realize that the war would prolong, eventually draining Europe of all of its resources, which led to the German defeat. The US entry in 1917 strengthened the Allied forces and defeated the Central powers as well as Germany in the November of 1918. So when this happened, the defeat of Imperial Germany and the abdication of its emperor all paved the way for the birth of Weimar Republic. A National Assembly met at Weimar to recast a new German polity known as the German Parliament or Reichstag. This meant that the Weimar Republic so got its name, and hence it was not received well by its people. Why? It was because the Weimar Republic, even though it gave all of its citizens, including women, the right to vote. So many years ago, in Germany, people had followed and come under monarch rule. When they were under the monarch rule, they had to follow the customs of the kings, queens, and they were not given the right to vote. And even if there were elections held, the right to vote was only given to the men who owned property or were landowners in higher interests. But the people who were above the age of 18 were not given the right to vote. But this Weimar Republic was the birth of democracy in the huge and vast empire of Germany. Still, they did not realize that democracy was a fragile idea for the whole empire of Germany. In Germany, when this did come place, and Weimar Republic was not received well, it was because the Weimar Republic was forced to follow the Versailles Treaty or the peace treaty at Versailles. The Versailles Treaty or the peace treaty was considered to be a harsh and humiliating peace. The Versailles Treaty made people furious, made people of Germany very harsh and react to the situation dramatically. What was this Weimar Republic? And why was it hated by all? The Versailles Treaty demanded that people had to give up a tenth of its population, 13% of its territories, all of its overseas colonies, along with its resource-rich Rhineland. This resource-rich Rhineland was the place where most of the resources for Germany was obtained from. Example, 75% of its iron resources and 25% of its coal resources were obtained from the resource-rich Rhineland. So this resource-rich Rhineland was the place where most of the people in Germany were employed in. When this was annexed, people were extremely furious and mad. The Versailles Treaty resulted in a huge impact in the German Empire. The Versailles Treaty also resulted in the furiousness that Hitler also arose with. Let me go on to the next slide. The effects of the First World War. The First World War had its major effects, one of them being that media started glorifying trench life. Soldiers came to be placed above civilians, and people were seen that publicists and politicians started demanding men to be more strong, masculine, and aggressive. This created a strange approach towards the soldiers in Germany. All of this resulted when Rhineland, which was occupied, and then the industrial area called Ruhr, where most of the people of Germany were employed in, was annexed by the Allied forces as they wanted war reparations in gold. The Versailles Treaty also demanded that Germany had to demilitarize itself and give up its armed forces to the Allied forces, which made people even more furious and revolt in anger. This was when people started going unemployed. When the industrial area Ruhr was annexed, people who were seen in streets holding placards saying that they were willing to do any work. They were showing placards that they were facing a major impact through these unemployment programs, and the fear of proletarianization spread among the million, and hyperinflation took place. Hyperinflation was the position where all the prices of normal everyday goods and commodities rose to millions and trillions. So because when the industrial area was occupied, people started printing their own currency to maintain their economic stability. When this happened, the German mark fell. The value of German mark fell very ferociously that people started becoming angry. They started printing their own currency, and a dollar which was equal to 24,000 mark in April became 98,860,000 marks in December, and this figure continued to run into trillions. And this was when people were seen to be carrying carts and loads of money just to buy one single loaf of bread, showing how the fear of proletarianization and unemployment rose anxiety and stress among the people of Germany. So the DOS plan came into place. US felt bad that it had joined into the war and created this economic instability in Europe. Because of this, it decided to lend its helping hand by planning the DOS plan. The DOS plan also resulted in the Wall Street Exchange. The Wall Street Exchange meant that shares were going to be sold in a market where they're going to earn money for the shares they sold. So when USA decided to lend its helping hand on one single day, 24th of October in 1929, 13 million shares were sold, resulting in the complete crashing of Wall Street Exchange. When Wall Street Exchange crashed, people started raising the feeling of unemployment was going to come back again. So the fear of proletarianization. So what is proletarianization in the first place? Proletarianization is the fear that common people had that they would reduce to a lower rung. So if the people were generally in higher classes or rich people who would reduce to middle classes or working population, they believed that this fear or this proletarianization program would cause them to reduce to a lower rung that they were in from. So all of this led to the destruction of democracy. This happened in one single year, the 1933. In 1933, the destruction of democracy was the first step towards the rise of Hitler. The destruction of democracy from 1933 started on 30th January when President Hindenburg decided to give chancellorship to Hitler. He decided that democracy was a fragile idea for the German Empire and that infant Weimar Republic was forced to pay for the sins of the old empire. He decided to pass the fire decree on 28 February. This was when Hitler was first called to be a part of the German parliament. When he was called, a sudden fire anonymously broke out in the German parliament, causing a state of great alarm there. Because of this, the fire decree was passed, which suspended civil rights, which meant that people were given the freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of press, which all meant they could do anything they want in the country, and that the democracy was no longer present there. All of this made it easy for Hitler to come into power. And hence, the Enabling Act of 3rd March, after the fire decree and realizing of democracy being a bad idea for Germany, resulted in the Enabling Act which gave dictatorship to Hitler. Hitler decided to become the dictator of Germany on 3rd March and hence came into power. So first of all, who was Hitler? Hitler was born in 1889 in Austria. He spent majority of his life in poverty, and that's why the Versailles Treaty as well as the German parliament made him very furious, and he decided that the Weimar Republic was way too fragile for his own country. He decided to become a messenger in the fronts in the First World War and became a brave soldier and even earned medals for his bravery. This just showcases how good of a person he actually was in what he wants to happen for his own nation. He decided to join a German Workers' Party. He joined it in 1919 and renamed it and took it over by renaming it the National Socialist German Workers' Party. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, also now known as Nazi Party, was just the beginning step of the whole step of Nazism. So Nazism became a mass movement very rapidly. He came to be seen as a messiah and a savior, and he was seen as a person who had a very powerful speaking ability, and he was seen to have mesmerized millions within few words. He made a few promises that gave him all of his powers. The Nazi Party or the German Workers' Party received 37.2% votes, resulting in the dictatorship of Hitler. So how did this all happen? It was because of the top 5 promises that he made, which convinced all of the citizens of Germany to agree to his rule. The first was to provide employment. He decided that the economic depression had inevitably come due to the economic depression. So he decided to provide employment to all the people. He promised that when he comes into power, that he would give employment and that the revenues and taxes which were forced on the people when war reparations were supposed to be paid were to be reduced. This was when first people started getting the urge to vote for him in the first place. Then he promised to build a strong nation. The destruction of democracy resulted in the fragile condition of Germany. He decided that he should take it upon himself to become accountable for a nation to be rebuilt. And hence, he also promised to undo the injustice of Versailles Treaty. The Versailles Treaty also made him furious from a very young age as he spent it in youth and poverty. So he decided to undo the injustice of Versailles Treaty by correcting it once again. He also promised to restore the dignity of citizens. He believed that the Versailles Treaty and the defeat of Imperial Germany in the First World War resulted that there was no self-dignity left for the citizens of Germany. He decided to restore the dignity of the individuals as well as for himself. That's why he rendered to produce a secure future for the youth. He realized that a future that should be bright for the youth should be present in his own culture. And that's why the reconstruction took place. Hitler's economist Shalmar Schacht decided to come up with Volkswagen or people's car, nowadays known as Volkswagen. Volkswagen in Germany means people's car. In this language, he decided to bring out the car industry where most of the people who were unemployed when Ruhr was occupied can be employed in the car industry. That's why the people's car became very famous rapidly. He used his slogan, one people, one empire, and one leader. One people, meaning that the only people who believed, he believed that they would be fit for living in Germany, and one empire, meaning the German Empire, and one leader, meaning himself. On September of 1939, he decided to invade Poland. This was the first decision that he made that his economist did not want to participate in. He advised him that it would be a bad idea to invade Poland as it would cause arguments against the other countries. But still, Hitler decided to go with it and decided to even dismiss his economist for being too cautious. This was his first step towards his bad idea and to the end of Nazism. On September of 1940, Hitler decided to sign a tripartite act between Germany, Italy, and Japan. This was made that they would promise to always be together and to participate in a Second World War if it did come to place, which eventually did. Some of the Nazi rituals that have to be denoted here are the red flag. The red flag with the Nazi symbol of swastika present in the middle is supposed to be one of the most powerful symbols that he has used. And he also used the Nazi salute, pointing his head towards all the people, saying that they should surrender under his hands. He believed that thus would bring him more into power. So some of Hitler's ideologies were the only reasons that Hitler is even now known as the worst dictator of all time. Some of Hitler's ideologies believed that he was a person who believed in racial hierarchy. He believed that only the strongest races should survive while the weak ones would eventually perish. He believed that only a person who was blonde and blue-eyed should survive in his own country, and others who were not a part of this should eventually perish. And these people were called the Nordic German Aryans. This was the beginning of the preservation and the separation of desirables and undesirables. The desirables were the people who came under the category of Nordic German Aryans, the blonde and blue-eyed people who we considered only to be fit for living in Germany. These people were seen to be in large amounts, but also in a smaller scale when compared to the whole of Germany. These people were supposed to be also fit. He believed the survival of the fittest should be a strong idea that should be imposed on every single individual. He believed that only the Aryan race was the finest and others would eventually perish because they are not strong. This was a very bad idea that he had. But still, he borrowed his ideologies from different racist thinkers and normal scientists. One of them being Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin is a natural scientist. He believed in the concept of evolution and natural selection of plants and animals. But still, even though he's not a racist believer, Hitler decided to make it for himself to make it in the racist way possible. He decided that only a person who was fit for living in his own country was a person who was fit in the first place. That's why he borrowed his ideology from Herbert Spencer. Herbert Spencer believed in the survival of the fittest. That's why he evacuated 200,000 gypsies as well executed mentally and physically disabled people in his own country. He also believed in the geopolitical concept of Lebensraum. Lebensraum, also known as living space, is a geopolitical concept that he believed that a new settlement should be acquired and thus would make him more powerful and to expand his territory, which would make him more powerful and his nation powerful than it is. So all of his borrowed ideologies resulted in the hatred for Jews. Why did he have the specific hatred for Jews in the first place? This was one of the first main reasons that he was hated for and known for. So he considered that they were undesirables. This was because stereotypically Jews were believed to be the killers of Christ or usurers. Killers of Christ as they have killed Jesus Christ, and usurers meaning that they were money lenders who lent their money on higher interest rates. This meant that 6 million Jews were killed under his instruction because he had this specific hatred for himself as he was a Christian. And all of this resulted in them being evacuated and executed by transporting them into concentration camps. These concentration camps were suspiciously known as disinfection areas. These were places that were covered and were mostly present in Auschwitz camps. When Germany invaded Poland, it used it as a concept of Lebensraum to occupy it for concentration camps. People were carried into ghettos and then transported to these concentration camps where they had to face electrified barbed fences, which meant that even if they tried to escape out of this place, they would get shocked and eventually die. This is when they were taken into the concentration camps. They would face shower-like structures which would produce poisonous gas and kill millions of people in a single flash of second. And all of these and the poisonous gas chambers which were present in there hold their ashes, which produced and called the scent disinfection areas. All of the concentration camps not only stopped there, he also went on to produce when Polish people were occupied and people like the Polish children who were occupied from their mothers, he examined them from racial experts and decided if they were fit for living in his own country and took them away from their mothers, told them to enroll themselves in the youth in Nazi Germany. What was the youth in Nazi Germany? He believed that there should be a joint association, a group of schools in the first glance, that they should teach and inculcate Nazi values even in the minds and lives of children. He believed that schools had to be started where it taught only the Nazi values and how to be a brave soldier and a true Nordic German Aryan in the schools itself. So that's why he started Jungvolk. Jungvolk or Young Volk in English means that young people. Young People was a Nazi youth group for children under the age of 14 years. People were enrolled in the school to be taught about the Nazi values that they had to be inculcated from a very young age. And then he decided if they were above the age of 14, finally able to participate in war-related activities, they were transformed to the Hitler's Youth. Hitler's Youth is a program where they were joined at the age of 14 to inculcate all these values and to teach them how to be a perfect war criminal against all these people and have this hatred for Jews from a very young age. This did not only stop with men and children, this also went on to motherhood. Mothers were also inculcated in these programs. There were specific gender rules which were supposed to be followed by not only the men and women, but also by every citizen of Germany in Europe. Women were told to only breed true Nordic German Aryans, and they were told to have no contact with Jews. Even friendships and relationships of people who did have them were executed along with the Jews. And women were told to teach their children Nazi values from a very young age. Even to encourage them even more, he decided to have a very specific passion towards how the mothers work very hard in the household. He decided to give them medals in actual bronze, gold, and silver. He gave a bronze medal for women who bred 4 Nordic German Aryan children, and silver for 6 children, and bronze and gold for 8 children. He decided this would encourage women to start breeding more Nordic German Aryans, eventually training them for the Second World War. The Second World War was the beginning when the invasion of Poland took place. In 1939, this started, but USA, after facing massive economic depression from the First World War, decided to resist involvement. But still, Japan decided to extend its support from the Tripartite Act to the Axis powers, decided to set out a nuclear attack at Pearl Harbor. This was when the Pearl Harbor was attacked completely, devastating the whole place, and USA decided to fight back and take its revenge by attacking Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which eventually caused millions and trillions of death. When Hiroshima and Nagasaki was caused, people realized that this was going to be the aftermath or the end of the Second World War. It was because Hitler realized that his power is soon going to come to an end. he decided to commit suicide in his Berlin bunker, or known as Führer bunker. He realized that he wasn't going to be able to face the Battle of Berlin, and therefore he decided to commit suicide, taking a gunshot under his neck, and passed away. Even his wife of one day, Eva Braun, committed suicide by taking cyanide. And several other inspectors or his propaganda minister Goebbels also committed suicide collectively with his family because of the Holocaust. They realized that the Battle of Berlin is not going to take place, and hence the International Military Tribunal, after the death of Hitler and the news had spread rapidly, the International Military Tribunal was set up at Nuremberg to execute the war criminals on Nazi war, for their Nazi war crimes, for their crimes against humanity, for their crimes against peace, and they were executed in this particular place. They were told to assemble here, and they were asked whether they still supported Nazi values or not. If they answered yes, they were executed immediately from a hangar. And if they told no, they would be sentenced to a life in prison. This thus came to the end of the Second World War and the end of the Holocaust. And thus it also wraps up my speech. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sudiksha from grade 10 of Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. So today, I'm going to give a lecture on the topic, an ideal government from an Indian teenager's point of view. So in this lecture, I'm going to say about what is a government, the Indian government, what is an ideal government, some key features that an ideal government should possess in my viewpoints, and what are all the consequences or results that an ideal government will take place if it follows all the key features that I have mentioned. So first, what is a government? A government is a system of institutions, officials, and procedures through which a community or a nation state is governed or ruled. One of the primary purpose of a government is to ensure that a society functions in an orderly and equitable manner by enforcing and establishing rules, policies, and regulations. In doing so, the government maintains a social order and stability, resolves disputes and conflicts, provides for public safety and security, and promotes the general welfare of its citizens. One of the most fundamental purpose of a government is to provide for the common defense and security of the nation. This includes ensuring access to education, healthcare, and other social services. And this also includes providing for the common defense and security, that is, preventing the nation from external threats such as terrorism, invasion, and war. And the governments also work to maintain internal security by establishing laws and policies to prevent crime, violence, or civil unrest. Governments also play a critical role in providing for the basic needs and welfare of its citizens. This includes ensuring access to education, healthcare, social services, and as well as providing for the public infrastructure such as roads, transportation, and other utilities. Governments also work to address the common issues of poverty, homelessness, and other social issues by providing aid and support to those who are in need in a timely manner. So next, the Indian government. So when it comes to India, India has a federal, parliamentary, democratic republic system of government. This means that the power is divided between the central government and the state government, and it is headed by the Prime Minister, who is elected by the citizens or the people of India. So, Indian government can be considered as a semi-ideal government in my viewpoint because of its division of power. So, when we take the Indian government can be divided into three branches: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. The executive branch is responsible for implementing policies and enforcing laws. The President of India is the head of the executive branch, but most of the day-to-day activities are handled by the Prime Minister and his cabinet of ministers. The cabinet is composed of a set of senior ministers who head various departments and ministries such as defense, finance, and education. The next one is the legislative branch. The legislative branch is responsible for making laws, and it is composed of two houses, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. The Lok Sabha, which is known as the lower house or the House of the People, is composed of 545 members who are elected by the people of India. The Rajya Sabha, which is also known as the House of the States or the upper house, is composed of 245 members who are appointed by the state legislatures and the President of India. The next one is the judiciary. The judiciary branch is responsible for interpreting the law and ensuring that it is followed in a fair and just way by everyone in the country. The Supreme Court of India is the head of all the courts in the country, and it is situated in the capital of India, which is New Delhi, and it is responsible for interpreting the constitution and ensuring that all the other courts of the country are following all the laws in a fair and just way, and all the citizens have equal access to all the rights and law. And now we also have, in addition to Supreme Court, district courts and state courts in every state, which is responsible for hearing cases at the state level. And also, in addition to that, the Indian government has a lot of independent organizations that oversee various aspects of governance, which include the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Central Vigilance Commission, and the Election Commission of India. So here, next comes an ideal government. So now, what is an ideal government? An ideal government is a government that effectively and efficiently works to fulfill the needs and demand of all its citizens, and it should strive to provide free and quality needs and services to all its citizens, and it should also work to protect the rights and freedom. Such a government is fair, just and democratic, and it should work to create a society which is inclusive, sustainable and accountable. So here are some key features that I consider important for an ideal government. The first one is accountability. An ideal government should be accountable for its actions, and it should be able to accept mistakes and criticism from the public, and it should also work to improve its performances. It should not say or criticize any people because of the feedback that they have given. Instead, it should work on rectifying that feedback in a timely manner. The second one is civic participation. An ideal government would encourage civic participation and engagement by its citizens. It would create opportunities for its citizens to prosper and participate in decision making at all levels. And it would also ensure that their views are taken into account and considered. The third one is combating corruption. Corruption is one of the pervasive problems that has plagued India for decades. An ideal government should be proactive in combating corruption, because corruption undermines the rule of law, discourages the foreign investment, and decreases the public trust in the government. So, an ideal government should be rooting out corruption at all levels, and it should take all the measures to root out corruption, which I suggest in some are. The first one is the strengthening anti-corruption laws. The government can provide a lot of laws for strengthening the corruption measures to eradicate corruption at all levels. And it should ensure that no one is following or eradicating, no one is violating the law, and no one should be corrupted. The second one is that it should empower a lot of independent investigatory bodies, and it should also ensure that all the citizens are having a transparent system where they are able to rectify their queries in a timely manner. The next one is democratic. An ideal government is one that is democratic. It should be representative of the people it serves, and also in a democratic government, the people will have the right to elect their representatives and hold them accountable. This would ensure that the government is in favor of the citizens, and it should represent the citizen it serves. The next one is that the digital infrastructure. An ideal government would highly invest in providing a strong and healthy digital infrastructure for all its citizens, so that they can get access to government services and information easily and conveniently. So, and also, it should also ensure that the people are having a lot of internet connectivity, and there is a good internet connectivity in all the parts of the country, and also people have access to affordable and high quality devices, so that they can grasp a lot of information that is happening in the government and also in the technology manner also. The next one is diversity. An ideal government would celebrate diversity. It should be respecting people on all the bases. It should not classify people on the basis of caste, creed, religion, ethnicity, or any other biases. Everyone should be treated in an equal manner, and it should also work to eliminate discrimination and promote social harmony. The next one is economic prosperity. An ideal government would provide opportunities for its citizens to prosper, and also it would provide services for them to grow economically. And it should also ensure that no citizen is being more economically prospered than the other. That means that the economical growth should be shared in an equitable way among the society. The next one is education. Education is the foundation for a prosperous and equitable society, so that the government should prioritize education at all levels, and it can allocate more funds for its citizens to have a good education. It should ensure that all the people are having access to high quality education, and also regardless of their economic background. No one should be discriminated on any basis. And also the education should be provided in a free manner. And also it should ensure that there are enough schools and colleges in all the parts of the country, and that the trainers, teachers and other professionals are well trained and motivated to provide a high quality education to all their citizens. Then there should be no one illiterate in that country. The next one is efficiency. An ideal government should efficiently and effectively work to fulfill the demands and provide services for its citizens. It should give a lot of high quality services to its citizens in a cost effective and timely manner. And also it should ensure that it is using all the resources in an efficient manner, and it should strive to provide a lot of services to its citizens in a very effective manner. The next one is empathy and compassion. An ideal government is empathetic and compassionate towards its citizens. It should also value and respect their social and emotional well-being. It should be responsive to the people's needs, and it should also support their mental health, physical health and social harmony. It should take initiatives to reduce the stress of people, because nowadays in all the people are having a lot of stress and depression. So an ideal government must provide a lot of programs and other training centers to reduce the stress, and the people should be leading a very happy life. The next one is employment. Education matters only when if there is an employment, right? So an ideal government should provide enough job opportunities for all its citizens, especially for the youth, because unemployment is one of the major issues that is invading India right now. And as a country with a lot of youth generation and a lot of people, like more than 60% of Indians are the younger generations. So the government can invest more in providing a lot of financial support to the startup businesses, and also provide a lot of vocational training to small business, so that it would also empower the job market and also provide a lot of employment opportunities. And also because only if employment is there, people will have money, and only if they have money, the economic growth will be possible. The next one is empowerment of the marginalized groups. An ideal government should be working towards the empowerment of the marginalized groups, which include women, minority, and other economically backward classes. The government should not discriminate them and eliminate the discrimination that they are facing in the current scenario. And also, it should encourage all the minority people and other socially backward classes to participate fully in the society, and it should create opportunities for them to prosper in a good way. And it should also work to eliminate discrimination in a root way. It means that there should be no discrimination at any level. No one should be treated like high and low. Everyone are equal in a country. The next one is protecting the environment. An ideal government should be converting to protecting the environment, and it should also be sustainable in doing this so, because environment is the root cause for everything. Only if the environment is supportive, a lot of activities can happen. So, an ideal government would take a lot of steps to protect the environment. And the laws or the policies which it is making should also not affect the environment in any way. Instead, it should just protect the environment. And also, it can work towards reducing the pollution. The next one is providing for a fair and impartial justice system. An ideal government, as I said before, is a democratic one. So here, being a democratic government, it should provide a fair and impartial justice system. This means that even the President of India is under the law and the constitution, and no one should exercise more power. An ideal government should have a lot of checks and balances to prevent that any one individual or a group of or branch are taking more power and ruling the whole country. There should be a lot of checks and balances to prevent this. So, an ideal government should be fair and impartial. And also the justice system should be very critical, and it should also be accessible to all the citizens of the country. And the next one is freedom of speech and expression. The government should provide opportunities for its citizens to express their views, because only if citizens are able to talk out and express what they are thinking about, they could make it very clear to the government about the problems what they are facing, and about they could also get the solutions for the problems that they are undergoing. So it should also work to create a society which is vibrantly civil. This means that the society should be supportive to the people in all the aspects and not to the government. The next one is gender equality. An ideal government should be working to promote gender equality. It should not discriminate on the basis of women and men, because nowadays, if we see in India, both women and men might be doing the same job, but then they will always be doing the same thing, because they will get the low wages when compared with women. And the next one is that they should also prevent the violence and protect the women from other problems that they are facing. The next one is healthcare. An ideal government should be working to providing a good healthcare to its citizens, because only if citizens are in a good health condition, they can be going in a very good way, and they can do their employment in a very good way, and they can earn more, and this would lead to the economic prosperity of the country. The next one is that the government should provide a lot of preventive and curative services for its citizens. It should also ensure that there are a lot of hospitals and other medical centers in all the parts of the country, and that the doctors and other medical professionals are working towards very good thing, and they are also saving the lives of many new patients, because in a lot of areas, and especially in the rural areas, a lot of people are not getting enough healthcare systems. So the medical professionals and other professionals should be well trained and motivated to provide high quality service to its citizens. The next one is human rights. An ideal government should definitely value human rights, because humans are the sole cause for a government, and then if it is democratic and it is providing a fair and impartial justice system, then definitely it should value human rights as well. It should provide and promote a lot of human rights for its citizens, because the human rights are more dignified and self-respected for its citizens, and this is the only thing that they can boast up about their country. The next one is inclusivity. So when it comes to inclusivity, an ideal government should be inclusive to its citizens, which means that it should represent all the sections of the society, including the male, female, economically backward classes, socially backward classes, and everyone, and it should be representative of all the citizens that it is serving. And it should also promote participation by its citizens. It should not discriminate anyone, and it should eliminate discrimination at all levels, and it should ensure that everyone are getting equal rights and opportunities in this fair and government. The next one is innovation. The government should be a root cause for the innovative skills to occur. It should provide a lot of opportunities and ideas, and it should get a lot of things from especially the youth, because the youth contribute in the development of a nation. So, an ideal government would be focusing on the development of youth in a way of accepting their innovative ideas. This would also help in the development of the country. So, it should accept a lot of new ideas and approaches from everyone. So, it would be very helpful for the country. And it should also get innovative because it will also help in the development of the country in both technological and environmental protection way. The next one is internal partnership. The government should be very friendly with all other foreign countries, and it should also be attending a lot of sessions with the whole country, whole world, to address some common issues of poverty, climatic change, global warming, etc. Because without these friendship, it would also lead to the breakout of many wars, right? So an ideal government should promote internal partnership, and it should be trying to be a friend with all the other countries. And now it also should work towards protecting the country from the evil things also, because wars are devastating things. The next one is long-term thinking. An ideal government should be thinking in a long-term way rather than a short-term way. For this, we can take an example from the scenario which happened in India in the early 1990s. Because the Green Revolution, White Revolution, etc., which were giving a lot of benefits to the citizens, but this only happened for a short-term way. But now we can see that there are a lot of disadvantages in that, because the land is being degraded and a lot of water pollution has occurred. So an ideal government should be thinking which is giving a benefit in a long-term way. The next one is poverty reduction. Poverty is one of the major causes that the people are dying out of hunger and starvation. So, an ideal government should definitely be taking a lot of steps to reduce the poverty. It should also create a society which is socially economical, and it should also provide a lot of programs and training for its people to get well fed socially and economically. No one should be below the poverty line, and no one should be rich or poor. Everyone should be of the same length. That is, they should not be more powerful and less powerful. Everyone are equal in an ideal government. The next one is public service. For this, the best example is the PDS system, that is the public distribution system, which is happening in many parts of South India like Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. So this system helps the poor people to get access to food and other things in a ration shop in a very lower price. So this is meant by public service, and not only this, we also have a lot of examples like public transports and other utilities. And also the government should be giving importance to ethical and competent public services. The next one is that the government should be responsive to its citizens for its actions. It should not regret for the actions or the mistakes that it have committed. And it should be responsive to the needs and aspirations of its citizens, and it should be able to accept and also listen to all the queries that the citizens are posing to the government. The next one is the rule of law. The government should definitely follow the rule of law. Even the government is under the constitution, and it should abide by the rules and regulations specified in the constitution. So the laws apply to everyone in the constitution, that is the government, all the branches, and even the President of India is under the rule of law. And now it should also ensure that the citizens have access to justice, because in a lot of rural areas, the citizens are unaware about the justice system or the court system which is happening. The government might provide a lot of training programs for the citizens to make them first aware about what is the thing that are happening in our country and the ways in which they can seek justice for the problems that they are facing. And also, this should also be in a very less tenure, like one case should not be elongated for a lot of years. This is a very bad thing, because the case should be very short, so the justice will also be very good. The next one is social justice. So the government should have a social justice as well. The rule of law is different from social justice, because the law is where the citizens are under the rule and they follow the things. But in a justice, they are aware about the things which are happening in the system. The next one is strengthening the democratic institutions. An ideal government should work towards strengthening the institutions. For example, we can take the legislative, executive, judiciary, and other independent things like Central Vigilance Commission, the Central Bureau of Investigation, and the Election Commission. So, the government should effectively work to strengthen all these and make sure that they are independent. No one should exercise more power, and one branch or system of government should be accountable, and it should also be answerable to the other one. The next one is a strong leadership. The leader of the country is definitely the most powerful one for the particular tenure that he or she is ruling. So that leader should be accountable, and he or she should be a strong one. He should not be under any emotions or sentiments. He should just be narrow-minded, or he should be very broad-minded in a way in which he can provide justice and every citizen get access to all the things. He should not be thinking only about himself or his family or his closer nuclear people. He should be acting like a strong leader, and he should take steps without any sentiments. The next one and the last one is sustainable development. An ideal government should be working to promote sustainable development, because sustainable development will help in the protection of the resources for the future generations as well. So, an ideal government should definitely promote sustainable development, and it should also bring a lot of services to protect the environment from pollutions, because pollutions also degrade the quality of the environment, because there are a lot of things that is happening in the world right now. The global warming, the dramatic climatic change, the flood levels increasing, and the people who are suffering from water scarcity in one area. So everything is because of the environmental changes, and we should never forget that these have all occurred only because of us. So an ideal government would be taking a lot of steps for combating corruption and also for this sustainable development. And next one is transparency. An ideal government should be transparent in its actions. It should make sure that all the actions that it is performing or going to perform are informed to the citizens in a prior manner, and it should also get acceptance or agreement from all the citizens, or like majority of them, or in case of their representatives, even before it is implementing a law or rule. The next one is teamwork. Teamwork is definitely the one that helps everything. Even this lecture is going to be a teamwork. And now the government should foster the spirit of teamwork, and it should work to address the common goals and challenges. So, as I said before, the government will be like being friend with the other countries of the world to address a lot of common issues. In the same way, even within a country, there are a lot of states, and everyone should work in a teamly manner to provide people their values. The next one is like, what will happen if a government follows all the key features that I have mentioned? If it follows, then ideal government would be a problem-free one for its citizens, and it would focus towards the development of the youth, and it would be proactive, inclusive, sustainable, and accountable to its citizens, and the country will be a very well-developed one, and there would be no discrimination on any basis. So today, I've talked about what is a government, the Indian government and the three branches of Indian government, and what is an ideal government, and some key features that an ideal government should possess in my viewpoint, and also what are all the consequences that will happen if an ideal government is following what I have said. Hope you understood my lecture. Thank you.
Are present here. I am Tamil Nadi of grade 10A, and I am sure we all love listening to music, don't we? But I guess you guys will be even more excited to learn the psychology behind music. So today, and yes, you guessed it right, today I'm going to lecture you guys on the topic, the psychology of music. So today we will delve into the fascinating field of psychology of music. And music has been an integral part of human culture throughout history, and its impact on our emotions, behavior, and cognition have been intrigued by researchers for decades. And music throughout history music has played a significant role in rituals, ceremonies, and celebration and in everyday life. And it also serves as a means of and communication and storytelling across diverse cultures. And now these are the list of contents that we're going to talk about today. So the first one is psychology of music and its definition, and the second one is emotions and music, and the third one is music and memory, music and mood regulation, music as a productivity booster. So now let us learn the definition of psychology of music. The psychology of music, or the music psychology, may be regarded as a branch of both psychology and musicology, and it aims to explain and understand musical behavior and experience, including the processes through which it is created, responded, perceived, and incorporated into everyday life. And music psychology is a field of research with practical relevance for many areas, including music performance, composition, education, criticism, therapy, as well as investigations on human skill, creativity, performance, social interaction, and intelligence. And emotions and music. Now let us learn about the power of music to evoke emotions. Music has a direct and immediate impact on our emotions. It can make us feel happy, sad, excited, calm, or nostalgic. And the emotional response to music is often subjective, and it varies from one person to the other person. So, for example, a song or a music that may evoke happiness in one person might elicit sadness in the other person. And different genres, lyrics, melodies, and rhythms can evoke specific emotional states in individuals. For example, upbeat and fast-paced music can evoke feelings of happiness, while slow and melancholic music might evoke sadness. Universal emotional responses to music. Certain emotional responses to music tend to be universal across cultures, and certain elements such as pitch, rhythm, and timbre can create similar reactions in people all around the world. For example, a study says that most people associate high-pitched and fast-tempo music with happiness and excitement, while low-pitched and slow-tempo music is often associated with sadness or either calmness. Individual differences in emotional responses. While there are universal responses to music, individuals have unique connections with specific songs or lyrics based on their personal experiences and cultural backgrounds. And our individual preferences, memories, and associations with music can greatly influence on how we emotionally respond to it. And certain songs or music holds a special meaning, or a song that is linked to a particular event in our life can evoke strong and powerful emotions. Role of musical features in evoking emotions. Various musical features contribute to the emotional impact, and these features include dynamics, harmony, lyrics, rhythm, and so on. And additionally, dissonant harmonies and unexpected resolution can cause feelings of unease and tension, while consonant harmonies and unresolved musical phrases can cause a sense of relaxation and calmness. And music and memory. Let us now learn about the relationship between music and memory. Music has the music has a unique ability to evoke emotions and strong associations due to its deep connections with cognitive and emotional process. And the brain regions involved in music processing, such as the hippocampus and amygdala, are also crucial for memory formation and emotional processing. And as a result, music has become intricately linked with memories that triggers a flood of memories and vivid recollections from the past. And research findings and case studies. Now let us learn about a research. So a group of researchers recruited a group of children and divided them into two groups. One group which received musical training, such as learning how to play an instrument and other vocal training, while the other group did not receive any formal musical training. And the study assessed the cognitive skills, behavior, and creativity of both the groups and before and after the period of musical training. And the results demonstrated that the group which received musical training showed much more improvement in their cognitive abilities and skills. The use of music therapy in memory-related disorders. Music therapy has demonstrated positive results and promising results in the treatment of memory-related disorders such as Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And in individuals with memory impairments, even when all their other cognitive functions decline, the music memory remains intact and relatively preserved, and this phenomenon is often referred to as the preserved memory for music. Music and mood regulation, mood enhancement. So, upbeat and fast-paced music can elevate our mood and increase the feelings of happiness and excitements. Certain songs with uplifting lyrics and melodies can create a sense of joy and enthusiasm. So, when we listen to music that is aligned with our current emotional state or current emotional mood, it can help us process and validate those emotions. Like, for example, if you're feeling sad, listening to slow and melancholic music might help you validate and amplify and validate those emotions. And conversely, if we feel low or lethargic or feeling very unproductive, listening to upbeat, fast-paced music with high pitch can, boost up your energy, and it can make you feel productive, and it just can uplift your mood. And the next is the mood regulation. So people often listen to music to help them cope with and regulate their moods and emotions. So listening to calming and soothing music can reduce stress and anxiety, promoting a sense of relaxation and tranquility. So music can also be used to regulate and shift our moods. For example, if we are feeling sad or low or anxious, we can listen to slow tempo music with gentle melodies that can help us feel more relaxed and calm. And if we want an uplift in our mood, and if we want an arousal in our mood, listening to fast-paced music might help us regulate and shift our mood from the current one to a more positive emotional state. So the next one is the emotional catharsis. So certain songs help us process and release our emotions that we might be experiencing at that moment. And this can provide us a relief from the emotional experiences. So the next one is music and stress reduction. So calming melodies. Soft and gentle music with calming and soothing melodies can reduce your breathing and heart rate, and this can also result in reduce in your stress levels. And next is the stress reduction. So listening to music can trigger can trigger the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter that is associated with pleasure and reward. So, according to this, this can reduce the level of stress hormones like cortisol, and this can provide us a sense of relaxation and mental clarity. Mindfulness and focus. So, listening or engaging with music mindfully can also be a form of meditation. Focusing on the rhythm, lyrics, and the melody can redirect us from our stresses and focus on other aspects. So the next is music and social behavior. So now music has a significant role in human society for more than decades and throughout history. And it's important to notice its impact on social bonding and group cohesion. So now it is involved in various aspects. So now let us see one of the aspects. So shared experiences, like engaging in or enjoying in the music creates the shared experiences. Whether it might be going to a party, dancing in a show, or singing in a choir, whatever it might be. These activities can promote social bonding and group cohesion, and identity and belonging. So our musical genres and personal preferences have become part of individuals' identity. And this, when we find some other people whom we share the same musical taste, or whom we find that they engage in the same musical activity just like us, it helps to promote a sense of togetherness and solidarity among the group members. And next is rituals and ceremonies. Music plays a vital role in rituals and ceremonies, whether it might be a communal event, wedding, funeral, birthdays, or whatever it might be. Music can create a sense of sacredness and shared purpose, enhancing the group cohesion. So, next is how can music, so now let us learn about the music is closely tied to the episodic memory, which is our ability to recall things that specific events that happened from the past. And when we associate the memories with a particular song, it can trigger and express a lot of emotions back then at the time. And music has a unique and strong power. Music has a strong power to evoke emotions in listeners. So when we experience a significant event while listening to a music, the emotional content of the music acts as the anchor for those memories. And as a result, the connection between the song and our autobiographical memory gets closer, and at the end, we can whenever we listen to the song in the future, we can recall the memories from the past, and utilizing music for memory improvement and reminiscence therapy. So one of the way in which you can do it is playlist therapy. So playlist therapy is nothing but creating your personalized playlist with all the songs that meant so special in your younger days and making it as a playlist. So just so you can listen to it and those songs can bring you back to those older days. And music is tightly and is linked to our specific growth moments. Like for example, it acts as a oral temporal markers like during stages of our childhood and adolescence. And next is music as productivity booster. The impact of music and concentration and focus. So reducing external distraction. Music can be used to reduce the external distraction, and it can act as a mask to reduce the external distraction. especially in places of busy environment and noisy environment. So the continuous auditory input can help you focus and put on more attention to the task that is in your hand. And selecting background music for work or study. So choose ambient or instrumental music while doing something productive, as it can make you feel even more calm and less stressed. And research on the effect. So let's talk about the preferred music versus unfamiliar music. So a study and a research says that listening to preferred music will boost up your productivity and can help you regulate your mood and motivation than listening to an unfamiliar music that might be a distraction and detrimental on performance. So music and mood enhancement. So choosing music to alter our emotion can be a common practice to change or enhance our current emotion. So as we all know that music has the power to evoke emotions, different type of emotions, it is mandatory to it is mandatory for us to listen to the music that resonates with our current emotion. If you're feeling sad, listen to slow and melancholic music so that it can help us process it. So next, let us learn about examples of music genres for different modes. Let us learn one example: happy, upbeat, and happy music. So the first example would be pop music. So the uplifting lyrics and positive vibes in the pop music can make it a go-to happy beat music. So next is the salsa, and then the lyrics and the positive message that it expresses helps us to generate positive emotions when we hear it. And next is reggae. The grooves and the dance in the music can help you promote a sense of positive emotional state. And I'm sure you guys listen to my lecture, and thanks for listening to my lecture. Thank you.
To the exciting journey into the mysterious depths of ocean. Today, we'll be learning about the hidden truths that lie beneath the waves, and trust me, ocean has got some secrets that will leave you amazed, amused, and perhaps a little bit salty. So before diving into the topic, let's see few basic concepts that we have known about the ocean. The first thing is, what is an ocean? Ocean is a large body of salt water that covers about 71% of the Earth's surface. Though it covers 70% of the Earth's surface, only 20 is visible to the us, and the other remains undiscovered and still a mystery. There is only one global ocean, and the oceanographers in the world's nations has divided it into distinct geographic regions like the Arctic, Atlantic, Pacific, and even Indian Ocean. Ocean is the home for 1 million species. Like literally 94% of the species on Earth depends on ocean. Most of them, like out of 94%, 95% are invertebrates. That is the species that do not have a backbone. The most common example for invertebrates is indeed a jellyfish or even shrimp. And we all know what's a vertebrate. It is those species who have backbone, and mostly the example is common, a fish or even a bristlemouth, which is a creature that glows in the dark. Ocean is also the home for the smallest creature that is ever known in the earth, that is zooplankton. This creature has to be seen only through a microscope. And we all know this fact. Ocean is also the home for the largest creature on the earth, which is blue whale. We all know it. It is equivalent to 2 school buses. 37 out of 50 critical minerals are found in ocean. We know critical minerals are the building blocks for modern technology, and they are important for economic prosperity. The seafloor contains deposits of minerals like copper, zinc, phosphorus, nickel, gold, and even silver. Here's a piece of fact that no one would like to include. About
8 million metric tons of plastics enter ocean every year. To say it approximately, about 150 million metric tons of plastics are seen circulating around the ocean. Those plastics are mostly low value and single use plastics like the food wrappers, the bottle covers, and even the plastic water bottles. But here's a piece of good news, so don't afraid. Solutions for the plastic crisis are emerging. So why not we move about with the fact? The first fact is, why is the ocean blue? We all know why it is. I don't want to go deep into the spectrum topic about the absorption and scattering of light. To say, ocean is not just trying to win a fashion sense for its competition. Well, all kinds of water has a small tint of blue color to it. Even pure water has a light blue tint to it. And to say it is most normally seen in a long column of water. But here's a piece of question that arises from me. I accept that this is in blue in color, but why in different shades of blue? Well, the answer remains with 3 factors, that is, depth, clarity, and reflection. To say, depth plays an important role for determining the color of the water. In shallow coastal areas, the water appears in greenish blue color because of the presence of sediments in it. Mostly the sediments include algae or even coral reefs. Whereas in deeper offshore regions, the water appears in a deeper blue color because of the lesser sediments. The water can depend on change to yellow to brown depending on the soil, whether can we see the soil, and as I said, depth plays an important role. The third factor is reflection. This is a phenomenon of selective light absorption. We know that whenever the sun is in the brightest place, the water molecules absorb the brightest of the blue color and appear in the vibrant blue color. This happens in sunny days, this phenomenon, whereas in the cloudy or even overcast days, the clouds obstruct the views of cloud, therefore making it the reduced fall of sunlight on the ocean. Therefore, the ocean appears in the duller or even grayer hue of color. So next time you see whether the ocean is in different colors, think of it. The second fact is oxygen is produced by ocean. Yes, ocean is not just a playground for dolphins or even a backdrop for romantic sunsets. Ocean is also the remarkable oxygen factories. Ocean is a home for species, tiny microscopic species like phytoplankton. These creatures float on the surface of the ocean and play a vital role in the production of the oxygen. To say, they act just like plants on land. They convert carbon dioxide, and using sunlight and by using nutrients present in the water, they make energy as well as the oxygen. Just they are remarkable oxygen factories of sea. To say, out of 100%, 50 to 85% of the oxygen is created by ocean in the atmosphere. Well, once it is created, it doesn't just vanish. Those oxygen gets dissolved and even mixed with the water to form the dissolved oxygen. And we know dissolved oxygen plays a crucial role for the life of marine organisms. And through the process of ocean circulation, the rich oxygen water gets distributed to the deeper layers of the ocean, even vice versa. This ensures that the water, oxygen-rich water, is distributed to all kinds of marine organisms in different depths. So next time you take a deep breath, thank ocean for giving us the gift of life. Or maybe we should send a thank you letter or something. So third fact is there is enough salt in the ocean to cover the entire surface of the ocean, like Earth. Yes, it's true. When we take all the salt present in the ocean and just stack it up, it would form a 500 layer, 500 feet thick, which is equivalent to 166 meters or even 40-story buildings. But where does the salt come from? Well, that's a pretty good question. It is because of 3 factors. As we are human, we take in oxygen and leave out carbon dioxide. And this carbon dioxide gets mixed and dissolved in the rainwater, leading to the formation of carbonic acid. Well, carbonic acid is a form of acid. Therefore, whenever it rains,
That rain erodes the rock and the acid breaks down the ions present in the ocean. Present in the rock. Therefore, those ions are carried through the runoff to streams, and then to rivers, and finally into the ocean. But normally, those salts, those minerals, get removed from the ocean by those marine creatures. Only a little part of it is left unused, and once it is left for a longer time, its salt concentration increases, therefore making the water saline. The second factor is because of the presence of underwater volcanoes, which is also known as hydrothermal vents. To say it frankly, they just pop salt from the seafloor. Isolated bodies are hypersaline or even extrasaline because of the process of evaporation. We know what's evaporation, and this makes the salt content, the concentration of salt increases. Therefore, it's just like a physics equation. Whenever the salt content increases, the water's density increases, therefore making the human float in those oceans. Well, example for this phenomenon is the Dead Sea. You might have all known what's the Dead Sea. People float so easily in the Dead Sea normally than in the normal ocean. But here's a piece of fact. The ice in Arctic and Antarctica is salt-free. And I can't help but I wish this is the reason why fish is so tasty, because they live in the pickle jar. So the fourth fact is water at the bottom of the ocean is incredibly hot. Yes, but this, I'm kind of jealous by saying this. There might be a group of fish down there having some personalized hot spring experiences. But to say frankly, well, that's the truth. Yep, water at the bottom of the ocean is hotter than a summer day in Sahara. Well, the answer lies of the geothermal energy. Geothermal energy is energy released by the Earth's core due to various processes. And one of that process is hydrothermal vents. Well, it comes to play again. Hydrothermal vents are also known as underwater volcanoes or even deep sea vents. This occurs when the molten magma or even the rock just pops out from the crack that is present in the Earth's floor and interacts with the salt water. When this interaction leads to the formation of huge temperature, this is why the temperature there is so hot. And according to the survey, it is even recorded that the temperature deep there is up to 700 degrees Fahrenheit. It's too hot, obviously. But now you might wonder, why not this water just mix up with the cold water or even come to the surface? Well, again, the density comes to the play. Density plays a major role in those ocean creatures. To say, we normally know that the warm water on the surface has lesser density, therefore it lies to the top surface, whereas the cold water beneath it has even more density, therefore it is below that warm water. But to say the fact, the hot water that is confined to the surface is even more denser, which makes it to be confined only to that surface, not allowing it to mix with it. So the next fact is about it is possible to find underwater lakes and rivers beneath the ocean. Well, there's a whole new aquatic world in there. Imagine this. You're a fish doing your business, though not fishy, and you just stumble upon this underwater lakes and river. It's like finding a secret oasis in the middle of the desert. Only water. But you can almost hear the fish near you whispering and giggling. Hey, you might not expect to find underwater lakes or rivers here, right? Yes, but it's possible to find it. Well, underwater lakes, rivers, are known as submarine rivers, and this phenomenon occurs when the fresh water, emerges from the rainwater or even from the water from the melting glaciers, gets accumulated on the salt water. This leads to the formation of a distinct channel hidden from our view. Well, to say this submarine rivers are created in different parts of the world. To say about the underwater lakes, it is also known as brine pool. Well, this is a total different case. The water becomes hypersaline, therefore it gets accumulated to the surface, which makes to the formation of sinkholes. And because of the geothermal process, it also creates depressions in the seafloor, making it to the formation of different lakes under the ocean. But there are still some creatures who has who got adopted to this kind of phenomenon? Yes, because this is a quite good thing. The sixth fact is unexplained sound. Ladies and gentlemen, open your ears because you're going to sense something more mysterious. It is bloop. Bloop is a mysterious sound that was recorded in 90s by the scientists of NOAA. It refers to the National Oceanic, Atmospheric and Administration. These scientists, like when they were exploring about the underwater volcanoes, again, they play a major role in the ocean. When they were exploring about it, through a hydrophone, they encountered this mischievous sound. It was heard for up to 1 minute, and it was never heard before or even again. They thought it might be some mysterious creature that we never knew, a giant squid, or even a blue whale taking a nap, or even diving into it. But it was encountered at the depth of more than 3,000 meters, and it is normally the height that most blue whales do not dive. So the first fact was clear, not true. They even went to the extent thinking whether it is an alien communicating through us through a broken walkie-talkie. But they didn't leave it. These scientists of PMEL, Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory, were so excited, so they just went ever closer to Antarctica. This sound was heard in South Pacific Ocean, so they wanted to know whether it emerged from that side or this side. So when they went deeper into the Antarctic region, they heard it. Yes, in 2005, the sound got emerged again. But guess what? It is nothing you can guess. It was just an iceberg cracking. And guess who's the reason? Us. Because of us, that is global warming. And due to the global warming, the temperature rises, and nowadays, breaking of iceberg is quite normal. They might have expected something else. They was like, what in the world was that? But everything went in vain. The seventh fact is because I'm tired of speaking about ocean, I want to go into the oceanic creatures. Why do so many sea creatures glow? Well, you might have seen firefly, and it is rare to see organisms on the land to use bioluminescence. Bioluminescence is a process where the organisms create their own light and emit it out. And to say normally it is rare to see on the land, and it is like seen only particular species like fireflies, glowworms, or even mushrooms. But according to this survey, about 75% of the ocean creatures can use bioluminescence, and they have adopted it according to their own use. Well, why not we speak about the use of bioluminescence? They use it for defense. Obviously, they have to use it. This is an example of vampire squid. They just release a glowy ink cloud to escape from their predators in the meantime and to distract it. Just like a lizard dropping off its tail, this octopus squid drops off its glowing arm and distracts its predator, and in that meantime, it escapes. And another reason is because to attract prey, to lure the prey to it. And obviously, it is dark down there, and how are we supposed to see all those creatures? Well, they use it, and they also use it to communicate, even for a sign of mating readiness. And this is a disco deep sea phenomenon, and I'm just again jealous because they are having some luminescent party without me. So the next fact is, what is the thing on sharks and dolphins' back? Well, it is known as dorsal fin. Normally, sharks and dolphins have a pair of pectoral fins, dorsal fin, and a tail. It is a way of them saying, hey, humans, you've got some trendy handbags and designer hats, but look at me. Look at my dorsal fin. It is the hottest accessory in the ocean. Well, yes, dolphins and sharks have different types of dorsal fins. In dolphins, they have a curved, like slightly hooked dorsal fin, which helps them to take acrobatic leaps and also for swift swimming. Whereas in sharks, they have triangular and sharp-edged dorsal fin, which helps them to maintain their body stability and also balance. And to say the shapes and sizes of the dorsal fin varies among the different creatures. To say about the sharks, It varies among the species like the great white shark. It is the largest shark among the shark species and it has the largest dorsal fin. Whereas if you see for the smallest sharks, obviously they have the smallest dorsal fin. And if you take for dolphins, they have streamlined bodies and they wanted less surface area to make acrobatic leaps and also for swimming. Therefore, they have smaller dorsal fin compared to the sharks. Well, why not we speak about the uses of dorsal fin? As I mentioned before, dorsal fins are used to maintain their body stability and balance. It acts as a stabilizer. It helps them to navigate their path and prevents them from rolling in their path. And it also helps them to maintain their body temperature. This is called thermoregulation. Thermoregulation plays a crucial role in marine organisms. To say blood vessels run to all those species in dorsal fin, and blood vessels are the only part which determines thermoregulation. When it is ensured that the temperature in the dorsal fin is quite normal, then the organism is not at the risk level and it can survive. And the other factor that is used by the dorsal fin is to communicate. Mostly, especially in dolphins, they communicate with their other friends by changing the shape and even the position of the dorsal fin to express their emotions. So don't get afraid whenever you see dolphins and sharks. Think of why it has dorsal fin. So the next fact is blue whales. Obviously, blue whales is a well-known creature, the largest creature of the earth, and to say it has been the largest and the longest creature that has ever existed in the earth. Blue whales live upon to 80 to 90 years, potentially leading for some to 110 years. And they just grow to 30 meters. Speaking of size, I just remembered this. What happens when a blue whale sneezes? You have to forget all those natural parks, even Victoria Falls. Whenever a blue whale sneezes, large, tremendous waves are created, and obviously you'll be under the trouble. But make sure you're not thrown away or even blown out. So this blue whale has a tongue which is as big as an elephant. Seeing to the blue whale, the others might have done, and they already did. Blue whale was once hunted for extinction, but they were protected. Because of whale oil, they were hunted. And now it is almost extinction, and they're just starting to appear more and more nowadays. To say blue whales are not only largest creature, but also the loudest one. They create low frequency which humans here can't pick, and they also have incredible hearing. They can communicate with the other blue whale, which is even 1,600 meters far away. But yes, well, blue whales are not fish. They do not have gills. They have lungs just like us. So how are they supposed to breathe down there? Well, they come out like 10 to 20 minutes up to the surface and take a deep breath, and they just blow all those carbon dioxide through a blowhole. Whenever they go for hunting, they can just hold their breath for 60 minutes. Blue whales are just so amazing. I really love those creatures. The 10th fact, the last but not the least, is about the corals. Corals just like to put on a fashion design and putting their neighbors to shame. Well, yes, they like to wear vibrant colors, but they are not just a rock or even a plant. They are living creatures. Corals are the colonies of polyps. Polyps creates hard limestone structure which provides for the formation of corals. And corals are also known as the cities of seas or even oceans. They are the rainforest of the sea. Despite them covering less than 1% of the space at the ocean, they are the home for about 25% of the sea creatures. Well, that's amazing, right? It provides food, shelter, and even breeding grounds for all those species. Well, corals are also known for their vibrant colors. It is because of the algae present in those coral tissues. They just use, because of the photosynthesis, they convert all those yes, normally the carbon dioxide and using nutrients. They provide food for all those sea creatures that depend on it, and also are known for their vibrant colors just because of this algae. Corals are not just shown up or grown or overnight or even a day. They create like literally years to form. They grow like per centimeters per year, and they have like thousands of years to reach its maturity and even grow. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come a far way, and like ocean is a mysterious as well as a marvelous place from its downright hilarious place. Well, you know, we have to uncover all those secrets and mysteries, and also marvel at those wonders that the ocean creates. While we have come a long way, there are still some places unexplored and many questions unanswered. So we have to embrace the unknown and continue the journey of exploration. By doing this, we can conserve and preserve the ocean for the upcoming generation. Thank you and happy oceanic adventures.
தமிழ் மொழி போல் இனிதாவது எங்கும் காணோம், said Bharatiyar. His words show patriotism towards his mother tongue. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ojashvi of grade 10, studying in Frontline Millennium School, and I am here to celebrate my mother tongue, Tamil. First, let me give a short introduction. Tamil is a Dravidian language natively spoken by Tamil people of South Asia. It is an official language of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, sovereign nations of Sri Lanka and Singapore, and the Indian Union Territory of Puducherry. It is also spoken by significant minorities in 4 other South Indian states like Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, including the Union Territory of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Tamil is also spoken by Tamil immigrants found in many countries, which include Malaysia, Myanmar, South Africa, UK, US, Canada, Australia, and Mauritius. Tamil belongs to the southern branch of Dravidian languages, a family around 26 languages which is native to the Indian subcontinent. One of the 22 scheduled languages Constitution of India, Tamil was the first language to be classified as the classical language of India. A.K. Ramanujan described Tamil as the only language of contemporary India which is recognizably continuous with the classical past. Its classical literature has been described as one of the greatest classical traditions and literature of the world. The recorded Tamil literature has been documented for over 2000 years. The earliest period of Tamil language and Sangam literature is dated from 300 BCE to 300 AD. It has the oldest extant language among the Dravidian languages. About 60,000 of the approximately 100,000 inscriptions found in the Archaeological Service of India were found in Tamil Nadu, and most of these inscriptions were found in Tamil. Only 5% of them were found in other languages. That's the greatness of Tamil. Tamil language inscriptions were written in Brahmi script and found in Sri Lanka and on trade goods to Thailand and Egypt. 2 earliest manuscripts, which is acknowledged and registered by the UNESCO Memory of the World Register in 1997 and 2005, were written in Tamil. According to a 2001 survey, there are about 1,863 newspapers published in Tamil, of which 353 were dailies. Scholars categorized the attested history of Tamil into 3 periods. Old Tamil, 600 BCE, 700 AD, Middle Tamil, 700 AD to 1600 AD, Modern Tamil, 1600 AD to present. Tamil is also studied by the students of Malaysia as one of the languages of education along with English, Malayalam, Margin. A large community of Pakistani Tamil speakers who exist in Karachi, Pakistan, which also includes some Tamil-speaking Hindus, Sri Lanka. They speak Tamil along with Punjabi, Urdu, and Sindhi. Contributions of Tamil to
to the world. Tamil literature and culture have made significant contributions to the world in various fields, including literature, music, and philosophy. Here are some notable contributions of Tamil to the world. First, let me tell something about literature. Tamil literature, especially the Sangam literature, is one of the richest and greatest in the world. It includes a vast collection of poetry, epics, and literary works that provides insights to Tamil culture, history, and society. The works of Tamil poets such as Thiruvalluvar, Subramanya Bharati, and Kambar have inspired generations of writers and thinkers worldwide. Next, let me tell something about my favorite music. Tamil music, especially the Carnatic music, is considered one of the oldest and most sophisticated forms of classical music in the world. It is known for its intricate melodies, intricate rhythms, and emotive expressions, and have influenced classical music traditions of India and beyond. Next, let me tell something about philosophy. Tamil literature has a rich tradition of philosophical thoughts with ancient texts such as Tirukkural and Thirumandiram exploring the concepts of ethics, morality, and spirituality. These works have influenced philosophical and spiritual thoughts across the world. We used to hear our ancestors say, sharing is caring. It is called the Tamil food exchange system. The Tamil food exchange system is a unique and valuable practice in Tamil Nadu. It is a traditional practice in Tamil Nadu. It is a unique system of exchanging ingredients among families in a community or a neighborhood, especially during festive occasions. The system is based on the principle of sharing and community building. It is a way for families to come together and celebrate their culture and tradition. Typically, each family prepares a specific dish or dishes. The dishes are then shared among the families, so everyone gets a sample of variety of foods. The system is not just limited to cooked dishes. It also includes sharing of raw ingredients and spices. For example, one family may provide rice while another may provide lentils or vegetables. The food exchange system is often coordinated by a group of women in a community who plans the menu and coordinate the sharing of dishes and ingredients. The exchange system is being practiced for generations and is considered an important part of Tamil culture. It is a way for families to pass down their culinary traditions and preserve their cultural heritage. Typically, it allows families to save time and money by ensuring that all food prepared is consumed. Overall, the Tamil food exchange system is a unique and valuable practice that promotes sustainability, cultural preservation, and community building. Here we come to the main part of the lecture, the Tamil literature. Tamil literature is the greatest and oldest literary traditions in the world. It is primarily composed in the Tamil language and it is known for its poetry, prose, and dramatic works. Here are some key features and periods of Tamil literature. First, about the Sangam literature. Sangam literature is a vast and diverse body. During this period, an academy of poets or scholars flourished in the city of Madurai. The Sangam literature consists of a collection of poems composed by a variety of poets on a range of topics like love, war, nature, and ethics. The Sangam poets were known for their use of metaphor and imaginary, as well as their sophisticated understanding of human emotions and psychology. The Sangam poems are divided into two main categories, Agam and Puram. Agam poetry deals with the inner emotional world of individuals, while Puram poetry deals with external and worldly matters like war and politics. Some of the most famous Sangam poems include Ainguru Nooru, Natrinai, and Kurundogai. After the Sangam period, the period which lasted from 6th to 9th century CE is known as the Bhakti period. During this time, a new form of Tamil literature emerged, devotional poetry and hymns to Hindu gods and goddesses. The most famous Bhakti poet is Thiruvalluvar, who is known for his work Thirukural, a collection of 1330 couplets of morality and ethics. This Thirukural was not only a devotional one, it gave some moral values to mankind. In the medieval period, which lasted from 9th to 9th century CE, the Tamil underwent another period of transformation. That includes courtly poetry, devotional literature, and epic poetry. Some of the most famous works from this period includes Sekila's Periya Puranam and Kamba's Kambaramayanam. In the modern period, which began in the 9th century CE, Tamil literature underwent another period of transformation and renewal, which includes a novel, short story writing, and literary criticism. Some of the most famous poets from this period includes Subramanya Bharati, Bharatidasan, and Pudumai Pittai, among others. Overall, Tamil literature is a vast and diverse body that reflects the culture of Tamil Nadu and Tamil people, and its impact on Indian culture and literature is immeasurable. Tamil faces many challenges. First challenge is that lack of support from the central government. Tamil lacks support and recognition from the central government. The Indian government has designated Hindi as the official language. This had led to the neglect of other regional languages like Tamil. Next, about the globalization and westernization. Now, the younger generations are increasingly exposed to Western media and culture. This has the marginalization of Tamil to Tamil, in a decline of usage of Tamil and dilution of Tamil culture. Opportunities for Tamil. With the wider spread of internet, it is now easy to connect with people who share same idea and passion. Now it is a way for families, and it gives opportunity to speakers to share their ideas and promote their language. And now another opportunity is that increasing interest in indigenous knowledge. Now the younger generations like me are most interested to learn their own language. So they are more interested to learn their own culture and know about their knowledge. Next, about strategies for promoting Tamil. Many strategies can be implemented for promoting it. One strategy is that promoting Tamil in education, government, and media. So we can increase the usage of Tamil in education and media. And one more opportunity is that many foreigners are coming to our country, especially to our state, to learn our language and culture. They like it very much, why don't we? Next, about the power of Tamil. Tamil has a powerful culture and linguistic heritage. It played an important role in shaping our Indian culture and history of India. First, let me speak about identity. Tamil has been a tool for expressing it in media and expressing it in media. And in media, it has a large presence with large number of television channels and newspaper. Influence, it has a powerful tool in influence and had a significant influence on culture also. Next, let me tell a short example with zeros. In Tamil, we say one, and in Tamil, we say ondru, and in English, we say one. And in English, we say 10, and in Tamil, we say 10. In English, we say 100, and in Tamil, we say 100. In English, we say 1000, and in Tamil, we say 1000. 10,000 in English, 10,000 in Tamil. 100,000 in English, 100,000 in Tamil. 1 million in English, 10,100,000 in Tamil. 10 million in English, Kodi in Tamil. 100 million in English, Arpudam in Tamil. Likewise, it goes on up to 18 zeros. But the number with 18 zeros is called Mugalayam.
So English does not has its words after 22 zeros. So now we can see the power of Tamil in this. Next, pride about Tamil songs. When we hear songs, we feel very relaxed and comfortable, right? So Tamil music is spread all over India and especially in north and eastern parts of Sri Lanka. First, let me tell about traditional Tamil music. Traditional Tamil music consists of three parts: devotional music, folk music, and classical music. Devotional music is bhajans, kirtans, and hymns to Hindu gods. Folk music is it also contains three music systems. One is Villupattu, which is often performed with villu-like bout-shaped instrument called villu. And another is classical music. Another is Oyilatam, which often performed with dance. And next one is Kavadiyatam, which we used to see in religious festivals. And classical music, which I talked before, is Carnatic music. It is known for its intricate talas and ragas that we used to dance with Bharatanatyam. It will be very nice for it. Next, about the modern music. Modern music consists of, now we hear in Kollywood, that's the Tamil industry, that we hear it many times. It also includes fission songs, pop songs, experimental songs, fusion songs, and so on. Film music. Now today we all see films, right? In films we hear Tamil songs that also come under this category. And composers like Ilayaraja, A.R. Rahman, Haris Jayaraj have created an immemorable tracks that can make us relaxed all time. And independent music. Now with increasing digital platform, we can now easily connect with people, and so people can easily expose their talent in platform also. So that it includes composers like Anirudh, Sid Sriram, and Santosh Narayanan have created immemorable tracks for us. Now I will come to the conclusion. Tamil is spoken 80 million people worldwide. People speak their mother tongue, and I'm proud to speak the language which is the mother tongue of all languages. So I would like to end this lecture by the quote, people say that there are 7 wonders in the world, but the only wonder is Tamil. Thank you.
In the world cannot be seen or even felt. They must be felt with the heart, said Helen Keller. Hello everyone, I'm Shweta from grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School, and I'm here to give you a lecture on the topic, the science of emotions. First, like how we interpret and respond to the world makes up who we are and contributes to our quality of life. The study of emotional psychology allows researchers to dive into what makes humans react and how it affects us both physically and mentally. They react to certain stimuli, and this reaction affects our body. The study of emotional psychology is vast and complex, but still researchers have discovered quite a bit about what constitutes our emotion and our behavioral and physical responses to all those emotions. Now, there is a common confusion among people about the 3 terms, namely emotions, feelings, and moods. But let me clear it. These 3 terms are actually not interchangeable. Now, first coming to the definition of emotion. According to the APA, which is American Psychological Association, emotion is defined as a complex reaction pattern involving experiential, behavioral, and physiological elements. Emotions are how individuals deal with matters or situations that each or individual find significant to them. As I said, emotional psychology is complex. As I said, but still researchers have discovered quite a bit, and there are many theories being proposed about emotions. And according to some theories, emotions are states of feelings that produce physical
and physiological elements within your body. Now, coming to where it is linked to, emotion is linked to certain units of our body, and we are eager to know about it. So, this emotion is very closely linked to the activation of our nervous system, and this activation is of various strengths, and it is of various states. And hence, because of this, it is linked to our nervous system, and obviously, it will also be related and linked to our behavioral tendency. Now, we all will be eager to learn how emotions are produced. But before that, we have to understand the differentiation of emotions, feelings, and moods so that the confusion among you gets cleared. First, when we experience any of the primary emotions such as happiness, sadness, anger, fear, disgust, and many more, we express all these emotions physically so that in ways the other person can actually see the or expression of that particular emotion. This is emotion. And coming to feelings. Feelings, by contrast, are our conscious perception of all those changes that happens in our body. And these changes are very subtle, and this happens in way that our cognitive apparatus, such as senses, consciousness, all these functions. Let me be short. Emotions are manifest either consciously or subconsciously, whereas feelings are a conscious perception of all those changes that happens in our body. Coming to the third term, that is mood. Mood, according to the APA, again, it is American Psychological Association, a mood is described as any short-lived emotion that is of low intensity. And this says that emotion is of high intensity. But this is not the difference between emotion and mood. There is another major difference, that is, mood lacks stimuli and they do not have any clear starting point. This says that emotion have clear starting point and they have stimuli. And also, for example, if we take insult can trigger the emotion of anger, whereas an anger mood may arise without apparent cause. And it is a common fact that is known to everyone. Nowadays, many of the young people, they spend many years or even their lifetime not knowing the depth of their emotion. And they're still trying to find the depth. Next is coming to defining emotions. Defining emotion is a task that is not yet completed. I've said about 2 to 3 definitions of emotions, but actually the constant theories are being challenged. Theories are being introduced day by day, and the constant theories are being challenged. But still, don't worry. When we have to explore the topic, we have enough knowledge of emotion that researchers have left behind so that we can analyze about it while discovering the topic. Next, there is a common fact that is known to everyone. That is, we can identify and we can also feel the emotion. Then what is left behind with us? We must know to regulate them. This is a very important one. We all, many of us don't regulate our emotion. We just express them disregarding the social situation. But actually, we must know to regulate that emotion. If you are in a place where you should not expose your anger, then you shouldn't do that. There are many people expressing it, but you have to see on the social situation, and you then have to suppress and you have to regulate that emotion. You don't have to suppress, you can actually deviate from that topic, or you can think that situation in a very positive manner so that you can get rid of that particular emotion that you are not able to express in that situation. Next, how are emotions processed? Yes, obviously, what pops in our mind is brain. You're right. Emotions are produced in our brain, and this happens in a series of steps. The first and foremost step is that incoming of information. This income information should be appraised and it should be assigned an emotional value. For example, let's take an example. You are conversing with someone and someone says to you that they are like blaming you for some particular reason that you are not actually the reason for that. They blame you and what you have to do is the information should be taken into your brain and the brain should assign an emotional value to that information. This is assigning value and the value should be an emotional value. For example, in this situation, if someone blames you for some particular reason, what emotional value does your brain give to you? For most of them, anger emotion is given to that particular situation. This is the first step. And coming to the parts of brain, we know many parts of brain that we have studied in biology. First is hippocampus. It is a well-known fact to everyone that hippocampus stores memory. But in hippocampus, we have another part named amygdala. This amygdala is the integrative center for emotions, emotional behavior, and also motivation. If someone wants motivation, you try to develop your amygdala so that you get better motivation than now. Next, this amygdala, as I said, is the integrative center. But still, I have to say this, there is a debate going on about the series of steps in which emotion is produced. But don't worry, there is a general agreement. You know, there are 3 elements of emotions. They are namely a subjective experience, a physiological response, and a behavioral or expressive response. I say emotional experience, but what does that mean? Don't worry, as the term says, emotional experience is nothing but the experience that we go through during particular emotion, such as happiness, sadness, anger, and many more. This is emotional experience. And as I said, there are 3 elements of emotional experience. Let's look into each of its part in detail. First is a subjective experience. All emotions begin with a subjective experience. It is also referred to as stimuli.